I clearly awakened the strongest talent, the Death King. Yet I am still mocked by everyone as having the most rubbish talent. Even the waste awakened in the butcher profession thinks my talent is rubbish. Simply because of the Death King. Can only summon undead weaker than oneself. However, as long as the summoned undead are weaker than oneself, they can be summoned endlessly. But the summoned undead have no skills of their own. But when encountering demon beasts stronger than oneself, it's very likely to be in serious trouble. Whether in terms of attack or support, the Academy thinks I have the most rubbish talent in history. To this, I just want to say to a bunch of clowns, when I become strong, don't cry and beg me. Because I obtained the divine level death system when awakening, along with 2 divine level talents. The first talent, Love of Life, transfers all damage received to the undead when attacked. The second talent, Gem of Heaven, can absorb all attributes and skills of demon beasts after successfully killing them. I look at my first skill, with a crazy smile on my lips. Damage will automatically be redirected to the undead, so wouldn't I be in an immortal state where no one can kill me? I immediately activate the undead summoning. In an instant, countless black gas emerges from my body, spreading rapidly and soon engulfing me. A pair of deep blue eyes emerged from the black mist. As the smoke cleared, the true form of the shadow was revealed, and the information of the undead appeared before my eyes. The fallen undead knight, with strength 10 and constitution 8. Without any skills, I looked at the system panel, shaking my head helplessly. It seems I can only wait for tomorrow's graduation exam. The graduation exam requires entering a beginner's instance. Once inside the instance, I can extract the attributes of the undead indefinitely. By then, let's see who still dares to say I have trash talent. The next day, a crowd gathered outside the instance. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "Students, the exam is starting now." As the laughter subsided, everyone rushed quickly towards the entrance of the instance. I followed closely behind and entered the instance. However, just as I stepped into the instance, looking ahead, there was a horde of goblin troops. Low-level goblins, level 1, with 3 points in strength and agility, 5 points in constitution. Isn't this an experience package? After extracting all the attributes, won't I just skyrocket? At that moment, a system sound rang in my ear. Triggering a system task, kill all goblins for a reward of 500 points. I flexed my arm, preparing to start the hunt. The next moment, I took a step forward towards the goblin army. The goblins were shocked at the sight, wondering if this man had gone mad, actually wanting to attack them. In an instant, all the goblins rushed towards me. One of the goblins swiftly threw the axe in its hand at me. I remained calm in the face of the flying axe. I raised my hand and caught it directly, then my figure instantly appeared among the goblin group. Swiftly sweeping forward like lightning, I instantly slaughtered a row of goblins. These mere low-level creatures also think they can harm me. I was seen swiftly swinging the axe in my hand. One by one, the goblins fell to the ground. Suddenly, the axe head in my hand broke instantly. "Can't you goblins use better weapons?" Seeing this, the goblins were overjoyed. "This guy's weapon broke. Take him down immediately." All the goblins then attacked me simultaneously. I calmly stepped out with my right foot. Indeed, they are just low-level creatures. I suddenly stomped on the ground. With a surge of power, I instantly knocked down all the goblins rushing towards me. Then, I casually grabbed a long sword, swiftly moved through the goblin group, and ruthlessly harvested their lives. In the blink of an eye, only one goblin remained from the goblin army. As the last goblin fell heavily to the ground, I also heard a system prompt in my ear at the same time. One task completed, rewarded with 500 points, and obtained all goblin attributes. The gluttony skill was activated instantly, directly devouring all goblin attributes. Subsequently, the attributes of the undead knight were enhanced, with both speed and strength increasing. However, just as I was about to check my own attribute panel, a short sword flew past my ear in an instant. I quickly turned my head to look back and saw a man and a woman standing not far away, watching. At this moment, the man shouted at me, "Kid, if you don't want to die, hand over all your prey." Before he could finish, I instantly appeared in front of the woman. I struck her down with one blow. The man beside her trembled, astonished that I could knock someone down in an instant. My figure flickered again, instantly appearing behind the man. I punched him. However, such a fierce blow couldn't break through the armor on his body. "You fool, with your rubbish self, you think you can break through my blow?" The armored man became arrogant. Unexpectedly, the next moment my fists rained down on him. The armor shattered instantly. I then smirked and casually said, "Safe travels." I threw a punch first. The man's body was directly knocked down by me, causing the ground to crack and sand to fly up. However, at that moment, the school bell Chen Modong and Jiang Hao, upon hearing the commotion, quickly rushed over. I then noticed that both Chen Modong and Jiang Hao had successfully reached level 3. They both noticed that I was still at level 1. However, just as the two were about to ask about my level, goblins surged in from all sides like a tide. Seeing this, Chen Modong and the others immediately turned and ran. Yet I remained motionless, with the system prompt ringing in my ears. Soldier receives a sudden mission, to single-handedly kill 1,000 goblins, reward 1,000 points. Jiang Hao saw me standing still and shouted towards me. What are you spacing out for, Yuga? Hurry, Jiang Hao urged. But I simply replied calmly, you guys go ahead. The next moment, I slowly reached out my hand and instantly extracted all the goblin undead that had just died. In an instant, a group of goblin undead appeared in front of me. To prevent anyone from shooting arrows, I summoned an undead knight to follow me. With my command, all undead attacked the goblins. In the blink of an eye, all 1,000 goblins were slaughtered. Then the gluttony skill was triggered instantly, directly absorbing the stats of the 1,000 goblins. I looked at the goblin corpses on the ground, then extended my hand and instantly extracted all the goblin undead. At that moment, I checked my own attributes, which left me shocked. Name, Bai Chen. Strength, 1,000 points. Spirit, 1,000 points. Agility, 1,000 points. Physical fitness 1,000 points, level 1. Why the level is still 1. And Chen Modong, after seeing me instantly kill 1,000 spirit arms, was shocked. This is impossible, how could he be so powerful? However, just as the two were shocked, a goblin 2.5 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of them. As I looked at this goblin in front of me, its information also appeared in front of me. Goblin Hero level 10, Strength 80 points, Agility 79 points. Physical Strength 110 points. I looked at this goblin hero, it was huge, but it was useless. Jumped high and punched him in the head. Successfully killing rewards 500 points. After killing all the goblins, all my attributes have greatly improved, but the level still remains at 1. With only 3 hours left until the exam, I decided to go elsewhere. Maybe I could still find some unexpected gains. However, just as I was about to explore further, there was a loud noise in the sky. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. At this moment, I discovered that beneath the instance, there was actually a hidden gold level instance. Immediately, I entered the hidden instance without hesitation. Jiang Hao and the others also decided to follow me down. The three of us didn't know how long we had been walking, and the temperature kept dropping as we went down. Suddenly, a platform appeared before my eyes. I cautiously looked inside. Suddenly, a dog-headed humanoid creature rushed towards me at such a speed that I couldn't dodge in time. A piece of flesh was bitten off my arm. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately cursed, "What the hell is this?" I saw a wicked dog with human limbs appear in front of the three of us. The monster's agility is at level 20, with 110 agility points. Strength, 120 points, Constitution, 118 points, Skill, Bite Attack. I was shocked to see its information, it's a level 20 creature. Well, I've got the right skills. But just as I was about to act, Chen Modong pointed at my arm and asked worriedly, "Are you hurt? Do you want me to help you stop the bleeding first?" It was then that I realized my left hand had a piece of flesh torn off. Due to the dim light, I only felt a bump from the creature, but strangely, I didn't feel any pain. In an instant, glowing chains appeared. They emerged from my back and instantly connected with the undead warrior. And my wound disappeared in an instant. Jiang Hao and the others witnessed all of this. "What skill is this?" Jiang Hao exclaimed excitedly, unable to find the right words to describe it. Even Chen Modong was shocked by everything in front of him. At this moment, continuous low growls could be heard in the distance, with rows of human-dog hybrids baring their fangs, staring at us. Seeing this, Chen Modong was about to rush forward to attack the human-dog hybrids. I smiled wryly, about to scold him. Suddenly, the pack of human-dog hybrids launched an attack. Jiang Hao quickly drew his sword to respond. However, Chen Modong was fearless, waving flames in both hands as he charged towards the human-dog pack. Seeing this, I took a quick step forward towards the human-dog hybrids, resolved it with a single punch. A flame intertwined with the sword light, the human dog's howls echoing. During the fierce battle, I noticed that these human dogs seemed to attack in an organized manner, their assaults not chaotic. Soon, Chen Modong's strength was gradually depleted, with many wounds on his body. Seeing this, Jiang Hao shouted that this was not a solution, there were too many monsters, and we would eventually be worn out. Upon hearing this, I calmly said, "You all go first, leave the rest to me." Then Chen Modong looked at me, secretly muttering that even though he was alone, he made himself seem strong. At this moment, I extended my hands and clenched them. In an instant, several undead creatures appeared in front of me, and then I noticed a larger leader among the human dogs. And his information also appeared before me. Giant monster humanoid dog, level 50, 250 points of strength, agility 200 points, physique 190 points, skill, strong assault attack. Immediately, I commanded all the undead to rush towards the leader with all their might. Gluttony launched, killing human dogs, devouring values. The values kept increasing. Some undead were torn to shreds in an instant, but such undead here were endless. Then Baichen summoned even more powerful undead warriors. Jiang Hao on the side was almost dumbfounded. This ultimate monster, going up there would be a complete suicide. Thousands of undead and human dog groups. The scene was like a battle between two armies for a while. Jiang Hao looked at this former friend, and the unemployed was unexpectedly terrifying. He actually crushed a human dog with one hand in front of him. At this moment, Chen Madong's face revealed an intriguing expression. This perennial second almost overwhelmed himself. She blushed and felt ashamed, remembering the words she said to him at that time were simply ridiculous. Even the giant human dogs with 3-digit values, Baichen's values were far higher than theirs. Baichen called on Jiang Hao to throw the sword to him. After all, he didn't have a suitable weapon at the moment. Baichen took Jiang Hao's sword and threw it with all his might towards the direction of the giant human dog. The giant human dog immediately grabbed the human dog as a shield. This blow contained astonishing destructive power, instantly piercing through all the human dogs in front of the giant human dog. The powerful force pinned the giant human dog to the wall behind, almost killing it in seconds. At this moment, Baichen was connected by countless chains, the chains linking countless undead. The scene was exceptionally shocking. And Baichen was actually laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, kill him, kill him. Chen Madong had never witnessed such a shocking scene, her gaze completely drawn to Baichen at this moment. He, at this moment, changed his previous gloomy and solitary image, exuding a chilling aura of fear. His eyes were as cold as ice, as if they could penetrate one's soul, sending shivers down one's spine. Baichen seemed to transform into a messenger from hell, carrying endless darkness and fear, enveloping all surrounding creatures in his shadow. Just the thought of it made her body uncontrollably tremble. Baichen glanced over here, noticing Chen Madong, who seemed to have her soul extracted. He raised his hand as if to extract her soul, but he didn't act. He finally regained consciousness, furrowing his brow, wondering what had happened to him and why he couldn't stop thinking about extracting Chen Madong's soul just now. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans slid down his cheeks. Baichen took a deep breath and asked Chen Madong, "Are you okay?" Chen Madong was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, I'm fine. Scared me to death. Luckily you were here." Jiang Hao forced a smile, pretending to be calm. In fact, he was also startled by Baichen's appearance just now. "You must be tired." Jiang Hao patted Baichen's shoulder and said. Only Baichen himself did not notice that his left eye, which had turned blood red, had returned to its original state. Baichen checked his various values. Agility, 1568, Strength, 1680, Spirit, 1300, Constitution, 1000, Level 1. The exam was over, and everyone returned to the outside of the cabin. Outside the cabin, many examinees had already gathered, and then Chen Madong came out. Gretchen immediately noticed that Chen Madong was already level 5 at that time, extremely excited. "Haha, I knew it." Jiang Hao, who came out next, was also level 5. The principal was overjoyed. It seemed that there were indeed talented examinees this year, but strangely, these few did not look happy. Well, this year's A-level students have all passed. It seems that the enrollment rate this time should be stable. The homeroom teacher was secretly delighted. Baichen was the last one to come out, and everyone's gaze was focused on him. Level 1? People were discussing incredulously, how could someone who had been inside for so long only be level 1? Principal Gret was somewhat surprised, but it seemed like he had already anticipated the outcome. After all, although Baichen had an S-level job evaluation, his profession was very average, so all the teachers and even the principal did not have high hopes for him. What was unimaginable was that this person couldn't even break through level 1. How weak could this S-level be? The next second, Chen Madong stood in front of all the examinees. "I, Chen Madong, admit defeat to Baichen Xian in this exam. I admit that I am not as strong as Baichen." Chen Madong's serious expression did not seem like he was lying. The crowd sighed, although they didn't understand what had happened in the exam. But Chen Madong was level 5, Baichen was level 1, so why did Chen Madong admit that Baichen was stronger than her? Even the teachers looked puzzled. Baichen remained calm, never agreeing to the bet with Chen Madong. Until Baichen's name appeared at the top of the points leaderboard. Everyone looked at Baichen in disbelief. This guy is actually in the lead by a large margin. Back home, Baichen wrote down his memories of the situation at that time. As he thought, He felt very uncomfortable in his left eye, feeling liquid flowing from his eye, which turned out to be blood. In the mirror, his left eye was blood red. Bai Chen stood still like a sculpture, feeling an unprecedented surge of emotions. His heart was pounding like a rabbit, his breathing was rapid like a storm. Bai Chen couldn't help but laugh, a laughter that seemed like a demonic sound from hell. At that moment, he was filled with an extreme desire for slaughter, his chest heaving violently as if a fierce beast was struggling inside. He could clearly feel this power gathering in his heart. Thud! Thud! There was a knock at the door. Bai Chen staggered to open it, and it was Uncle Wang from next door. The man smiled and said, "Xiaoyu, I heard you were rated as an S level." Bai Chen endured the pain and asked, "Uncle Wang, what's the matter?" Wang Dian changed his aggressive demeanor and said with a smile, "You, child, can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? After all, our two families are relatives." Bai Chen only remembered that when his family fell on hard times, this guy led trouble to his house, and that day the most fierce one was the man in front of him. Xiaoyu, my eldest son will be in his 3rd year of high school next year. Do you have time to help him with his studies? Uncle Wang, let's talk about this another day. I'm a bit tired after the exam. Seeing Bai Chen decline, Wang Dian immediately changed his tone. I'll tell you, I rented this house to you. You're not even willing to help a little, you're an ungrateful wretch, I can make you homeless with just a word. Bai Chen vividly remembered the scene when his sister Bai Mu was in the hospital, and he knelt in front of Wang Dian begging for money. If he hadn't heartlessly stopped him, how could his sister have missed the best time for treatment? If it weren't for your dead sister and Deshawn being engaged, would I have kept you until now? Wang Dian pointed at Bai Chen's nose and cursed. Enough! Bai Chen roared. What? How dare you talk to me like that? I see you've grown bold, let me show you how to discipline an ungrateful scum like you. Ha, ungrateful scum, who do you think you're belittling? Bai Chen said in a low voice. What are you laughing at? Wang Dian was furious, his eyes full of hatred, no longer suppressing the urge to kill, his blood-red left eye constantly exuding a murderous aura. Wang Dian had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Bai Chen gasped violently, grabbed Wang Dian's collar, and quickly slammed him towards a distant tree. Wang Dian's head was instantly covered in blood, struggling but unable to break free from Bai Chen's hands. Xiaoyu, uncle was wrong. Spare me, spare me. Wang Dian pleaded in pain. But at this moment, Bai Chen's last trace of reason had long disappeared. Bai Chen roared and threw Wang Dian into the air, kicking him in the abdomen, the sound of bones cracking. Bai Chen slowly reached out his hand, about to extract his spirit. Afterwards, Wang Dian's face turned pale, as if all the blood in his body had been drained. The crimson color in his left eye slowly faded, and Bai Chen began to calm down, the desire for killing gradually disappearing. Bai Chen looked at his blood-stained hands, momentarily lost in thought. Wang Dian on the ground struggled, realizing that Bai Chen only extracted a part of his spirit, not taking his life, but he might never be able to get out of bed again. Under the dark sky, a light rain began to fall, the raindrops dripping down Bai Chen's cheeks. Bai Chen glanced at Wang Dian on the ground and left without looking back. Upon returning home, Bai Chen received a notification from the school. Excitedly, the teacher on the phone said, Xiaoyu, you have been admitted to the Federal Academy out of turn. Ha, I knew you wouldn't let everyone down. Bai Chen was already accustomed to the teacher's two-faced attitude. Soon, Bai Chen's deeds spread wildly among major universities. The school even held a commendation ceremony, but Bai Chen did not attend. In the following days, no one saw Bai Chen again, as if he had disappeared from the world. During these days, Bai Chen locked himself in his room, the feeling still lingering. Bai Chen exercised frantically, trying to drive away the feeling of spiritual hunger with exhaustion, but no matter how much he struggled, the feeling persisted, driving him to extract spirits at every moment. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door came again, and the visitor turned out to be government officials. You are Bai Chen, right? Pack your things and come with us. Bai Chen asked. Where to? Are you still half asleep? Of course, to the Imperial Academy. Oh. Bai Chen was very curious why he was admitted even though he did not pass the graduation exam. With questions in mind, Bai Chen entered the top Federal Academy. The Imperial Academy was located directly below the Black Tower. As the first person in history to be admitted out of turn, Bai Chen attracted attention on his first day, everyone curious about this rumored genius. Holding a map, Bai Chen saw a towering tree in the center of the school, heading towards the dormitories, witnessing two groups fighting on the way. Among them were S-rank hunters, A-rank hunters, swordsmen, mages, and mechanics, all using their skills to greet each other, creating a chaotic scene. Could it be that students were fighting? Bai Chen quickly walked away to avoid being involved in the conflict. At that moment, a red-haired girl blocked Bai Chen's path, her petite face showing a slightly playful expression. She then pointed her sword at Bai Chen and asked, which male dared to flee in the face of battle? Panel information displayed, Luo Chichi, S rank, occupation, Paladin, level 70, guild, Golden Dawn. There were 4 student guilds in the Imperial Academy: Golden Dawn, King's Crown, Beast Hunters, and Assassin Sequence. The guild Golden Dawn, where Luo Chichi belonged, was mainly led by knights. At this time, the top forces of the 4 major guilds were vying for the position of the top guild in the academy. School rules: students of the same level are allowed to spar with each other, but they must not damage the school buildings during the process. Bai Chen wanted to explain that he was just passing by, but this guy didn't listen to his explanation at all. He casually threw a weapon and dragged Bai Chen into the battle. Bai Chen tried to escape, but after just a few steps, Luo Chichi pulled him back. It seemed like he had to fight today. In the fierce battle, a white-haired person rushed towards Bai Chen and shouted, "Hey, a new face! Taste my sword! Taste my sword! Taste my sword! Hey, a level 1 dare to fight, kid, you're quite brave. Ha ha ha, interesting, come and take my sword again." Bai Chen was speechless. Bai Chen felt like a fly buzzing in his ear. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Hey, Xin Xiaotian, can you fight without talking? You're giving me a headache." This person said everything he wanted to say. Xin Xiaotian, this level, occupation, assassin, level 70, guild, assassin sequence. Hey, since people have mouths, they should speak. Why don't you speak? Why doesn't he speak? You can speak, he can speak, why can't I speak? At that moment, everyone distanced themselves from Chen Xiaotian to avoid his trash talk attacks. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Chen Xiaotian turned his head and started to poison Bai Chen. "Kid, which guild are you from?" Chen Xiaotian kept asking while accelerating his attacks. Bai Chen cursed in his heart, realizing that he was talking trash to distract himself. Although Chen Xiaotian's movements were fast, in Bai Chen's eyes, it was as if time had slowed down 100 times, making it easy to counterattack. Chen Xiaotian scratched his head in confusion. Today is really strange, not even one sword hit. "Kid, stop hiding." Bai Chen was speechless. If he didn't hide, would he let you stab him? The person in front of him must be crazy. Although every move missed, the attacks became more intense. Feeling impatient, Bai Chen lured Chen Xiaotian into the crowd. "Chen Xiaotian, stop causing trouble." "Oh, I don't know how I ended up here." And so, the 4 of them unknowingly started fighting, and in the chaos, Bai Chen took the opportunity to kick Chen Xiaotian away. "Who kicked me? I'll fight you all." However, all of this was seen by Luo Chichi on the side. Bai Chen wanted to step back and find a chance to escape, but as soon as he turned around, he met Luo Chichi's watery eyes. In that instant, the two faced each other, even sensing each other's breath. Bai Chen felt a hint of embarrassment, while Luo Chichi continued to stare at him intently. After a while, she spoke, "You must be Bai Chen, the only S-level among this year's freshmen." Bai Chen nodded. "I'm Luo Chichi, the vice president of Golden Dawn. How about joining my team?" With a smile, Luo Chichi then left Bai Chen and joined the battle again. Bai Chen arrived at the dormitory, found his room, pushed the door open, and was surprised to find Jiang Hao there. "Surprised? Unexpected? I will be your new roommate." Bai Chen asked, "How did you end up here?" "Humph, who are you looking down on? I've achieved decent results in the dungeon. To be honest, there was still one spot left, so I took it." Bai Chen said, "Well, that's your strength." Soon, the new students began their entrance exams. Principal Li Wei solemnly announced, all students of the Federation must fully conquer the Black Tower. The Black Tower is open for 12 hours, with a total of 100 floors. The current record holder is Wei Wudao, the president of the Golden Dawn Guild, who reached the 75th floor. The time for the attack on the tower will be set tonight, and all students must do their best. Those who complete the strategy first will have the opportunity to enter the next level of strategy. There are 100 students enrolled this time, with 60 in Class A, the rest are in Class B, and there is one special admission in Class S. This time, a team system is adopted, and individuals can also choose to form a team alone. Bai Chen applied to form a team alone and saw a familiar figure in the crowd, Shen Modong. Shen Modong also saw Bai Chen and actually walked towards him. After the last double underground dungeon instance, Shen Modong secretly vowed to surpass Bai Chen. "We have an assassin, a mage, but we lack a healer. 2 missing 1, the big shot will lead us to victory. Even a pet dog can win." Everyone started recruiting and looking for teammates. Even Jiang Hao was shouting enthusiastically, "Lead us to victory, lead us to victory, even a pet dog can win." However, the probability of someone teaming up with her after shouting like that is low. Soon everyone stood in their respective camps, with only Bai Chen standing alone without anyone around. Everyone looked at this boy in front of them with questioning eyes. "Who is this guy? He actually wants to solo the first level, I think he's crazy." Where did this nobody come from? Too arrogant. Some people think that since he chose to solo, it means he has the ability. I'm not so sure, this guy might be a big shot. This guy is only level 1, I think he's delusional, pretending to be something he's not, he'll regret it. As for why he chose to solo, on the one hand, it was to suppress the hunger from binge eating, and on the other hand, he needed money. Although he entered the academy as a special admission, he still had to pay high tuition fees. His pockets were cleaner than his face, so strategizing the Black Tower was a good way to make money. But with high returns come high risks. In the past few student entrance exams, there have been incidents of students dying in the Black Tower. Night falls, and the siege of the Black Tower begins now. The Black Tower hangs 100 meters above the school. The entrance to the Black Tower is a teleportation channel connected to the school, sandwiched between the Black Tower and the school, the only way to enter the Black Tower. The Tower Siege also tests the students' abilities, and the Academy will allocate colleges based on the siege points. After everyone entered their information one by one, they entered the teleportation gate, and a strong airflow shot up from the ground, blowing everyone up into the air in an instant. Some were blown up with their heads down. After everyone stood on the bottom floor of the Black Tower, the siege officially began. A broadcast came from the Black Tower. The game begins, good luck, new players. What came into view was a huge maze, and everyone started hunting in different directions. Baichen soon encountered a goblin at the corner. Goblin, assault type, level 20, strength 500, agility 500, spirit 500, stamina 400, skill, poisoning. This goblin was much larger than the ordinary goblin encountered in the dungeon, and it also used weapons. It was indeed the right decision to team up, otherwise relying on these Class A hunters. Trying to face this kind of situation where the level is 10s higher than his own would be suicidal. Swish swish, the goblin shot several short arrows towards Baichen and charged towards him shouting. Indeed, it was a strong assault goblin, very fast. Baichen summoned the Undead Knight, who was no longer the same as before. With his overall stats improved, the Undead Knight's stats had also reached a new level. In comparison, the assault-type goblin was completely insignificant. Just 2.5 seconds passed, and the goblin let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground. Killing level 20 assault goblin, absorbing values. Baichen extracted the undead of the assault goblin, the values increased again, and then began to march towards the depths of the maze. The maze was intricate and chaotic, but every path led to the exit of the dungeon. Soon, Baichen swept through half of the maze's goblins, whether assault or strength type, almost all were killed in one blow. In this way, Baichen once again possessed dozens of goblin undead. Soon he arrived at the back half of the maze, where the light was dim, the air was filled with a stench of feces, and occasionally the sound of monsters moving around could be heard. A large wolf blocked the way. Steel Fawn Wolf level, 40 strength, 800 agility, 1000 spirit, 500 stamina, 400 skill. Bite. The Steel Fawn Wolf was huge, making Baichen look tiny in comparison. The undead warrior's body was even smaller than one of its feet. The Steel Fawn Wolf opened its huge mouth, roaring throughout the maze, causing the entire lower level to tremble. At Baichen's command, all the undead launched an attack on the Steel Fawn Wolf. The goblin undead used their skills to shoot countless arrows at the wolf. Despite its size, the wolf could not withstand the barrage of arrows and howled in pain. Baichen did not give it a chance to catch its breath. All the goblin warriors jumped on the wolf, stabbing it with poisoned blades. The wolf tried to shake off the goblins by shaking its body violently. The poison continued to seep into its body, and with its last bit of strength, it ran towards the depths of the maze. Roaring with its last breath, it collapsed on the ground, lifeless. The roar quickly attracted a large number of Steel Fawn wolves, their deep blue eyes appearing in the darkness. The number exceeded Baichen's expectations. Baichen used identification to check them. Steel Fawn Wolf, assault type level, 50 strength, 1000 stamina, 1000 agility, 1000 spirit, 1008 skill, powerful bite. Looking around, the space in the passage was large enough to accommodate 3 Steel Fawn Wolves. It was better to take them out one by one, as there were more wolves than goblins. Baichen quickly moved while looking for a suitable location and finally found a space in a corner. The space was just enough to accommodate 1 Steel Fawn Wolf. Baichen then commanded the goblin group to intercept the wolf pack here, with rows of goblin arrows ready on the strings, while he stood behind the team, waiting for the wolves to arrive. The smell of earthy blood got closer and closer. Ready, fire! The arrows shot out with a strong wind, turning the first row of Steel Fawn Wolves into hedgehogs. Then, goblins hidden on the ceiling with poisonous blades struck the wolves. Suddenly, the undead Steel Fawn Wolf that had been extracted rushed out and bit off the heads of several wolves in the front row. With Baichen's power, the Steel Fawn Wolf's biting ability was multiplied several times. The giant sword of the undead warrior was constantly harvesting the lives of the steel fawn wolves at this moment. Baichen kept extracting the undead, continuously creating undead steel fawn wolves. Under the attacks of the undead goblins and the undead steel fawn wolf pack, steel fawn wolves kept falling, and Baichen waved his hand to extract all the fallen steel fawn wolf undead. Kill level 20 Assault Goblin, absorb value. 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 The windows kept popping up, and as the absorption continued, Baichen once again fell into madness, his left eye glowing crimson. Baichen once again revealed his desire for slaughter, his palms shimmering with blood. He crazily extracted, crazily slaughtered, until the last steel fawn wolf was killed. Kill level 20 Assault Goblin, absorb value. Baichen's emotions gradually receded like the tide, finally returning to calm. At the same time, the demonic hunger that had been entwining his spirit dissipated like smoke. He deeply realized that if he did not suppress this spreading desire for slaughter like a wildfire, he might lose control like a wild horse and obliterate everything around him next time. Baichen finally realized that this power would have a backlash effect, and if he could not control it well, he could go berserk at any time. At this time, he arrived at the end of the maze, where the first layer's boss was located. In the distance, there was a giant goblin, much larger than the giant goblin in the double underground city. Baichen checked its attributes. Titan Goblin, level 40, Strength, 1279, Agility, 1230, Spirit, 1450, Stamina, 1270, Skills, Power Throw Fireball, Darts. The Titan Goblin also noticed Baichen's figure at this time, roaring loudly as if declaring its dominance. It forcefully threw darts at Baichen, but Baichen remained calm, the dart hitting his chest directly without causing any harm. The chain behind Baichen connected to hundreds of undead, transferring all the damage to them. This damage hardly affected the undead. Baichen stepped aside, letting all the steel fawn wolf undead and goblin undead move forward and then launched an attack. Under the impact of the steel fawn wolf undead and the attacks of the goblin undead, even the extremely tough Titan Goblin instantly suffered wounds, blood flowing. It felt pain and then began to gather power. Flames kept emerging from its giant hands, and after a few seconds, 3 huge fireballs formed in its hands and were thrown out instantly. The fireballs flew towards the undead but shattered on the ground, spreading flames everywhere. However, these undead had no physical form and were not afraid of the flames. The Titan Goblin was covered with undead, and the steel fawn wolf undead kept tearing its body, even tearing off one of its arms. Its forehead was covered with goblins, and a potent toxin began to spread from the top of its head, causing hallucinations in its brain. Its massive body began to lose balance, almost on the brink of death. The Titan Goblin fell, making a loud noise, while all the undead continued to attack. The Titan Goblin was on the verge of collapse, struggling a few times before falling silent. Kill level 40 Titan Goblin, absorb value, obtain skill, invisibility, hide your presence within a 1-meter radius. At that moment, a broadcast came from the Black Tower. Player Baichen successfully cleared the game and obtained the good ending. The broadcast echoed throughout the Black Tower. This left the others who were still struggling in the maze at a loss. Before everyone could react, in less than an hour, a guy named Baichen had actually completed the strategy and killed the first level boss. But most people, except for Chen Madong and Jiang Hao, didn't even know Baichen. Baichen? Never heard of him. What's his deal? Is this a fake? It's been less than an hour. Damn, he's a big shot. Wish I had teamed up with him earlier. Only Chen Madong, with a mixed expression, found herself being left far behind by Baichen. Killing the boss will earn rare equipment. The current score results were then announced. 1. Baichen, current tower attack value, 1272. Shiguang, current tower attack value, 603. Chen Madong, current tower attack value, 504. Jiang Hao, current tower attack value, 300. Chen Madong was shocked to find herself in third place, and she stomped her foot in anger. She had always been in second place all these years, but this time she was firmly suppressed by Baichen. On the other hand, Jiang Hao was quite satisfied with his ranking, thinking it was not bad to be in fourth place. Outside the Black Tower, Principal Li Wei looked up at the Black Tower suspended in the sky through the glass, realizing he had not misjudged. Baichen's feat of killing through the first level spread throughout the school. Up to now, the fastest time to clear the first level was 2 hours, set by Wei Wudao. But this new student had completed it in just 1 hour. What's more impressive is that this new student was only level 1. The 4 major guilds immediately reached out to Baichen. In this school where strength is admired, only the strong are respected. Baichen was even surrounded by people when he went to eat these days. Today was the day to go to the Black Tower to receive rewards. A group of people was seen at the entrance of the Black Tower. Baichen only recognized Luo Qiqi, while the person with long yellow hair next to her was said to be Wei Wudao from rumors.
You must be Baichen, I am who you think I am.
Wei Wudao, S-level, level 90, guild, Golden Dawn, I heard you're strong, Wei Wudao said with a smile.
Baichen replied calmly, slightly strong. Wei Wudao went straight to the point. You have personality, interested in joining the guild?
No, Baichen said without hesitation.
Wei Wudao smiled knowingly and said, don't rush to refuse, consider it carefully, go up. Baichen ignored him and walked straight through.
In the printing chamber of the Black Tower, Baichen received his rare equipment. It was a black long sword.
Valkyrie.
Baichen silently recited the name of the weapon, realizing he didn't even need to fight now, so the sword seemed somewhat redundant. The sword suddenly shimmered, as if establishing a connection with him.
Baichen looked at the interface and saw an additional equipment slot appear out of thin air.
Name, Valkyrie, first tier, type, weapon, quality, high grade, difficulty to obtain, 100% physical destruction. Hey, Baichen was tapped on the shoulder, turning to see Luo Qiqi.
Baichen, what's up?
You're too cold, she said. What's up was a phrase he had thought about for a long time before saying. Baichen always adhered to the principle of not doing things that were unnecessary, and simplifying everything that must be done.
On the first day of school, this person forcibly inserted herself into the guild conflict, and Baichen didn't even want to see her for a second. Unexpectedly, Luo Qiqi didn't even remember him. Nice to meet you, I'm Luo Qiqi. Luo Qiqi reached out her hand, completely forgetting that Baichen was the person she had forcibly pulled over to make up the numbers. Baichen. First meeting? It seems like they just met.
At this moment, Luo Qiqi leaned in to sniff, like a little dog.
Ah, I remember now, you're not that weird person from before.
Luo Qiqi seemed excited as if she had discovered a new continent. It seems like your name is Baichen. Sorry, you're too weak. I tend to subconsciously forget people who are too weak. But you are clearly so powerful, why pretend to be weak? I can't even feel your presence. Baichen didn't want to speak, he just wanted to quickly go to the trading post. After all, he hadn't paid his tuition yet. He had collected a large amount of monster fur from killing monsters in the underground city and maze, which could be exchanged for gold coins. He had already found out that the nearest trading post was located in the back mountain of the school. In order to avoid attracting attention, he also wanted to try out his new skill of invisibility. Baichen activated the skill and indeed no one around could see him, they all passed by him. In this way, Baichen concealed his presence and walked towards the trading post.
The trading post.
Many people were gathered at the entrance, squatting and seemingly discussing something. As Baichen approached, he saw several people in uniforms guarding the entrance of the trading post. They looked like swordsmen. Qin Xian, rank A, level 15, occupation, swordsman, affiliated guild, King's Crown, let us in, don't bully people from our guild.
Yeah, why can't we trade? The trading post is not your family's property. Let us in.
Our guild leader said, no one is allowed to trade today. There are things in the trading post that our guild leader needs, no one is allowed to take them. After the person finished speaking, he drew his sword and pointed it at the crowd. Intruders, don't blame me for being ruthless with my sword.
Damn.
Even Baichen silently cursed in his heart. Where did these thugs come from? He hated this type of people the most in his life. Baichen walked through the crowd and approached. He whispered to the swordsman at the entrance, move aside. Who do you think you are, daring to talk to me like that? The leader of the swordsmen was very displeased with Baichen's defiance, as he was backed by the Xuanwu Guild. There was no one he wouldn't dare to offend. Baichen said indifferently, I always speak like this, and I don't want to repeat myself.
By now, black mist was constantly emanating from behind Baichen.
The man continued arrogantly, I don't know where this trash came from, full of hot air. I think you're asking for a beating. Someone in the crowd pulled Baichen back, telling him to give up, as they couldn't confront the Xuanwu Guild.
Brother, let it go, we can't beat him. If you force a move, these people won't show mercy.
In the midst of the conversation, a complete undead knight appeared in front of them.
Chen Xian, what is this thing?
A ghost. This kind of soul technique was the first time he had seen it. Just by looking at its appearance, it was very frightening. He swung his sword. With a clang sound, the sword was deflected by an invisible force and fell to the ground.
Haven't you eaten? Can't even hold a sword steady? Baichen taunted. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Get lost, if you can't even hold a sword, what are you trying to do?
Everyone was just watching the excitement, indulging in verbal jabs, but no one took action like Baichen. Chen Xian was at a loss for a moment. He had used all his strength in the attack, but the opponent's spiritual body was unharmed, and his own sword was deflected. Chen Xian trembled as he picked up the sword on the ground, ready to attack again. At that moment, the figure of the undead warrior had already appeared in front of him.
Chen Xian felt a strong killing intent. Not good. Driven by the will to survive, Chen Xian immediately used his fastest speed to evade. He shouted, "Come on! What are you waiting for?" The other hunters rushed forward, surrounding Bai Chen and the undead warrior. A giant iron hammer smashed towards the undead warrior. "Die, you stinky brat." Everyone quickly reminded Bai Chen, "Be careful." As the hammer struck, dust was lifted several meters into the air. When the dust settled, the iron hammer was shattered on the ground, but the undead warrior remained unscathed. Damn, what is this thing? Chen Xian realized that the undead warrior in front of him seemed indestructible, so he turned his spear towards Bai Chen. Damn, I'm such a fool. If I can't defeat the summoned creature, I'll just attack the main body. I don't believe I can't even shake the main body. Chen Xian then launched a holy sword attack on Bai Chen, the sword blade coming like shadows, transforming into countless swords attacking Bai Chen. Everyone sweated for Bai Chen. Why isn't this kid dodging? Be careful, counterattack quickly. Bai Chen remained calm, and as the sword shadows touched him, Bai Chen swiftly used a Valkyrie strike to cut them off. With a clang, the broken sword fell in front of everyone. Chen Xian's face became even more gloomy, looking extremely ugly, and he shouted like a madman, "Kill him for me." The people around immediately activated their skills and attacked Bai Chen, with the undead warrior blocking in front, enduring attacks from all directions. All the damage from everyone hit the undead warrior, and Chen Xian cursed, "Are you all blind? Can't you see the main body?" Chen Xian was almost going crazy at this point, feeling angry that even his teammates were useless. Chen Xian noticed the black sword in Bai Chen's hand, not like an ordinary weapon, as it had easily cut his holy sword. Even though his weapon was considered a divine weapon, it was unexpectedly vulnerable. Chen Xian then calmed down and thought, "Don't panic, he's just one person, we have 6. Even if he's powerful, can he really take on all 6 of us? Just because he summoned that hanging ghost?" Although these A-level hunters had closely connected skills and rich combat experience, compared to Bai Chen, they were like cannon fodder. "You little level 1 kid, today I will disable you. Remember to bow down to me next time you see me." Everyone once again activated their skills, attacking Bai Chen like a storm, while Chen Xian used the unique skill of a swordsman, cross-holy sword technique. Onlookers believed that Bai Chen would either die or be severely injured this time. Bai Chen raised his hand, and a strong airflow erupted like a volcano, followed by a large amount of black energy appearing behind him like rolling thick smoke. Seeing this, everyone retreated tens of meters in fear, quickly distancing themselves from Bai Chen. This time, hundreds of undead creatures appeared faintly in the black energy, countless pairs of dark blue eyes emerging from the black mist. The hearts of the people sank, as they had never seen such a scene before, momentarily forgetting to attack. Chen Xian's arrogance was instantly extinguished, his face turning pale. He didn't understand what kind of monster this person in front of him was. Bai Chen sneered, "You wanted to disable my arm, right? Come at me." Beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped down Chen Xian's forehead. "Great God, we were blind and offended you, please spare us," Chen Xian said, then knelt down with a thud. Soon after, the others also knelt down with a thud. Far away, the onlookers who were more than 10 meters away still didn't know what had happened. They only saw a large black gas emerging from Bai Chen, followed by Chen Xian and a few others kneeling on the ground. "Look, the person wearing the king's crown actually knelt down. Wow, what happened? Damn, I should have gotten closer, didn't see anything. This kid is really amazing, even the person wearing the king's crown can kneel in front of him. What kind of beast is he?" Bai Chen coldly watched the few people in front of him and mercilessly broke their arms. The few people immediately screamed in pain. Then Bai Chen walked into the trading post and entered the dark blue printing cabin. Bai Chen entered his identity information, and the printing cabin slowly started operating, quickly printing out the image of a girl. Verification successful, Bai Chen. The girl opened her eyes and smiled, saying, "Welcome to the trading post. I will be your exclusive printing person and will handle all your transactions. Bai Chen, liquidate all the items I brought. 500 goblin skins, 500 steel wolf fur skins, okay, calculating the amount." The printing person's fingers swiftly calculated in the air. "Your total transaction amount is 5 million gold coins, all liquidated in your account." So much. Bai Chen was somewhat shocked. This exceeded his expectations, and he accidentally became a millionaire. Bai Chen then wandered around the trading post to see if there were any treasures to exchange. It seemed that just now, Chen Xian mentioned that there was something in the trading post. In the vast trading hall, there was only Bai Chen, and the people outside did not enter the trading post after Bai Chen dealt with Chen Xian and the others. Everyone was afraid that they would be settled by the Xuanwu Guild after entering the trading post, so Bai Chen looked around for a while and didn't see anyone. At the trading counter, Baichen opened the item list, and the items on the trading list were divided into 3 tiers: high tier, mid tier, and low tier. Among the skins and fur Baichen traded, there were many high tier items alone. The first item on the high tier list was the crystal quartz ingot, a very rare weapon material. It was expensive, and recently someone made a lot of gold coins by selling it. From the printing person, Baichen learned that the crystal quartz ingot currently had a very high price, and there was a chance it would drop by killing the Black Tower boss. Baichen spent 2 million gold coins to purchase it. Unexpectedly, as soon as he left the trading post, a crowd gathered at the entrance, and Baichen saw Chen Xian holding his arm. Baichen sneered, realizing that he had gone back to get reinforcements. "Vice President, it's him. He said that all the people in our guild are trash. One comes, one gets beaten, a bunch comes, a bunch gets beaten." About 20 people came, led by a person with dirty braids. Emochi, a rank, occupation, mage, level 40, affiliated guild, King's Crown, you useless piece of trash, a level 1 newbie beat you like this. Chen Xian dared not speak further. Emochi stared at Baichen fiercely like a hungry wolf and said sternly, "Junior, what you did is not right. Stealing things is unacceptable. Don't you know there's something I want here?" His eyes revealed a murderous intent, but Baichen showed no fear. "He's right. Your Xuanwu guild sends one, I beat one, send a bunch, I beat a bunch." Emochi sneered, "In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. Today, I will teach you a lesson, you rude brat." The people behind him stepped forward. Baichen laughed and said, "The people from your King's Crown guild, besides group fighting, what else can they do?" Emochi's face changed darkly when he heard this, his hands crossed in front of his chest, looking coldly at Baichen. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy today, don't think you can leave here safely." Before the words fell, he suddenly launched an attack, rushing towards Baichen like lightning. Baichen dodged to the side and quickly counterattacked. His punches and palms intertwined, his movements agile and flexible, dazzling the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several moves. The people around were stunned. No one had expected Baichen's strength to be so powerful, actually able to hold his own against a level 40 vice president. During the fight, Emochi felt the fierce attack from Baichen and carefully assessed it. Is this kid crazy? He didn't owe him any money, so why go all out with every move? Originally, he was afraid that a careless move would turn him into a vegetable, but now it seemed unnecessary. Emochi immediately gathered his magic into his hands, thinking of directly opening a hole in Baichen's stomach during the intense battle. This Emochi was indeed an A-level melee mage, with a fighting style completely different from Chen Xian's. With a punch imbued with magic, he shattered the wooden boards within a dozen meters. If hit by that punch, it would likely break bones and tendons. He then called upon an undead warrior to entertain him properly. The undead warrior dragged a giant sword and swung it towards Emochi. What profession is this, a beast tamer? But then Emochi overturned that idea, as the spirit looked more like a person. Besides a beast tamer, are there other summoner professions? Emochi attacked while pondering. "Boss, be careful, this kid's moves are really sinister," Chen Xian shouted from the side. At this moment, Baichen entered a state of semi-hunger again, feeling the desire to devour. His crimson eyes shocked everyone present. Emochi also realized something was wrong and quickly changed his position, interesting, then infused his magic into the folding fan. He then swung it forcefully, sending numerous magic-infused arrows flying into the air, which then hatched into countless arrows raining down on Baichen. Baichen stood still without dodging, the arrows shooting into his body, but then they melted into him in an instant. The damage was transferred to the undead once again. Emochi was astonished, wondering why his magic didn't harm Baichen at all. Baichen laughed almost maniacally, "He, is it over? Now it's my turn." In an instant, Baichen appeared behind Emochi like a flash of lightning. He held the shining and mysterious Valkyrie in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura. Baichen exerted all his strength, swinging the long sword fiercely towards Emochi. Sensing the chilling killing intent from behind, Emochi was startled and quickly dodged to the side. However, before he could catch his breath, Baichen appeared behind him again like a ghost. This time, Baichen's speed was faster, his attack more fierce, leaving Emochi no time to react. Seeing Baichen's blade about to strike him, Emochi hurriedly closed his folding fan, trying to block the fatal blow. With a loud clang, sparks flew where the sword and fan met. The tremendous impact made Emochi's arm numb, but he managed to barely block the attack. His attack was so close. That blazing strange sword was truly fierce. If not for his fan being made of special material, it would have been shattered by now. However, before Emochi could even rejoice, a wave of deathly aura surged towards him from the front. It turned out that the tall undead was wielding a giant sword and charging towards him. Baichen followed closely behind,
sandwiching Mochi between them, launching a frenzied attack. At this moment, Mochi is in a dilemma, surrounded by strong enemies from all sides, countless flashes of swords and shadows sweeping towards him from all directions.
These attacks are extremely fast, even the naked eye can hardly catch their attacking trajectory.
Mochi is fighting with all his might to resist the enemy's attacks, while his mind is racing to come up with a strategy. Everyone is stunned as they watch the two figures in the chaotic battle in front of them. No one dares to approach easily. At this moment, anyone who charges in will only become a sacrifice in this intense battle, chopped into a pile of minced meat. They stand in place, nervously and fearfully watching the scene in front of them. Everyone's hearts are filled with fear and unease, afraid of being drawn into it.
Some people even start to tremble, unable to contain their inner panic. This strange person is truly terrifying.
The situation is extremely tense, as if time has frozen. Everyone understands that rushing in now will not solve the problem, but may make the situation worse.
As the battle intensifies, the sound of fighting attracts many onlookers.
Chen Modong looked into the distance and saw many people standing densely at the entrance of the exchange, with a dark cloud expanding in the center of the crowd.
Bai Chen! Chen Modong blurted out unconsciously. This kind of dark cloud is only emitted by Bai Chen. Chen Modong's heart tightened, as he hadn't spoken to Bai Chen since the underground city.
He had intended to exchange for some items at the exchange, but it seemed like Bai Chen was fighting with someone else.
In his impression, Bai Chen was a very honest person.
If someone had said he would fight in the past, he would never have believed it. However, after experiencing the novice dungeon and raiding the Black Tower, he was no longer sure if Bai Chen was still the same person. Watching Bai Chen in the fight, his left eye emitting a blood-red light like during the graduation exam. In the center of the crowd, Bai Chen's eyes flickered with a crazy light, as if stimulated by blood and becoming unusually excited. He burst into a mad laughter.
"Ha, you're really good. But I want to see how long you can hold on."
As the laughter echoed, Bai Chen summoned a Goblin Undead, joining the intense battle.
"Damn, how many of these damn ghosts does this kid have?"
Mochi dared not slack off, quickly condensing his spells on himself to form a sturdy armor to withstand Bai Chen and the Goblin Undead's attacks. The intense battle had been going on for several hours, and the onlookers stared wide-eyed, afraid to miss any exciting moment. At this moment, Mochi was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, but he still gritted his teeth, refusing to show weakness. In stark contrast, Bai Chen appeared calm and composed, seemingly unaffected by the long battle.
He effortlessly controlled the Goblin Undead, constantly putting pressure on Mochi.
The hand that should have been lightly holding a folding fan now felt as heavy as a mountain, almost imperceptible.
In the past few hours, Bai Chen had launched countless attacks on himself, and each attack was faster than the previous one. This guy was simply not human, he seemed to never tire.
Mochi looked in horror at everything in front of him, seeing the undead bodies emerging continuously from the black cloud behind Bai Chen as if they were products on a factory assembly line. By now, Mochi was exhausted, trembling all over, panting heavily.
He weakly shouted with a trembling voice, "Kid, do you have a grudge against me?" His voice was filled with confusion and anger, but more than anything, fear.
Bai Chen charged towards Mochi as if playing with prey, aiming for a fatal blow. And Mochi really felt that Bai Chen was really going to kill himself. Just at the moment when Mochi relaxed, Bai Chen took a step forward and grabbed Mochi's throat with one hand.
Suddenly, a sense of suffocation swept over. Are you crazy?"
As Bai Chen's grip tightened, Mochi was on the verge of being strangled.
"Bai Chen, stop it, are you crazy?"
Chen Modong rushed out of the crowd and shouted loudly. The other members of the guild hurried forward to stop Bai Chen, but Bai Chen's oppressive aura as a death knight was too strong.
Seeing his ghostly appearance, they hesitated and withdrew their outstretched feet.
Chen Modong had no time to care about the others.
How could she watch Bai Chen kill someone in front of her? "Bai Chen, let go!"
Chen Modong grabbed the hand around Mochi's neck, but Bai Chen's hand remained unmoved.
Bai Chen, Bai Chen."
Perhaps hearing a familiar voice, Bai Chen slowly released his grip. At this moment, Bai Chen's face was as pale as before in the newbie village.
Mochi coughed violently on the side, finally catching his breath. He glared at Bai Chen and said fiercely, "Kid, you just wait and see." With that, he and his men fled like the wind, shouting as they ran, "Mountains may change, waters may change, but if you mess with me, you'll regret it. You brat! Just you wait." Seeing this, Chen Modong ran to Bai Chen's side and asked, "Are your eyes okay? I can't believe you got into a fight."
Bai Chen replied indifferently, "Just a little friction." Chen Modong was not satisfied with his answer and was about to say something when Bai Chen suddenly turned and walked away quickly.
"Hey, do you have any manners? I haven't finished yet."
Chen Modong stomped her feet in anger, cursing, "Stinky Bai Chen,
Stinky Bai Chen, humph, I won't bother with you anymore. She secretly vowed never to deal with Bai Chen again. In the office of the King's Crown, there was a tense atmosphere. Ning Hongye, dressed in a yellow suit, sat elegantly in a chair, exuding a commanding presence. Mo Chi and the others stood respectfully on the side, not daring to be negligent. After a long silence, Ning Hongye finally broke the deadlock and said sternly, I've told you before, don't always think about snatching things from others. We are not a gang. Her gaze was sharp, staring at Mo Chi as if trying to see through him. Then, Ning Hongye pointed at Mo Chi's nose and reprimanded him without reservation. You are a vice president after all, yet you led a group of people to bully a newcomer. And you couldn't even win? This is simply embarrassing for our guild. Mo Chi hung his head in shame, knowing he had made a big mistake this time. The other members remained silent, secretly relieved that they had not participated in this absurd action. President, this kid is really strange. We've never seen the moves he used before. Ning Hongye furrowed her brows and scolded, Shut up, weak is weak, can't even beat a newcomer. If other guilds find out, they'll laugh at us. You might as well step down as vice president. Mo Chi, like a child who had done something wrong, lowered his head and muttered, This kid's attributes in all aspects are not like a level 1. Ning Hongye scolded, Get out. Everyone hurriedly left. Vice President, we checked on this kid, he was admitted to the academy as an S rank this year, and he was the one who recently defeated the first level boss. Chen Xian quickly said, Is there any way to get rid of him? Mo Chi. This time I lost face in front of many people, all because of this guy named Bai Chen. Chen Xian's eyes rolled around and smirked, We can tamper with him when he attacks the Black Tower. You know, the monsters on the second floor of the Black Tower are 10 times more than the first floor. Even though Bai Chen's summons are powerful, I don't believe he can kill all the monsters on the entire second floor. What people don't know is that they will also pay a painful price for their foolish ideas. Leaving the exchange, Bai Chen adjusted his breathing rate, calmed his pounding heart. If he hadn't left just now, he might have lost control again. There is no conflict between himself and Chen Madong, nor does he dislike her, he just finds her a bit talkative. He has achieved financial freedom now, and the first thing he did was move Bai Mu's grave from the outskirts to the best cemetery in the city. Bai Chen placed many marshmallows in front of the tombstone, revealing a smile that had not been seen for a long time. Brother has money now, I will buy you many marshmallows in the future. Bai Chen's mind kept showing Bai Mu's innocent face, how good it would be if she were here. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar figure entered his sight. Bai Chen's eyes met Chen Madong in the distance, and they quickly looked away. Is she here to sweep the grave too? Chen Madong also had the same question at this time. After saying goodbye to his sister, it started raining in the sky. There was a cafe nearby, and Bai Chen wanted to go in and wait for the rain to stop. He found a seat by the window, and the warmth of the coffee in his hand made him feel a little better. Suddenly, Chen Madong's figure appeared outside the window, looking disheveled like a drowned rat. Chen Madong quickly pushed open the glass door, took a deep breath, and looked around to find Bai Chen sitting there. Oh, I'm soaked. Chen Madong didn't care about her ladylike image and sat down next to Bai Chen. Seeing a cup of coffee in front of Bai Chen, she took a sip. Bai Chen stared at her blankly. What are you looking at? Who allowed you to stare at me directly? Just having a cup of coffee, don't be so stingy. I'll consider it as your way of thanking me, Bai Chen said. Oh. Then he asked, Are you here to sweep the grave today too? Chen Madong replied irritably, What, did I provoke you even by sweeping the grave? In fact, she had seen Bai Chen a long time ago, but she was too embarrassed to say hello. Although they were classmates, she had hardly spoken to him before, and this was the first time she had seen Bai Chen smile. He looks pretty good, why does he always have a gloomy face? She finally understood that Bai Chen was living alone. Her mother passed away when she was very young, and now Chen Madong seemed to understand the loneliness that belonged to the youth. The two sat quietly, Bai Chen didn't speak, and Chen Madong spoke first. Congratulations on being the first S rank in the whole school, admitted to the Imperial Academy out of turn. But don't be too proud, I will surpass you sooner or later. Bai Chen pointed to the grave and asked, Who is buried in the grave? Chen Madong squinted and smiled, Smile like you did just now. Bai Chen turned his head away and continued to look out the window. Chen Madong pursed her lips, reached out and waved in front of Bai Chen, so boring, it was just a joke. The Chen family is a famous noble family in the Federation, and Chen Madong, as the daughter of the Chen group, has been pampered since childhood. No one has ever contradicted her, except for this guy Bai Chen. Seeing that Chen Madong didn't want to talk, Bai Chen didn't want to ask more. I'm curious how you killed the boss on the first floor of the Black Tower, and also, what's the deal with your eyes? Faced with this series of questions, Bai Chen didn't know where to start. Just casually hit and died. Just casually hit. What kind of thing is this? Is he showing off? Chen Madong was immediately angry, Forget it, I don't want to talk about it. I was worried about you and the king's crown before. As a reward, I will take you to strategize the second floor. Chen Modong felt like he heard incredible words, strategize the second floor. Unbelievable, what Baichen said, he must be crazy, it's suicidal to strategize the second floor with his current level. Chen Modong's little face revealed panic. Baichen checked Chen Modong's current level, name, Chen Modong, level 12. Chen Modong thought to himself that after all, the things summoned by Baichen were so powerful, it's better to follow him than others, kill the monsters by himself, and then surpass this guy fiercely. But still a bit angry, this Baichen actually didn't consider his safety. I'm not as powerful as you, what if I die? Do you deserve it? Don't worry, just follow me, and you'll get half of the monsters killed. This made Chen Modong smile happily. The wet clothes, like transparent gauze, faintly outlined the graceful figure of the girl, the well-defined curves, boldly displaying her charm. Perhaps feeling Baichen's gaze always on her, Chen Modong's face blushed like a ripe apple, showing a touch of alluring crimson. Looking at her, this girl is quite cute. Baichen realized he was thinking off track and quickly came back to his senses. The two agreed to strategize the day after tomorrow. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Haoli immediately approached. Hey, you're famous now, the school forum is discussing you. What a handsome guy with both looks and strength, beating the school bullies. Awesome. He can single-handedly fight against thousands of troops. Why don't I have such good luck? Jiang Haoli couldn't help but feel emotional. At this time, Baichen received an email from Luo Qiqi. Now I invite you to visit Golden Dawn, don't try to refuse. This is not an invitation, it's clearly a threat. Luo Qiqi had been waiting for a long time, and when she saw Baichen, she immediately approached and teased, isn't this the handsome guy with both looks and strength? Baichen ignored her and sat directly in front of Wei Wudao. Tell me, what do you want to do? Wei Wudao smiled and said, what do you think? I'm not interested. Our guild has always admired strength, and you fit my taste. Baichen felt a bit disgusted by this. What does it mean to fit his taste, as if he were a dessert? Sorry, I have to go if there's nothing else. Baichen just got up, and a pair of strong hands pressed on his shoulders. Wei Wudao appeared behind him at some point. Junior, without the help of the guild, it's very difficult to strategize the Black Tower. You can't be as lucky as the first floor every time. Baichen said lightly, I always believe in my luck. Wei Wudao laughed heartily, this guy in front of him is indeed his cup of tea. In the corridor, Luo Qiqi questioned, hey, why didn't you reply to my email? I'm here, aren't I? Can't you reply, it won't kill you. Luo Qiqi scolded. Baichen was the first person who dared not to reply to her messages. Baichen looked at Luo Qiqi indifferently. What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a beautiful person like senior sister? She is quite beautiful, Luo Qiqi is indeed quite beautiful, making it hard to look away, tall figure, mixed race appearance. But Baichen's heart was calm, he just wanted to go back to sleep now. If it weren't for fear that this crazy woman Luo Qiqi would come to the dormitory and cause trouble, he wouldn't have come here so late at night. Soon it was time to strategize. As the passage slowly rose, Baichen once again entered the Black Tower. What caught the eye was a seaside town, where the sun was shining brightly, without the gloominess of the first layer. Sea Monster Town, the air carried the salty smell of the sea, but it didn't affect Chen Modong's rampant breathing of the air, revealing a sweet smile, as if she was on vacation. Chen Modong casually threw a high-level helmet to Baichen. Here, it's for you, don't say I'm stingy, after all, if you die, who will guide me through the Black Tower? Baichen looked at the helmet and thought to himself that he didn't need these things, so he put it on Chen Modong's head. You keep it, I don't need it. At the entrance of the town, people could be seen selling seafood. Baichen knew that these people were not real people in the true sense, but people replicated by the Black Tower. At this time, the king's crown. Hey, Vice President, Baichen has already entered the second level today. Rest assured, I have tampered with the equipment on the girl he is with. As long as she wears that helmet, the spell will activate and attract monsters within a radius of 10 kilometers. Shen Xian showed a wicked smile. Alright, Baichen, let's see how you dodge this time. Mochi looked fiercely towards the direction of the Black Tower. In the town, Baichen could clearly feel the strange aura surrounding him. With each step, he could sense something coming towards him from several kilometers away. Baichen alertly summoned a ghost warrior and 4 undead steel-toothed wolves. Isn't that Jiang Hao? Chen Modong pointed not far away. Jiang Hao cautiously looked around, as if he were stealing something. Baichen saw that this guy was only level 10 and dared to come to the second level of the sea monster town to run dungeons. Is this guy crazy? Chen Modong quickly called out to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was surprised to see Baichen and Chen Modong together, and then smirked, so you two have finally made up. Baichen. When did he ever have a falling out with Chen Modong? Chen Madong stared fiercely at Jiang Hao and said, "Stop talking nonsense, be careful, miss, I will tear your mouth off." Jiang Hao immediately closed his mouth. "Yes, Queen, whatever you say is what it is, always ready to follow your command." Chen Madong immediately gathered the spell in her hand. Alright, I won't say anything." "Bai Chen, are you alone?" Jiang Hao nodded. "Isn't he alone? Can he find a girl to join him?" Bai Chen silently gave him a thumbs up, showing admiration for Jiang Hao's courage to die. "Hey, as they say, fortune favors the bold, high risk, high return," Jiang Hao explained with a smile. Since they had met acquaintances, Jiang Hao directly and shamelessly expressed his desire to join them. "Chen Madong, since you've joined my team, you have to follow my orders." Following Chen Madong's command, the group headed towards the depths of the town. The buildings in the town were very complete, with restaurants and hotels, seemingly no different from the outside world. At this time, a replicated person approached, 3 handsome guys and beautiful ladies. "Would you like to come into this shop and have a seat? This shop is the best local tavern." Sure, I'm tired." Jiang Hao immediately sat down on a chair. Seeing this, Bai Chen had no choice but to follow into the tavern. The other people in the tavern were all attracted by the undead creatures next to Bai Chen, their eyes fixed on them. However, their attention was soon drawn to Chen Madong. "Wow, what a beautiful girl!" someone exclaimed. An ignorant person walked straight towards Chen Madong, with a malicious smile on his face, teasingly saying, "Hey, beauty, do you want Big Brother to take you to run dungeons? All the rewards will be yours, but you belong to me." After speaking, he harshly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Chen Madong's face turned cold, and he responded without any politeness, "Get lost." "Oh my, what a pleasant voice. Come closer, let Big Brother listen carefully." Not only did that person not retreat, but he also took advantage of the situation, saying as he reached out to touch Chen Madong. At that moment, Bai Chen quickly placed the Valkyrie in that person's hand, giving a cold warning, "If you still want this hand, I suggest you behave yourself." The man carefully looked Bai Chen up and down, his gaze scanning like a scanner. "Are you her boyfriend?" "No," Bai Chen replied. "Then why are you talking? Get out of the way and don't interfere with me picking up girls." The next second, the man's fingers were abruptly cut off. Clutching his wound, the man screamed in pain, "Damn it, I'll kill you." Seeing this, others immediately prepared to attack Bai Chen and his group. Bai Chen gave a command, and several undead creatures immediately lined up, emitting a chilling murderous aura. Bai Chen held the Valkyrie and smashed a table with a sword, saying, "Who dares to take a step forward, this will be the consequence." The crowd suddenly realized that this person was not to be messed with, so they quickly left with their injured companion. Jiang Hao squinted at Bai Chen. "I didn't expect you to care so much about her." Chen Madong stomped hard on Jiang Hao's foot, causing him to cry out in pain. "Stop talking nonsense, I'll kill you." Chen Madong's cheeks suddenly flushed. Just as they were about to leave, a wave of sea monsters appeared around the tavern. Bai Chen used his identification skill to check. Siren of the Sea, low level, level 30, strength 1000, agility 1000, constitution 1000, skill siren song. Surprisingly, there were not less than 200 to 300 of these sea monsters around. However, what puzzled them was why these sea monsters suddenly gathered here without any warning. And the fact that such a large number appeared at once was truly bewildering. "Both of you stay close behind me, each of these sea monsters is at level 30, far surpassing your strength." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was almost scared out of his wits. "Oh my god. Level 30. Doesn't that mean they can kill us in an instant?" Meanwhile, Chen Madong had already entered battle mode, ready to face the threat. Jiang Hao looked at her in astonishment, silently admiring her bravery and fearlessness, not afraid of death at all. Bai Chen made a quick decision, commanding the undead to quickly form a circle around them, tightly protecting the 3 of them. At that moment, the sea monsters opened their mouths, and Bai Chen instantly realized they were about to launch an attack. He urgently shouted, "Quick, cover your ears." Jiang Hao and Chen Madong hurriedly covered their ears. In an instant, the sea monsters' voices were as sharp and piercing as swords, causing the surrounding buildings to crumble under the terrifying sound waves. Bai Chen stood his ground, facing the sea monsters' attack. Jiang Hao watched in astonishment as Bai Chen, with countless chains connecting him to different undead beings, appeared unfazed. This scene was vividly remembered from his time in the underground dungeon. Despite the piercing sound attacks, Bai Chen remained calm as if nothing was happening. After the first wave of sea monster attacks, Bai Chen immediately released a large amount of dark energy, and countless spirits emerged from the darkness. Soon, the area around Bai Chen and his companions was filled with undead creatures. Bai Chen gave a command, and all the undead creatures attacked the sea monsters from all directions. The appearance of the sea monster is human-headed and bird-bodied, extremely ugly. Bai Chen checked his current attributes: name, Bai Chen, occupation, Deathlord, level 1, talent, gluttony, strength, 8000, agility, 7345, spirit, 7999, physical strength, 8000, equipment, Valkyrie, first tier, skills, level 100, undead extraction, undead domination, skill, invisibility, level 10. Undead extraction can extract souls weaker than oneself or from dead objects. Undead domination can manipulate undead or dominate undead skills. A level 30 sea monster appeared weak in front of the undead. The tavern ruins instantly turned into a bloody and terrifying battlefield, like entering a hellish purgatory. Goblin undead arrows rained down on the sea monster, while the steel wolf undead crazily tore into the fallen sea monster, their fangs gleaming with cold light, each bite carrying a deadly threat. Sea monster bodies continuously fell from the sky, blood splattering, a gruesome scene. Amidst the chaos, Bai Chen remained calm. He extended his hands, a mysterious power surged from his palms, quickly enveloping the dead sea monsters. Transparent souls were extracted from the sea monsters' bodies, shimmering weakly in his hands, seemingly expressing their resentment and unwillingness, now to be used as tools for slaughter by Bai Chen. The value window kept popping up: kill level 30 sea monster siren, devour value. Bai Chen's values skyrocketed like a rocket, breaking 5 digits in the blink of an eye. The 500 sea monsters vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. Bai Chen easily extracted their souls and integrated them into his own power. In an instant, a massive undead sea monster legion appeared around him. Although these sea monsters were dead, their souls remained powerful, strengthened by Bai Chen's values, becoming part of his undead army. Meanwhile, Chen Modong and Jiang Hao devoured remaining experience points, feeling their own strength increase. Chen Modong's level quickly rose to 18, while Jiang Hao reached level 15. Jiang Hao widened his eyes, silently amazed. Bai Chen is so terrifying. With a wave of his hand, he wiped out over 500 monsters. At this moment, Jiang Hao was full of awe towards Bai Chen, realizing he was no longer the same person. Chen Modong danced excitedly, unable to believe what she was witnessing. She did nothing but hide in the background, yet easily leveled up. It was too easy, compared to the hardships of dungeon raids in the past. Bai Chen, seeing Chen Modong's excitement, couldn't help but ask, "You seem very happy?" Chen Modong pouted, proudly replying, "Mind your own business. I'm now 14 levels ahead of you." Bai Chen's monster grinding was so smooth that he couldn't understand Chen Modong's current feelings. He didn't know that for Chen Modong, each level up was a significant breakthrough and achievement. Only those who have experienced it firsthand can truly understand this excitement and joy. I have never experienced it myself. Upgrading is as common as drinking water and eating for me. After leaving the ruins, Bai Chen and his group continued on their way. Along the way, they encountered other hunters who came to attack the tower, but when these people saw Bai Chen and others, they avoided them like they were a plague. Bai Chen has been pondering a question: why are so many sea monsters actively looking for him? He was full of doubts and unease. Suddenly, Jiang Hao shouted loudly, catching Bai Chen's attention. He looked up and saw a sea monster cub appearing in front of him. Jiang Hao exclaimed excitedly, "Ha, I can't beat the big one, but I can easily catch the small one." Only Bai Chen knew that this seemingly weak sea monster cub had actually reached level 18, 3 levels higher than Jiang Hao. "Don't underestimate it, small doesn't necessarily mean weak," Chen Modong reminded. However, Jiang Hao was already eager to rush towards the sea monster cub with his sword. Just 0.1 seconds later, Jiang Hao was knocked down by a blow from the small sea monster, covered in dust and looking disheveled. Chen Modong laughed uncontrollably on the side, almost out of breath. Bai Chen shook his head helplessly, raised his hand gently, a beam of light flashed, and the sea monster cub was instantly wiped out. In the distance where the sea and sky meet, a dark shadow is constantly moving towards Bai Chen. A dark mass, as if to cover the sky. "Look!" Jiang Hao, lying on the ground, pointed to the distance and exclaimed in surprise. It was a large group of sea monster sirens, much larger than before. Sea monster siren, intermediate, level 60, strength 2000, agility 2000, stamina 1970, spirit 1999, skill supersonic. The dark mass almost covered half of the sky. Bai Chen's eyes revealed a murderous intent, releasing more black energy than before. This time, Bai Chen released all the undead, enough in number to rival an army. Chen Modong widened her eyes, looking in astonishment at the densely packed undead in front of her, feeling an indescribable fear and awe in her heart. She suddenly realized that Bai Chen had long surpassed the limits of her imagination, standing at a height she could never reach. Bai Chen smiled faintly, raised his hand gently, and cast several blazing fireballs towards the dark mass of beasts. The previously impenetrable black sky was torn open in an instant, revealing several terrifyingly large holes. Charred sea monster bodies fell like raindrops from the sky, crashing heavily into the sea, splashing water everywhere. Among the huge and majestic undead army, the undead titans of the Goblin were particularly eye-catching. Their huge bodies were like moving fortresses, holding giant fireballs in their hands, ready to launch a deadly strike against the enemy at any moment. Baichin waved his finger again, and several burning fireballs flew towards the sea monster group. However, this time the sea monsters did not sit idly by. They quickly took out long flutes and played a powerful and piercing sonic attack. In an instant, the sonic attack, like an invisible shockwave, rapidly crushed the incoming fireballs, turning them into scattered sparks in the air. Faced with the sea monster's counterattack, Baichin remained calm. He activated his unique skill, invisibility, completely concealing his presence. It was as if he had merged with the surrounding environment, becoming invisible. The sonic attacks, as if they could locate his whereabouts, all landed around him. Invisibility turned out to be ineffective against them. Baichin quickly dodged and evaded, no longer suppressing the hunger within him, his face showing a murderous intent, slowly raising the Valkyrie, and with lightning speed, he leaped into the midst of the sea monster group. Baichin held the Valkyrie and swiftly shuttled through the sea monster group, continuously hacking and slashing to create a path. The sea monsters didn't even have time to play their instruments before they were decapitated, and the fallen sea monsters rained down like droplets from the sky. The attribute panel kept refreshing in front of him. Baichin felt a rush of unprecedented pleasure. As he continued to devour values and extract undead, he also suffered the backlash of skills. At the same time, an eye quietly grew out of Baichin's right wrist. Under the violent onslaught of the Valkyrie, the remaining thousands of sea monsters were also slain by Baichin in the sea. Just as the battle seemed to be over, a dark mist appeared in the distance. A huge sea monster siren led a dense group of sea monsters flying towards them. Jiang Hao beside him widened his eyes and instinctively exclaimed, "Damn!" His pupils dilated several times. This Siren King almost occupied half the sky, and no one had ever seen it on the second level of the Black Tower's history. The tribe was slaughtered by Baichin, and now she had to come out. Baichin calmly flicked the blood off the blade. Sea Monster Siren King, Hidden Boss, Level 80, Strength 5000, Stamina 5000, Spirit 4999, Agility 5000, Skill. Sea Monster Play. The Hidden Boss Siren King had always been hidden in the endless sea of the second level, and no one could find his whereabouts. The closest anyone had come was successfully killing his offspring. This time, all the sea monsters flew towards Chen Modong. Baichin suddenly understood everything. It was because of Chen Modong that the monsters on the second level were attacking them like crazy. Baichin noticed the peculiar helmet emitting an unusual aura. He snatched it away and found hidden spells attached to the helmet, which kept attracting monsters. Baichin used his identification skill to check the material of the helmet, only to discover it was made from a sea monster's skull. And this skull emitted a strong aura. Baichin immediately questioned Chen Modong, "Where did this helmet come from?" Chen Modong was puzzled by what could be wrong with a helmet that he had spent a lot of money on from the exchange. As long as the wearer used the spell on the helmet would transfer to the user. Baichin realized that Chen Modong might have been set up by someone, and that person's target was him. And the deepest grudge he had was with the king's crown. Baichin poured all his strength into the Valkyrie and threw it with all his might into the sea monster group. The Valkyrie's astonishing destructive power instantly exploded among the sea monsters, turning them into ashes, leaving only the Siren King. "Don't think you're safe up in the sky." Baichin then shot a few fireballs into the sky. At that moment, the Valkyrie in his hand emitted a strange light. Valkyrie, second tier. Surprisingly, the Valkyrie had leveled up. Its original sword form underwent a remarkable transformation, turning into a bow shape. Baichin firmly held the Valkyrie in its bow form, aiming resolutely at the Siren King. Without hesitation, he pulled the bowstring, and at the moment of contact, an arrow with black flames appeared in his hand as if by magic. Baichin pulled the bowstring with all his might towards the Siren King, and a beam of black lightning shot towards the Siren King at the speed of light. Following that, the second shot, the third shot. Baichin fell into a frenzied state, continuously shooting countless arrows. These arrow feathers seemed to contain a powerful force capable of penetrating time and space, each one filled with endless power. The arrow rain was as dense as a meteor shower, forming a black canopy that completely enveloped the Siren King. Each arrow was like a deadly beam of light, carrying unparalleled impact and destructive power. "Now let's see how you dodge this." Baichin's eyes flickered with determination and resolve as he poured all his strength into shooting arrows. His movements were skilled and fluid, each draw of the bowstring a lethal blow to the enemy. The arrow feathers whistled through the air, stirring up gusts of wind, conveying an unstoppable force. It was as if an invisible force was firmly pinning the Siren King in place. Her wings pierced through, her limbs shot off, leaving only a bare torso. Bai Chen held the Valkyrie transformed into a sword form in his hand, walking steadily and resolutely towards the Siren King. His eyes revealed a resolute and indifferent demeanor, as if the Siren King before him was a negligible existence. The Siren King, on the brink of death, was so weak that it could hardly move. Its once majestic face now twisted in pain, howling towards Bai Chen. Each cry was filled with despair and pleading, as if begging Bai Chen to end the endless suffering it endured. However, Bai Chen showed no mercy. He was like a king looking down from on high, gazing at this insignificant life with contempt. There was no ripple in his heart, only the anger befitting a king. As Bai Chen drew closer, the sword in his hand emitted a chilling light. When he finally reached the Siren King, he mercilessly thrust the sword into its body. The sword cut through the darkness like lightning, instantly piercing the Siren King's tough exterior. The sword plunged deep, causing a violent tremor. The Siren King let out a final mournful cry, its massive body kicking up a cloud of dust. Bai Chen stood quietly in place, watching as the Siren King gradually lost its life, his expression still cold. Defeated hidden boss Siren King, absorbed values, rare equipment, crystal quartz ingot. It turned out to be a crystal quartz ingot. Just as he had obtained one recently, now he had gained another. At the same time, Bai Chen also obtained a new item, Siren's poison gland. Bai Chen pulled down his sleeve to cover the eyes on his wrist. The attribute interface kept flashing, finally coming to a stop. The values had also exceeded 6 digits. Jiang Hao and Chen Modong on the side also leveled up 3 times in a row. The second level was cleared, with all the sea monsters on the second level slaughtered by Bai Chen. Bai Chen pulled off all the sea monsters' fur. After all, these were all wealth. He only took the sea monsters' fur and teeth. The precious fur had always been a hot item in the exchange, while the teeth could be exchanged for medicine with the alchemist, as the sea monsters' teeth were top-notch. As for the bones, Bai Chen left them to Chen Modong and Jiang Hao, as he had to leave some bones for them to gnaw on while he ate meat and drank soup. The Black Tower broadcast rang out again. Player Bai Chen successfully cleared the level, obtaining good end. Current score ranking, 1. Bai Chen, Tower Attack Value, 2272. Guang, Current Tower Attack Value, 803. Chen Modong, Current Tower Attack Value, 704. Jiang Hao, Current Tower Attack Value, 500. At this moment, everyone in the Black Tower was once again shocked. This guy named Bai Chen had actually cleared the level successfully again. What kind of person is this guy after all? It hasn't been long, and he actually conquered 2 levels in a row. Impossible, I've been strategizing for a year. How did he find the boss? And how did he defeat it? That's the Siren King at level 100. Damn, is this guy not letting anyone else have a chance? I just heard that this guy slaughtered all the monsters on the second floor. Too brutal. Conquering 2 bosses in a short period of time. This is the first time such a thing has happened in the history of Black Tower strategy. Some people have studied for a year and barely gained the confidence to strategize the second level, but when they actually reach the second level, overnight, the accumulated equipment is almost useless. In the Xuanwu Guild, upon learning that Bai Chen had successfully conquered the second level, Mochi slapped Chen Xian in the face in anger. Damn it! Is this the easy method you were talking about? Chen Xian lamented, who knew that his attempt to steal the show backfired, and he inadvertently helped Bai Chen. He regretted more than anyone else. If he had known that the helmet was the key item for boss strategy, he would never have sold it. Isn't this unexpected? Who knew this kid was so powerful, just strategizing like that? Chen Xian muttered under his breath. Damn, you dare to argue. Mochi was once again infuriated by his stupid subordinate. Bai Chen, is there any way to make him disappear completely? Chen Xian's eyes lit up. I have a plan. Why don't we poison him while he's just finished strategizing? As a result, Mochi slapped Chen Xian on the other side of his face. Mochi cursed, you dare to use such despicable means. Just as Mochi was about to scold further, his subordinate came to report, Brother Mo, the president wants to see you. In the office, Mochi nervously asked in a low voice, President, why did you call me? Ning Hongye calmly said, I'm sure you've heard the news of the perfect conquest of the second level. Our guild is in need of talent right now. Go and recruit him for me. As expected, Ning Hongye wanted him to recruit Bai Chen into the guild. Mochi was sweating nervously. President, why do we have to bring him into our guild, especially since his profession doesn't match ours? Why him? The king's crown is mainly composed of swordsmen and mages, while Bai Chen's profession is unknown. Mochi also thought of this point. The situation is different now. The king's crown only has me as an S rank, and now there is a strong hunter emerging, there is no reason not to recruit him. Ning Hongye's voice was not loud, but every word was impacting his soul, just based on the 2 crystal blocks in his hand. This made Mochi very embarrassed. He had just had a falling out with Baichen not long ago, and now he had to go and grovel to recruit him into the guild, which was even more uncomfortable than killing him. But he dared not disobey Ning Hongye's orders. Ning Hongye was notorious for her ruthless methods and was known as the deadly mistress among the major guilds. At this moment, what made her feel emotional was that even Wei Wudao had not found the second-level boss, but this kid had easily found it. How could she not try to recruit such a person? The King's Crown only had Ning Hongye as an S rank. Compared to other guilds, their strength was very weak, and she had only conquered up to the 30th level. After leaving the tower, people around were discussing the story of Baichen. This guy probably just got lucky. If I had rare equipment, I could also kill the boss. I think this Baichen is one of the strong newcomers this year. 2 consecutive times, the points are always first, almost a clear lead. Baichen, I can't compete with him, I'll just look up to the 4th-ranked Jiang Hao. Hearing someone evaluate himself like that, Jiang Hao was instantly furious. He angrily rushed into the crowd and questioned the person, "Hey, what's wrong with the 4th place? I'm proud. I'm proud. I am the number 2 figure at Shin Mountain High School. Back then, I was also the idol of thousands of girls." Everyone looked at Jiang Hao, who was talking confidently, with disdain. Jiang Hao cleared his throat. "I have exclusive information from the Feather God here. First come first served, 5 yuan per person." Everyone surrounded Jiang Hao. "I'll pay $10. Can you tell me if Chen Madong has a boyfriend?" "I'll pay 20. Chen Madong, who was far away, blushed when she heard this. Jiang Hao collected the money and started boasting. "When it comes to Chen Madong, she is a saintly figure at Shin Mountain High School. She is my Feather God's official partner." Hearing this, Chen Madong wished she could tear Jiang Hao to pieces. She looked at Bai Chen beside her, who remained calm. Why was he not reacting at all? Bai Chen knew that Jiang Hao always talked nonsense, but he also had doubts about the term saintly figure. Then Bai Chen laughed. "Hey, where are you going?" "Alchemy Department." The Alchemy Department is where students can refine medicines, and the secret medicines needed for tower attacks are all produced here. It is also a trading place for medicinal materials. In the Alchemy Department, Bai Chen threw the sea monster's poison gland on the table. "I need to refine a secret medicine." The unique smell of the sea monster's poison gland attracted many onlookers. Among them, those who were alchemists recognized it as the poison gland of the Siren King. Could you be the one who perfectly cleared the 2nd level? The news caused a commotion in the Alchemy Department. Wow, a big shot. So this is what the Siren King's poison gland looks like. At this moment, the head of the Alchemy Department came out, and Bai Chen looked at the girl in front of him, who exuded a medicinal fragrance. Lin Mohan, S-Class, Occupation, Alchemist, Level 35, Affiliated Guild, Golden Dawn. You have some insight. The Siren King's poison gland is indeed a superior material for refining secret medicines. I can help you refine it, but I have a condition. What condition? Bai Chen asked. Join the Golden Dawn. Upon hearing this request, Bai Chen immediately refused without hesitation. Impossible. I will never join any guild. His attitude was extremely firm, with no room for negotiation. Then, it will be difficult for our transaction to continue, Lin Mohan said. Bai Chen's next words shocked her. If you don't refine it, I'll do it myself. Bai Chen's speech was not fast, but each word hit Lin Mohan hard. You'll do it yourself, are you sure? Lin Mohan felt like she was hearing a joke. Please. On the way back, Bai Chen was in a dilemma, how to refine the secret medicine without an alchemist. As he pondered, he walked towards the dormitory. Ahem? Ha! Seeing someone blocking his way, Bai Chen looked up and saw Chen Xian. This guy, who he hadn't settled the score with yet, had come to him. On the other hand, it was obvious that Chen Xian was sent by Mochi. After all, Mochi, as the president of the guild, would not be foolish enough to handle matters that would damage his own image personally, so he found Chen Xian as a scapegoat to do the job for him. Our president will officially notify you to join our guild. Don't be ungrateful, I'm telling you. Chen Xian seemed to have not completely recovered from the impact of the previous incident, and even his speech became stuttered and intermittent. Why suddenly everyone was demanding that he join a guild? Bai Chen felt very annoyed and confused. Get out of my way, Bai Chen sternly said expressionlessly. I wipe. Chen Xian heard Bai Chen cursing himself, feeling extremely unhappy. You should know that Mochi had given himself a life or death order. If he couldn't get Bai Chen to come over, he wouldn't be able to return to the king's crown. Thinking of this, the anger in Chen Xian's heart grew even stronger. Hey, don't think you're so great for killing the boss. Without our help, could you have found the boss so easily? Speaking of which, you should share half of the equipment you got, Chen Xian said very unhappily. However, Bai Chen remained unmoved, just responding lightly, this is your own doing. Ha! Chen Xian obviously did not expect Bai Chen to respond like this, and was momentarily stunned. He had thought that Bai Chen would yield because of the threat of the king's crown. After all, in this game world, strength is everything. Before Bai Chen's words could even settle, he suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Chen Xian's crotch with force. Chen Xian's originally arrogant face instantly twisted, his face contorted in pain, his hands tightly covering his crotch, writhing in agony on the ground. My eggs! Eggs! Chen Xian let out a piercing scream, the sound echoing in the air, sending shivers down one's spine. However, Bai Chen did not stop there. He then viciously kicked Chen Xian's crotch again, followed by a second kick, a third kick. Each impact felt like a heavy hammer striking deep into Chen Xian's soul, experiencing unprecedented pain and despair. With each successive blow, Chen Xian felt like his eggs had shattered, even his cries becoming extremely sharp and piercing. Finally, after countless strikes, Bai Chen finally stopped. Chen Xian was now convulsing all over, tears streaming from his eyes, these tears symbolizing that he could no longer perform the dragon tail move. After finishing everything, Bai Chen wiped his shoes, showing a look of disgust. He didn't want these shoes anymore. He lost his dignity, but he lost a pair of shoes. The next day, news of Bai Chen's brutal attack on Chen Xian's crotch spread like wildfire on the school forum. Shocking! A man loses his dignity in pain. Is this all due to the distortion of human nature or the loss of morality? The adventures of the eggs, brother, go easy. Some even uploaded videos, but the video only captured Chen Xian writhing in pain on the ground, leaving Bai Chen with a cool silhouette. In the dormitory, Jiang Hao sat in a chair, eyes glued to the screen, holding a bottle of cola, taking a sip from time to time. His attention was completely absorbed by the content on the forum, a smile on his face, as if he had seen something particularly interesting. Suddenly, Jiang Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter, almost spraying cola onto the computer. He hurriedly grabbed a tissue, quickly wiping the computer screen. Muttering to himself, who wrote this title, it's really disgusting. Admire, admire, it's simply perverse. Is this the distortion of human nature or the loss of morality? With that, Jiang Hao turned his head, looking at Bai Chen, still smiling, seemingly expecting a response from you. However, Bai Chen did not immediately respond, but continued with his own business. Seeing this, Jiang Hao burst into laughter again, his laughter echoing throughout the dormitory. You, what are you thinking? Tell me, why did you, a child, have to attack someone's lower body? TSK. Bai Chen replied indifferently, boring. Jiang Hao widened his eyes and said, child, you are truly invincible. The school forum is already going crazy. Then he asked with a playful smile, did you do all this for that someone? Oh, what a touching love story. Described by him like this, she felt extremely disgusted. Without saying a word, Bai Chen threw a shoe directly at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao exclaimed, oh no, isn't this the shoe you kicked Chen Xian with? He quickly threw the shoe into the trash can with a look of disdain on his face. Bai Chen lay back on the bed as if nothing had happened, closed his eyes to rest, and also checked the control panel in front of him. Having just finished the second level, he felt very tired and his mental value had become extremely low. But fortunately, as long as he slept, he could recover to his best state. Bai Chen kept thinking about alchemy and unknowingly entered into a dream. He slept soundly, not even feeling the presence of the bed. However, in the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. The scene before Bai Chen surprised him. He found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment, surrounded by endless darkness. Where is this? Bai Chen was full of doubts. He clearly remembered that he had just been sleeping in bed, so how did he suddenly end up in this strange place? In the darkness, Bai Chen tried to move forward, but all he could touch was air. No matter which direction he groped in, the result was the same, nothingness. This feeling made Bai Chen very uneasy. He didn't know where he was, let alone how to leave this eerie place. Where on earth is this? Bai Chen muttered to himself. His voice echoed in the silent darkness, but received no response. The next moment, he tried to summon the undead warrior, and a strange force in this space continuously extracted the undead that Bai Chen had summoned from his body to this place. The undead, uncontrollable, were quickly extracted and soon filled the entire space. This place turned out to be where the undead were stored. Could it be that he had descended into hell? Calmly, Bai Chen tried to summon the panel, and the next moment the panel appeared clearly in front of him. Bai Chen pinched his chin, pondering that he had clearly been sleeping in the dormitory, so could this be a dream? To verify his guess, the next moment, Bai Chen slapped himself hard in the face. Slap! A clear sense of pain. This was not a dream. The panel information displayed, unknown space. In the distance, a faint light could be seen, and Bai-Chin cautiously approached that faint light. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the light got closer and closer until Bai-Chin could finally see clearly. It was a huge alchemy furnace. Bai-Chin carefully examined this strange furnace in front of him and tried tapping it. Thud, thud. The fingertips felt cold. Could this furnace be used to refine secret medicine? Bai-Chin took out the poison gland, and the next moment, as if sensing something, the furnace suddenly produced an unnamed flame from the bottom and began to burn. At that moment, the poison gland in his hand emitted a strange light and then flew out of his hand, merging with the furnace. The next moment, the furnace emitted gas and started operating. A few seconds later, the furnace stopped running. A spherical object flew out of the furnace, hovered in the air for a moment, and then returned to his hand. Siren's poison gland, status, refined, type, secret medicine. After being refined, the poison gland turned into a droplet of liquid in his hand. Then, the darkness around the furnace began to fade, revealing light. Strangely, only the area around the furnace was illuminated, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness. Bai-Chin realized that perhaps this space needed to be unlocked slowly. His gaze fell back on the furnace, just as Bai-Chin was about to explore further. Everything around him began to slowly shrink towards the furnace, then converged into a ball of light that flew into his mind. Bai-Chin closed his eyes, then opened them again, and what he saw was the familiar ceiling of the dormitory. Sitting up suddenly, he startled Jiang Hao, who was browsing the school's forum at the moment. Jiang Hao, still browsing the forum, heard the commotion from Bai-Chin. Having a dream, huh? What did you dream about that made you look so shocked? Dreaming of visiting a brothel. Bai-Chin sat there blankly, murmuring to himself, not. Yes. Jiang Hao said, Tisk, is it or isn't it? It's not, but it feels like it is. Ha? Jiang Hao couldn't understand what Bai-Chin was mumbling about. Bai-Chin tried hard to recall everything that just happened: the medicine furnace, alchemy, and the Siren King's poison gland. He quickly exhaled. He saw an extra line in the equipment bar: Siren's poison gland, refined, type, secret medicine, can paralyze opponents to a certain extent, rendering them immobile. So that's it. He had actually entered a different dimension just now. Bai-Chin stared at Jiang Hao with wide eyes, asking in a puzzled tone, Jiang Hao, where was I just now? Jiang Hao was confused, thinking that Bai-Chin must have been half asleep, so he smiled and replied, weren't you lying on the bed? It seemed that his spiritual body had indeed entered that mysterious different dimension just now. Bai-Chin's thoughts became more chaotic, and he couldn't explain what this extremely bizarre phenomenon meant. He muttered, can humans reach another place without moving a muscle in their physical body? Isn't that astral projection? Jiang Hao casually replied. However, Bai-Chin shook his head and said thoughtfully, no. It doesn't feel like astral projection, but more like a real entity. Ha? What are you babbling about? I'm starting to not understand you at all. Jiang Hao muttered in confusion. Bai-Chin took a deep breath and said, nothing. This was definitely not astral projection. That place truly existed. To confirm his speculation, Bai-Chin lay down again. Jiang Hao furrowed his brows, feeling that Bai-Chin was acting very strangely today. He woke up and said a bunch of nonsense, and now he was sleeping again. In his impression, Bai-Chin never liked to sleep in. The drowsiness came over him again, and Bai-Chin fell into a deep sleep once more. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back in that eerie space. The undead were still neatly arranged here, with the alchemy furnace where he had just been. As he had guessed, as long as he slept, he would enter this different dimension. This was perfect. This place could serve as his alchemy room. Bai-Chin took out the materials from his body, Goblin's teeth. The flames under the furnace reignited, the furnace began to emit jets, and the alchemy process began. A few seconds later, several bottles of potion flew into his hands. Potent healing potion X10. It was a healing potion. He didn't need it at all. However, at that moment, the light around the furnace suddenly expanded, and Bai-Chin couldn't help but sink into contemplation. Could it be that using this furnace for alchemy could dispel the darkness in the space? After a moment of thought, he decided to try again, and without hesitation, he poured a large amount of refining materials into the furnace. Immediately, the furnace began to produce various mysterious elixirs like a fountain. Unyielding Gold Spear Potion. Bai-Chin. Enhanced Stamina Potion, Experience Potion. The potions piled up on the floor, and the light circle on the ground quickly spread outwards, illuminating the previously dark space. As the darkness faded away, the fragmented buildings around him floated in the air, and beneath his feet was a huge ceiling. Bai-Chin began to try to piece together the surrounding building debris, carefully lifting a piece of ceiling and aligning it with the adjacent wall. Then, he found a suitable piece of floor and placed it on the ground. In this way, little by little, a small room gradually took shape. When Bai Chen completed the final piece of the puzzle, he suddenly noticed something unusual on a giant floor in the distance. To his astonishment, there was a girl lying there. She lay quietly there, and Bai Chen felt a strong curiosity rising in his heart. How could there be someone in this place? He cautiously approached the girl, wanting to see if she was still alive. Bai Chen used the floating debris around him to step closer step by step. As he stepped onto the floor, a large pool of bright red blood came into view, and he saw that the girl was missing her head. Just as Bai Chen was pondering why a headless female corpse would appear in this strange space, the body actually moved, sitting up with a needle. To his surprise, the headless body stood up the next second, muttering in her mouth, "He, you finally came." This sudden turn of events startled Bai Chen, and he immediately alertly drew out the Valkyrie, locking his gaze tightly on this eerie figure in front of him, ready for combat at any moment. "Are you human or ghost?" Bai Chen asked loudly. Faced with Bai Chen's questioning, the headless woman let out a giggling laugh, the laughter echoing in the air, sending shivers down the spine. "I am me." Her answer left Bai Chen feeling very puzzled. However, even stranger things happened. His usually reliable appraisal skills seemed to be ineffective at the moment, as the panel did not display the values of the headless body. This meant that this person was neither human nor monster, and their identity became a mystery. He. Ha ha ha. A burst of silver bell-like laughter rang out, the sound crisp and pleasant, like celestial music, yet chilling. The headless woman extended her finger, pointing to the potion in Bai Chen's hand, showing a childlike excitement and eagerness. At her hollow neck, there seemed to be an invisible force pulling her, making her deeply interested in the potion. Bai Chen hesitated for a moment, secretly wondering, how could she, without a head, swallow the potion? This was truly unbelievable. However, watching the headless woman dance with joy, he felt he could not refuse her request. After careful consideration, Bai Chen finally decided to throw the newly refined potion in his hand to the headless woman. The potion arced through the air and landed accurately in the headless woman's hand. She carefully cradled the potion as if it were a precious treasure. Then, she tilted her non-existent head back and poured the potion into her empty neck. Something amazing happened. The potion did not flow out of the headless woman's neck but seemed to be absorbed by some mysterious force, as if the head was still on her neck, flowing into her body. Then, the headless woman's body began to emit a faint glow, which grew stronger and stronger, eventually enveloping her entire being. Bai Chen thought to himself, since she is not human, this golden spear to potion should not affect him. There are plenty of materials, he could always refine dozens more later. This person, like a normal person, can drink water normally. After drinking all the potion, the headless woman let out a satisfied sigh. "Ah, it's so delicious. I feel my whole body is filled with strength," she exclaimed while also letting out a satisfied burp, as if truly enjoying the taste of the food. Then, the headless woman waved her hands in the air, as if wiping away a non-existent mouth. After completing this series of actions, the headless woman suddenly leaped and effortlessly jumped to the medicine stove on the other side. She stood there, quietly staring at the medicine stove, murmuring to herself, when you're full, it's time to start working, or else the master will get angry, maybe even kill me." Her tone revealed a hint of helplessness and fear. After saying these words, the headless woman immersed herself in alchemy. Skillfully adding the materials left by Bai Chen on the ground into the medicine stove, she soon produced more than 10 bottles of potent healing potion. Truly interesting. It seems that as long as you feed him, he will repay you by helping you work. Bai Chen carefully collected the brewed secret medicine and casually threw a bottle to the headless woman who was working. He curiously asked, "What is your name? And what exactly is this place?" The headless woman didn't even look at him. She picked up the bottle and drank the secret medicine inside, muttering, I don't have a name." After that, she lowered her head again to continue her work. Seeing this scene, Bai Chen shook his head helplessly and took out another bottle of secret medicine from his pocket, throwing it to her, and asked again, "Well, since you don't have a name, I'll temporarily call you Nameless." "Nameless, can you tell me what this place really is?" Nameless took the secret medicine, drank it without a word, as if treating the secret medicine as a delicious drink. It was clear that she was very satisfied with the secret medicine. However, in response to Bai Chen's question, Nameless simply replied, "This is the mind." The mind? Bai Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. This term had never appeared so vividly in front of him before. He pondered silently, why was he the only one able to enter this so-called mind? At that moment, Nameless seemed to remember something and continued, "When your physical body reaches a certain level of cultivation, the alternate dimension will automatically open." Hearing this, Bai Chen's heart stirred, eager to know more about this alternate dimension. However, no matter how he asked, even offering more secret medicine to Nameless, she ignored him and focused on her own work. Seeing this, Bai Chen gave up on further questioning. Seeing that Nameless had brewed a pile of secret medicine, Baichen waved his hand and took them all away, but thoughtfully left more materials for Nameless to brew, since she had nothing else to do. Although there were many secret medicines on the ground, Nameless seemed to ignore them as if she only drank the secret medicine given to her by others. Nameless, how can I leave this place? Just think about it, Nameless said. Think about it? Think about leaving? In the next moment, everything around him began to converge continuously. Building debris, the medicine stove, and even Nameless were drawn in, finally converging into a dazzling light spot, like a shooting star flying into his own mind. Immediately after, Baichen opened his eyes again and found himself back in his familiar dorm room. Baichen suddenly sat up in shock. Oh, can you stop being so jumpy all the time? Jiang Hao was once again startled by Baichen's strange behavior and scolded him. What's wrong with you? You've been acting strange since you came back. Baichen quickly assured him that he was fine and casually asked, by the way, how long did I sleep? Jiang Hao glanced at the clock on the wall and replied, just a mere 5 minutes. What? 5 minutes? Baichen kept muttering to himself, his face showing an incredulous expression. It's only been a short 5 minutes. Jiang Hao quickly reached out and placed his hand on Baichen's forehead. Are you being silly? How can I live without you, you? After saying this, he cried mournfully, as if Baichen had really died. Baichen collected his thoughts and asked, Jiang Hao, do you know about the mind? The mind? Of course, I know, Jiang Hao proudly replied. Baichen immediately stood up and continued, how do you know? Have you also unlocked it? Isn't this just lyrics? You exist in my deep mind, in my dreams, in my heart. Although there was an impulse to slap the person in front of him, he restrained himself. He stopped asking further questions, realizing that it seemed like he was the only one who had entered the mind. He had brought back the secret medicine refined by Wu Ming, and Baichen waved his hand, displaying the secret medicine on the floor, leaving Jiang Hao astonished. This advanced secret medicine. Where did you get it from? The Alchemy Guild doesn't have the ability to produce so many advanced secret medicines. Hey, isn't this the legendary Golden Spear Unyielding? Baichen sneered, you even know about this? Hee, you know. The next moment, Jiang Hao mischievously asked, can I discuss something with you? Go ahead, Baichen replied indifferently. You are my reincarnated parents. Heretic 0001 Black Tower has a leak. All hunters are to immediately go to the heretic location to kill the leaking monsters. Therefore, some people received a warning from the academy at the first moment. A large number of A-level hunters had already gone to the location where the monsters were discovered, the Fing's Gorge Dam on the outskirts. In the spacious courtyard, the crowd was bustling. All new students, please pay attention. Now, according to your professions, combatants will form the first team, healers and other professions will be in the second team. Baichen stood among the crowd, quietly listening to the instructions. He knew that he was about to face an important mission. As expected, Baichen was also selected to be part of the team for this operation. What was even more surprising was that he was assigned to the S-level team. The leader of this team was Luo Qiqi. A-level hunters were responsible for hunting the scattered monsters outside the dam, while S-level hunters were to focus on killing the boss at the bottom of the lake. Following that, the hunting team boarded the Academy submarine and set off towards the Fing's Dam. The submarine flowed downstream along the river, and the mood of the team members varied. Some were excited, finally having the opportunity to deal with those considered heretics, while others were worried that this operation might not be as simple as it seemed and could hide a crisis. However, Luo Qiqi did not seem to be affected by the tense atmosphere. She casually teased Baichen beside her. Oh, I never expected you to be assigned to the S-level team. Be careful not to lose your life. Faced with her teasing, Baichen did not respond. His gaze was fully focused on Wei Wudao beside him, as if being drawn by an invisible force, lost in deep contemplation. To his surprise, the elusive Wei Wudao also appeared here. Things were indeed not as simple as they seemed, as the top combatant of the academy secretly appeared in the team. At this moment, Wei Wudao sat quietly with his eyes closed, holding a short knife emitting a chilling light on his back, exuding a frightening aura. He was like a hidden gem in the darkness, silent but emitting a powerful aura that couldn't be ignored. Suddenly, Wei Wudao seemed to sense someone watching him. Slowly opening his eyes, his deep and mysterious blue eyes met Baichen's gaze. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and a tense and oppressive atmosphere filled the space. The next moment, hey, so you're Baichen, huh, you little rascal. I just realized it. Looking around, the person was Qin Xiaotian, who surprisingly remembered him. Baichen remembered how annoying this guy was on the day he entered school, buzzing around like a fly in his ear. He pretended not to recognize him. Oh, why so unfriendly? We're in the Golden Dawn after all. Not only do we have beautiful senior sisters, but also the most handsome senior in our school. Hey, I'm talking to you. Hey, bro, pay attention to me. Pay attention to me, pay attention to me, pay attention to me. Xiaotian, shut up. A rough voice sounded. It was the principal, Gret, who was leading the team at the moment. With white hair and round glasses perched on his nose, no one could tell how deep this old man's scheming was beneath his gentle appearance. Chen Xiaotian immediately shut his mouth and sat there obediently. After sailing for a few hours, the submarine came to a stop. With Gret's guidance, tasks were assigned. Wei Wudao and Bai Chen Xian were responsible for infiltrating the Black Tower, while Chen Xiaotian and Luo Qiqi were tasked with diving deep into the reservoir to find the leaking monsters. Principal, I request to team up with Bai Chen. Luo Qiqi hesitated for a moment and Gret allowed her request. As they dived into the water, the visibility was extremely low due to the muddy sand. The next moment, a wreckage appeared before them. Bai Chen's heart suddenly tightened, as if it was being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand. He widened his eyes, unbelievably staring at the corpse. It was actually one of the first A-level hunters to come to this place for hunting. As the murky mist around them gradually dispersed, their vision became clearer. However, the scene that unfolded before them left them speechless and horrified. Dozens of corpses were silently floating in the water, drifting like ghosts. They were wearing the Academy's diving suits, and through the translucent face masks, one could clearly see the frozen fear and despair on each corpse's face. They were once the strong ones of the Academy, but now they were lifeless bodies, giving the entire underwater area a eerie and sinister feeling. Bai Chen threw a glow stick, illuminating a huge cave at the bottom of the lake, with clear signs of excavation around it. It seemed that the leaked monster this time was definitely not small. Luo Qiqi then cast Holy Light Cross towards the top of the cave, causing an explosion that shook the surrounding mud and sand with a powerful force. However, there was no sign of the monster coming out of the cave, indicating that trying to disturb the monster with the explosion sound was not feasible. Luo Qiqi signaled Bai Chen to enter the cave through the walkie-talkie. At that moment, the cave began to greedily swallow the surrounding river water, pulling the two of them continuously into the cave. A huge vortex appeared above the cave, sucking them in. At this moment, Principal Revi's anxious voice came through the walkie-talkie. Luo Qiqi, can you hear me? What's happening underwater? The principal above the reservoir suddenly noticed something abnormal and quickly inquired through the walkie-talkie. It seems to have awakened. It must be killed. Every word of Revi's was filled with killing intent. At that moment, the cave erupted with a large amount of gas. A dark figure slowly emerged from the cave. Evil Dragon Nidhogg, level? Level cannot be viewed? The dragon raised its head towards the sky, spewing out a hot stream of air from its mouth, accompanied by a deafening roar that seemed to tear the entire world apart. The thunderous sound shook everyone's soul, making them tremble involuntarily. Its massive body was covered with a layer of hard and shiny scales, shimmering with dazzling light. These scales were tightly arranged, like an indestructible armor protecting the dragon from external harm. Each scale was like a finely crafted piece of art, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. At that moment, the dragon sensed the presence of Bai Chen and Luo Qiqi. Its huge eyes stared at them intently, exuding a sense of majesty and dominance. Luo Qiqi widened her eyes, completely captivated by the majestic appearance of the dragon before her. She stood still, forgetting to breathe, filled with admiration for this legendary creature. It's like an exquisite piece of art. Bai Chen's heart was about to collapse. What time is it? And we still have the mind for this. The next moment, Luo Qiqi immediately unleashed a holy light cross. Upon impact with the dragon's body, it exploded, but the damage was like scratching an itch for it. Your night skills are useless against it. The dragon immediately opened its huge mouth, energy continuously gathering within it, stirring up magical power in the dust. Bai Chen quickly pulled Luo Qiqi towards the water surface, although the life and death of this woman had nothing to do with him. After all, he was responsible for being the bait, and the mission to kill the dragon was left to the one above. Underwater, there would be limitations due to oxygen, so Bai Chen released 10 undead to attract the dragon's attention. Then he activated invisibility, masking their presence. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the magic ball gathered in the dragon's mouth accurately grazed his head. Then another magic ball. Damn, invisibility doesn't work. Seeing this, Bai Chen quickly swam towards the water surface while taking out the Valkyrie. The black Valkyrie emitted a strange color in the water. The next moment, the Valkyrie transformed again. Valkyrie, Tier 3, a huge scythe held in hand. 3 seconds later, Bai Chen swung towards the distant dragon, and 3 sides of death flew towards the dragon at the speed of light. The dragon opened its mouth wide, once again spewing 3 huge magic fireballs. These fireballs shimmered with dazzling light in the water, seemingly carrying endless destructive power towards Bai Chen. However, in an instant, the three sides emitting a terrifying aura easily pierced through the magic fireballs with astonishing speed and precision, tearing them into countless fragments and turning them into ashes. Immediately after, the sides of death did not stop, they rapidly rotated in the air, continuing to rush towards the dragon like lightning. The sides were extremely sharp, like drills made of steel, deeply piercing through the dragon's incredibly hard armor. In an instant, blood gushed out from the dragon's wounds like a fountain, spreading a large crimson blood in the water. The dragon let out a painful roar, its massive body rolling violently in the water due to the intense pain. It couldn't bear the three deep wounds, anger and pain intertwining within it. At this moment, the dragon stared fiercely at the two people before it, eyes filled with astonishment and resentment. It couldn't believe that such tiny humans could cause it harm. Its dignity had been severely challenged, and anger burned in its heart. Without hesitation, it accelerated towards the two. Baichen called upon the undead to intercept the dragon's advance, bubbles continuously emerging around. Baichen immediately checked the oxygen tube behind him. Fortunately it was not ruptured, but Luo Qiqi's oxygen tube on the side had ruptured at some point, and a large amount of oxygen was continuously leaking out. "How much oxygen do you have left?" Luo Qiqi replied with difficulty. "It's too late, you go." Go? Of course, she wanted to go. Although Baichen did not understand the meaning of this action, it was almost like sending someone to their death. With the help of various undead, the evil dragon was temporarily restrained. Luo Qiqi was finding it increasingly difficult to breathe at this point. It was the first time she had witnessed Baichen's skills, and she thought to herself, "So you're not as weak as you look." Feeling her vision becoming increasingly blurred, a sense of exhaustion washed over her, and she realized this was a sign of fainting. Gradually, she lost consciousness. The next moment, she slowly opened her eyes, strangely feeling that breathing was not as difficult. Opening her eyes, she found that Baichen had connected his oxygen tube to her mask. Strangely, he seemed to show no signs of oxygen deficiency, as if he could breathe normally on land. His shoulders were connected to several strange chains, with the other end of the chains connected to the undead. Luo Qiqi murmured to herself for the first time upon seeing this strange thing, "Is this also your ability? How many more secrets do you have?" The chains were like a pair of wings, allowing him to fly underwater. Finally, with only 1 meter left to the water's surface, Luo Qiqi reached out her hands to signal, but the evil dragon once again spat out numerous magic bullets from the air, flying towards them like a meteor shower. The next moment, Baichen used all his strength to throw Luo Qiqi towards the water's surface. In the last second, Luo Qiqi gazed into Baichen's eyes. His eyes were deep and mysterious, and they locked gazes for just a second. Luo Qiqi emerged from the water. The huge commotion at the bottom of the lake caused waves, and everyone couldn't help but sweat for the two of them. Someone exclaimed, "Look!" Everyone looked, and at that moment, Luo Qiqi was swimming towards the direction of the dam with all her might. "Quick! Go help her!" No one cared about Baichen's safety, as everyone surrounded Luo Qiqi. "Is Qiqi okay? Is there anything wrong?" Everyone seemed to have forgotten that there was still someone in the water. Luo Qiqi breathed heavily, pointing to the reservoir. Baichen is still down there. That's a huge dragon." Everyone looked at the lake in contemplation, hoping that Baichen would emerge alive from the water. In the lake, after sending off Luo Qiqi, he could finally unleash all his power. A powerful aura surged from Baichen's body, his eyes turning blood red, as if possessed by a demon. With a swing of his scythe, a black aura gushed out from his body, engulfing the surroundings. The next moment, countless undead emerged from the black mist, their figures blurry but emitting a chilling aura. They heard the king's call and woke up one after another, obeying Baichen's command to prepare to attack the distant evil dragon. Baichen tightly gripped his scythe, silently saying to himself, "Tear it apart for me." He no longer suppressed his hunger for slaughter, filled with a desire for killing at this moment. The evil dragon seemed to sense Baichen's killing intent, opening its huge mouth once again and spewing out a magic ball several times larger than before. This magic ball carried a destructive force, flying towards Baichen and his army of undead. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Baichen just coldly watched. With his command, the undead rushed forward to block the impact of the magic ball with their bodies. There was a loud bang as the massive magic ball exploded next to the undead, creating a strong shockwave. Surprisingly, the shattered undead dispersed by the explosion miraculously reassembled in the next moment, returning to their original form. The evil dragon was taken aback when it saw the situation. It couldn't believe that its attacks would have no effect on these undead creatures, so it once again spat out a huge magic ball, this time directly targeting Baichen himself. Faced with the incoming magic ball, Baichen remained unusually calm. He calmly waved the sickle in his hand forward, and suddenly, a huge sickle shadow appeared out of thin air and began spinning rapidly at high speed. At the moment of collision between the magic ball and the sickle shadow, there was a dull sound, and the magic ball was easily cut open. Baichen said coldly, "Like balls. I have them too." Immediately after, several huge magic balls gathered above Baichen's arm and densely attacked the evil dragon like raindrops. The evil dragon was once again astonished. How could such a small human control such powerful fireballs? Baichen swung the sickle again, countless light blades rapidly spinning, flying towards the evil dragon at the speed of light in the water. These light blades contained endless pressure, each one deadly enough. They intertwined to form an impenetrable net flying towards the evil dragon, intending to crush it within. This was the judgment of the king, and any resistance would be futile. The evil dragon felt an unprecedented fear, trying to struggle and escape, but found itself with no way out. Faced with Baichen's powerful attack, it could only choose to surrender. "You ants, kneel down." Baichen's voice pierced through everything, carrying an irresistible majesty. The evil dragon suddenly froze, staring wide-eyed in disbelief at the figure in front of it, the man who existed like a natural disaster. At this moment, the once mighty dragon, which had brought countless disasters to the world, felt so small, like a tiny speck of dust. Just then, an indescribable immense pressure suddenly descended upon the evil dragon. This force was intangible but so heavy that the evil dragon could hardly bear it, involuntarily kneeling on the ground. Above the water, people felt a violent tremor, as if the entire earth was shaking. The previously calm lake's surface began to churn, sending up thick, towering water columns, splashing water everywhere, as if a raging storm was wreaking havoc. "My goodness, what's going on? Is the evil dragon about to emerge?" Voices of astonishment and panic spread among the crowd. Wei Wudao, seeing the situation, without hesitation quickly drew the short blade from his waist and continuously infused his own power into it. He tightly gripped the handle, his gaze sharp on the surging reservoir in front of him, fully focused and ready. The previously calm water suddenly rippled, as if some colossal creature was about to burst out of the water. With a roar of waves, a gigantic evil dragon covered in black scales suddenly leaped out of the water. The evil dragon spread its wide, massive wings and flapped them forcefully, each flap causing splashes around and forming surging waves spreading in all directions. At the same time, it opened its huge mouth, emitting a deafening roar, as if it wanted to devour anyone who dared to challenge its authority. The people on the shore were stunned by the sudden sight, never imagining that such a huge and ferocious creature like a dragon existed in the world. For a moment, fear and shock filled everyone's hearts. Just then, a deep and hoarse voice rang out, "Humans, despicable humans." This sentence exploded in the crowd like thunder, making everyone shudder. People looked at each other in disbelief, gazing at the evil dragon, never expecting it to speak. Standing in the crowd, Luo Qiqi's face was even paler. She stared with wide eyes, constantly muttering Bai Chen's name in her mouth, hoping for a response. "Bai Chen, Bai Chen." However, the only response to her was the increasingly angry roar of the evil dragon, echoing in the air, instilling fear in people's hearts. At this moment, no one believed that Bai Chen could survive under such a terrifying dragon attack. Perhaps he had already become food in the belly of the evil dragon, not even leaving bone scraps behind. The next moment, a huge ripple suddenly exploded in the water, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. "Look, that guy is still alive. Miracle! He's still alive in this situation. Go Wang, the innate Go Wang's holy body." Behind him, chains connected countless undead. When the figure of Bai Chen appeared in their sight, the evil dragon seemed to see a ghost, trembling all over, desperately wanting to escape from this terrifying place. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Countless blades of light converged into a huge and incomparable net, suddenly shooting out from the deep water, heading straight for the dragon. Everyone present stared in amazement at the thrilling battle scene before them, wondering, could this guy really withstand such a fierce dragon with his own strength alone? At that moment, Wei Wudao's face revealed an unpredictable expression. Then, he waved his arm, and a powerful airblade shimmering with electricity rushed towards the evil dragon. The dragon flapped its wings, and a hurricane blew towards the rushing airblade. The airblade pierced through the hurricane's defense with an irresistible force, piercing through the dragon's wings. The dragon opened its huge mouth, letting out a deafening roar, as if it wanted to devour the whole world. However, to everyone's surprise, its fierce attack had no effect. At the same time, a sinister and terrifying voice of an evil spirit rang in Bai Chen's ears. The evil spirit's roar, like coming from the depths of hell, carried endless resentment and hatred. The evil spirit was now hoarse, screaming madly, and asked Bai Chen a soul-piercing question: "Humans, should we, the living beings of the Black Tower, just die?" Faced with the evil spirit's question, Bai Chen's crimson eyes flashed with a cold and ruthless light, as chilling as ice. He slowly opened his lips and said in a chilling voice, "Nonsense, if it's not you who dies, it's me." Before the words fell, the interwoven light blades formed a huge and deadly net, cutting into the dragon's massive body with lightning speed. In an instant, the dragon's body was torn apart, turning into countless pieces that fell into the water reservoir below. Blood splattered, and the strong smell of blood filled the air, making everyone present feel creepy and chilling. Although the dragon was ferocious by nature, at this moment, the violent aura emanating from Bai Chen seemed even more terrifying than the dragon, instilling fear in people's hearts. He actually tore the dragon apart by himself. Is this guy still human? His strength must be at the SSS level. As far as I know, there has only been one SSS level hunter. Who? At this moment, Principal Li Wei, who had been silent for a long time, slowly spoke. He is Xiahou Ju. Only Wei Wudao knew what this name represented in terms of power, but unfortunately, this person had disappeared without a trace after conquering the 100th floor. There were rumors that the administrator of the Black Tower lived on the 100th floor of the Black Tower. The purpose of the administrator was to kill any Black Tower hunters who completed the conquest, and humans would never know the secret of the Black Tower's existence. White Chen on the water in the distance stared coldly at the crimson surface, his clothes stained with the foul blood of the dragon. Killing the evil dragon Nidhogg, value swallowed, gluttony awakened again, and in the next second, all the attributes of the evil dragon were completely swallowed, and White Chen's values once again underwent earth-shaking changes. Name, White Chen, Occupation, Deathlord, Level 1, Talent, Gluttony, Strength, 180-0000, Agility, 111-7345, Spirit, 111-7999, Stamina, 111-8000, Equipment, Valkyrie, First Tier, Skills, Level 100, Undead Extraction, Undead Domination, Skill, Invisibility, Level 100. With a powerful sense of fullness, White Chen no longer fell into madness, but his eyes could no longer return to their original state, and he put away all the undead. After coming ashore, Levi smiled and said, "I see the shadow of an SSS-level hunter in your figure, hoping to shine in the Academy's selection competition." White Chen's crimson left eye looked at Luo Qiqi beside him. This woman was quite stable. "Your eyes are injured," Luo Qiqi said as she reached out to help White Chen wipe them. He coldly said, "No need." Only White Chen knew that it was not blood, but that his eyes had completely turned crimson. In the Imperial Academy. After the Black Tower leakage incident, the entire academy was plunged into a frenzy of discussion. People enthusiastically spread the legendary story of how White Chen bravely and fearlessly killed the evil dragon Nidhogg. Some claimed that at the moment when the flames soared, they saw with their own eyes that a pair of wings shining with golden light had grown behind White Chen. Could he be the legendary Archangel? This astonishing discovery caused astonishment and speculation among the crowd. However, some questioned this. What angel? Have you all read too many comics? In my opinion, he is simply a demon. Others echoed, "Yes, I also saw his eyes blood red at the time. He didn't look like a normal person at all." There were even rumors that the reason White Chen was able to successfully kill the evil dragon was entirely due to Luo Qiqi and Wei Wudao leaving the dragon on its last breath, and he just took advantage of the situation. What's so great about harvesting the remnants of blood? If it were me on the scene, I could easily slay the dragon. Such remarks gradually spread, and rumors became more and more absurd. Faced with all these discussions, White Chen remained unusually calm. He silently gazed at himself in the mirror, especially at that crimson left eye. Then, he slowly took out an eye patch from the drawer and carefully put it on his left eye, covering up the unsettling blood-colored eye. At the academy meeting, everyone's attention seemed to be focused on Luo Qiqi and Wei Wudao, while White Chen sat quietly in the corner, as if detached. Let us observe a 3-minute silence for the classmates who died in action. White Chen had long seen through everything. The student council was full of vain people. White Chen hurriedly left the corner where no one paid attention. He was never interested in such scenes. In his eyes, these people paid the price of their lives because of their own lack of strength. After arriving at the rooftop, White Chen tightly held the Valkyrian sword form in his hand, and through identification, he discovered that the Valkyrie had once again changed. Valkyrie, 4th tier. The Valkyrie kept changing forms, first turning into a completely black longbow in front of his eyes, then in the next moment transforming into a scythe, and finally into a shield form, before changing back to the sword form. Recalling underwater, the identification skill could not identify the value of the dragon. Bai Chen realized that the identification skill seemed not to be able to identify all creatures. Bai Chen slowly unwrapped the bandage wrapped around his right hand, and a shocking scene appeared. Another eye appeared on his arm. This eye looked exceptionally terrifying, as if it had a life of its own, staring directly at him. The two eyes, like lively creatures, were now staring at him. Baichen heard someone calling his name, and Baichen quickly wrapped the bandage back up and looked up to see Chen Madong. Baichen said coldly, "What's the matter? Hey, I kindly remind you not to forget to participate in the branch assessment. Look at your tone, it's making me angry." Chen Madong clenched his fists in anger, almost smashing them towards Baichen's head, but seeing Baichen wrapped in bandages and wearing an eye mask, she gave up on the idea. The branch assessment is an exam set by the academy to select students with extremely high talent to enter the top academy for training. The selection criteria are twofold: first, be in the top 5 in tower attack points, and second, receive an evaluation of A in the assessment. As for the exam content, it is very similar to the Black Tower strategy. The academy has spent a huge amount of money to build a trial tower with strange spells, and the exam content is to decipher these spells. At night, Baichen once again entered the alternate dimension. In the days when he was absent, Nameless had already refined a large number of secret medicines. Baichen looked at the thousands of bottles of potions and fell into contemplation. So many Golden Spear immortal potions. Besides Jiang Hao, he himself had no use for them, but Jiang Hao couldn't use so many either. Baichen instantly came up with a great idea: if I can't use them, can't I sell them? Although he was not short of money now, no one would dislike having more money. At this moment, Baichen noticed a huge figure among the many undead, which turned out to be the Nidhogg he had previously killed. Strangely, he had not extracted its undead spirit, so why was it here? Regardless, since it was following him after its death, he might as well let it be. This time, Baichen just wanted to continue exploring this alternate dimension. Baichen threw a bottle of secret medicine to Nameless. Nameless immediately jumped up and down like a child. Nameless, besides refining medicine, what else can this furnace be used to refine? Nameless replied, "You can refine whatever you want." Baichen? Although Baichen didn't quite understand, he still wanted to verify it. He approached the furnace, took out 3 crystal quartz ingots, 2 of which he obtained from tower attacks, and 1 dropped when he killed the dragon. Baichen wanted to try using the alchemy furnace to refine tools. The next moment, the furnace seemed to sense Baichen's thoughts and emitted a strange light. The 3 crystal quartz ingots in his hand flew out and merged with the furnace, and the furnace quickly released burning gas. After a few minutes, the furnace wall displayed, "Unable to refine." Then the 3 crystal quartz ingots flew out of the furnace and back into his hand. Could it be that the number of modules was not enough, so it couldn't be refined? Baichen turned around and was surprised to find Nameless standing behind him at this moment, which startled him. This guy had no head and was wandering around, which was really scary. Baichen curiously asked, "Where is your head, Nameless?" Head. The adult took it away. Who exactly is the adult? Could there be someone else in the alternate dimension? Who is the adult, and where is he? Nameless pointed at Baichen and said, "He's here." Baichen quickly turned around, but there was no one behind him, so the adult she mentioned was referring to himself. Baichen pinched his chin and thought about when he took her head. The next moment, Baichen heard Jiang Hao's voice. Feather, don't sleep." Baichen had to leave the alternate dimension, opened his eyes, and the next second Jiang Hao's face appeared in front of him. He shook his body while shouting, "Feather, you finally woke up." Baichen puzzled, "What happened?" Still have that medicine from last time." Baichen glanced at Jiang Hao's crotch after hearing it, then showed a thoughtful expression. "You can't get it up? Ah, pa." Then Jiang Hao blushed and scratched the back of his head. "I recently hooked up with a girl from the neighboring college, so I have to perform well in front of her." Baichen expressionlessly said, "I'll give it to you later, but you have to help me with something." Jiang Hao immediately agreed, even if it meant going through fire and water. "Help me sell medicine." Upon hearing the words "sell medicine," Jiang Hao showed a lecherous smile. "Oh, didn't expect that. How many bottles do you want to sell?" "A warehouse." "Jiang Hao, huh?" Jiang Hao was shocked. "No way, bro, you're not the god of medicine." Branch Assessment Day. All students participating in the assessment entered the assessment tower through the cabin door, and this assessment adopted random teaming, with the winners advancing to the next round. 3 people were drawn into a team with Baichen, Lin Xiaoyu, level 115, occupation, mage, Shiguang, level 18, occupation, assassin, Li Muzi, level 16, occupation, swordsman. The Imperial College was large, and the departments had no interaction. "Damn, why is there a level 1 waste in the team?" Lin Xiaoyu and the team exclaimed. It was only then that everyone noticed Baichen was the only level 1 in the team. Someone complained about unfairness. "This is so unfair. Why let a level 1 guy participate in the assessment?" Lin Xiaoyu's arrogant attitude made Baichen very unhappy. At this point, he shouted, "Kid, don't drag us down later, or you'll pay for it." Bai Chen ignored him, and Li Muzi walked over. Don't bother with this kind of person, just follow us later. Bai Chen nodded in agreement. After the draw, a total of 50 teams entered the trial. The trial began, and Bai Chen's team entered the first level, where the magic formation in the center of the tower immediately started operating. Then a large number of spirit beasts were released, and everyone used different skills to crush the beasts instantly. So simple, this is too easy. Lin Xiaoyu said that this level of spirit beasts was as easy to kill as squashing a fly. Through identification, Bai Chen found that the spirit beasts were only level 5, and he could make them disappear with just a flick of his finger, and they were spiritual beings, as if the trial was tailored for him. Level 1 kid, don't wet your pants, standing still in fear, indeed a waste. Lin Xiaoyu mocked Bai Chen. This guy was truly disgusting, and Bai Chen coldly said, "Are you a dog? Why are you barking?" Lin Xiaoyu was furious when he heard this level 1 waste dare to insult him in front of so many people. "Damn, you waste, how dare you talk to me like that? Watch me break your arm and teach you a lesson." As the trial was about to begin, the other two didn't want to be disqualified for fighting, so they quickly advised, "If you want to fight, wait until the trial is over, we want to continue the trial." Lin Xiaoyu didn't want to be kicked out of the trial tower because of this, so he threatened, "Wait for me, I'll make sure to kill you after it's over." White Chen's eyes once again revealed a hint of disdain. He didn't take Lin Xiaoyu's threats seriously at all. Such a lowly ant like him wasn't even worth his attention. The first level of the trial ended, and as long as one wasn't too much of a waste, passing the first level would be easy. The first level of the trial has ended, with 140 people passing. "Humph, and you still haven't passed," Lin Xiaoyu muttered on the side, but no one paid him any attention. The second level of the trial officially began, with the magic formation operating and releasing spiritual beasts once again. This time, the level of the beasts reached level 20. The few of them could no longer handle it easily and had to join forces to attack. The mage cast spells, the knight protected the group, and the assassin was responsible for finishing off the enemies. White Chen watched their cooperation and couldn't help but feel a bit impressed. Lin Xiaoyu fought bravely, giving his all in battle, but when he turned around, he was surprised to see White Chen standing still, doing nothing. Anger rose in him, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn guy, he's just a useless waste." As they gradually grew weary, the assassin's speed in finishing off enemies also slowed down. Just then, the mage made a slight mistake, causing the spell to go out of control, and the monsters seized the opportunity to attack like a tide. Lin Xiaoyu, terrified, shouted, "Quick, come save me." Li Muzi and another person reacted quickly, immediately using powerful skills to repel the monsters. Lin Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, still shaken. "Oh my, I was really scared just now." However, the next moment, he started cursing at the two of them. "Are you two even capable? How can't you even protect me? Remember, I am the core member of this team." Despite feeling extremely unhappy after Lin Xiaoyu's scolding, the two of them held back from reacting considering the overall situation. The monsters continued to emerge from the magic formation like a tide, and the three of them were exhausted, sweating profusely, eventually sitting down on the ground. The knight was especially exhausted, finding it hard to even lift his sword. A large number of monsters gathered together, and in an instant, a giant monster over 10 meters tall appeared before them. The massive creature rushed towards the three at an astonishing speed, with only the assassin managing to dodge the attacks with his agility, while the other two were unfortunately hit. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but curse, "Damn," because being hit by a monster meant the end of the trial. "You must be White Chen, right? I remember you, you're ranked first in points." White Chen looked up to see the assassin, which surprised him as he had always been alone. Lin Xiaoyu, on the other hand, looked incredulous, unable to believe his eyes. How could this seemingly ordinary, level 1 guy be ranked first on the leaderboard? He looked at White Chen in panic, muttering to himself, "What? Impossible, I don't believe it. How could he be first? You must be tricking me." In contrast, White Chen vaguely remembered Time. He seemed to recall that on the leaderboard, Time's name was below his. However, he wasn't entirely sure about the specifics. After all, White Chen didn't particularly care about these rankings and numbers. Just then, the ferocious monster suddenly charged towards White Chen like lightning. Accompanied by Lin Xiaoyu's arrogant laughter, he sneered, "Huh, you useless waste, I can't advance, and neither can you." White Chen remained unusually calm. He simply extended his right hand slightly, aimed at the monster, and clenched his fist tightly. In an instant, a stunning scene unfolded. The towering spiritual monster, originally over 10 meters tall and full of momentum, suddenly dissipated in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. Everyone present was dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. What on earth was happening? How could the monster suddenly disappear? Lin Xiaoyu was so scared that he couldn't even speak. How did he do it, almost instantly annihilating the monster? Could his speed be so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it? What did he do? Almost a one-hit kill. Lin Xiaoyu had to believe at this moment that this guy was indeed the person at the top of the leaderboard. The second level trial is over, with 80 people advancing. Only Baichen and a person named Shi Guang successfully advanced in the team. As the third level trial began, the spells within the magic array were almost identical to those on the upper levels. However, the only difference was that the number of monsters had increased significantly. Baichen's eyes were sharp, instantly extracting all the spiritual monsters one by one. In the next second, new monsters immediately appeared on the magic array, larger and more powerful than the previous one. Interesting. Baichen's mouth slightly curved up, revealing a subtle smile that was hard to detect. He had already seen through the key point of this level's test, the method of continuous combat. Obviously, the design intention of this third-level array was to continuously consume the physical strength and skills of the challengers until they were eliminated. Faced with such a challenge, Baichen's mouth showed a hint of a smile. Interesting. If it were someone else facing this level, they might really find it a bit tricky. After all, the faster your attack speed, the faster the magic array refreshes with monsters. But for himself, who had the ability to extract spiritual bodies, arranging such a trial was simply a piece of cake, even deliberately going easy. The next second, as soon as the new batch of monsters appeared, Baichen made them disappear in an instant with a wave of his hand. However, Shi Guang on the side was still struggling hard against the first wave of monsters. He caught a glimpse of Baichen beside him and couldn't help but be surprised. Where did those monsters go? So, while quickly dodging the attacks of the monsters, he cast his gaze on Baichen, wanting to find out the truth. After observing for several rounds, Shi Guang discovered that every time a monster refreshed, Baichen just reached out towards the direction of the monster, then lightly grabbed the air, and the next second the monster would disappear into thin air. Such a thing happened. Shi Guang was panting heavily at this moment, secretly thinking to himself, this kind of attrition battle is not my strong suit as an assassin. Moreover, each time the monsters refreshed, they were even more powerful than the last. He was already exhausted, while Baichen on the other side was very relaxed, just moving his fingers. But Shi Guang, ranked second in points, was not a pushover, instantly entering a frenzy state, swiftly moving his body between the monsters. As Baichen rapidly extracted like a storm, the magic array seemed to be fast-forwarded, frantically refreshing with new monsters. Its speed was so fast that it was simply jaw-dropping. Even the teachers observing in front of the monitor couldn't help but be amazed. However, in the next second, the magic array suddenly stopped running, and no new monsters appeared. Ha! Baichen felt a hint of doubt in his heart. At the same time, in the monitoring screen outside the trial tower, several academic affairs teachers in charge of this trial were surprised to find that the energy of a magic array on the third level had already been depleted. What's going on? Didn't I clearly say that before the trial started, we must ensure that the spells can run normally? One of the teachers angrily questioned. It's not that the technique went wrong, but this person. He actually forcefully drained the technique. Another teacher widened his eyes, saying incredulously, such a situation had never occurred in the history of trials. The techniques originally used to support the operation of the magic array were actually insufficient to keep up with Baichen's monster spawning speed. Zuan Mingzi also stared at Baichen in amazement, secretly wondering, could this guy be a devil? While others took the time to spawn one monster, he could spawn 100. Moreover, the energy in the magic array couldn't even keep up with his terrifying monster spawning speed. Seeing the magic array stop operating, Baichen unexpectedly sat down without hesitation, then leisurely took out a pack of shrimp snacks from his pocket. He skillfully tore open the packaging, as if it were the most ordinary thing. The next moment, he began to enjoy the shrimp snacks as if nothing had happened. Everyone in the monitoring room was stunned by Baichen's actions. Shrimp snacks? This guy is too audacious, daring to eat snacks during the trial. However, the trial rules did not explicitly prohibit bringing snacks, so faced with Baichen's behavior, the teachers could only choose to turn a blind eye. The sound of crunch quickly spread throughout the space, soon catching the attention of Time, who was still fighting fiercely nearby. Time widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched Baichen eating snacks. He muttered to himself, his face showing a mix of astonishment and envy. In such a tense and intense trial atmosphere, Baichen could calmly enjoy spiritual food. Time looked at the shrimp snacks in Baichen's hand, swallowed his saliva, and watched Baichen eat with great immersion, as if the shrimp snacks tasted good. Time quickly focused his attention, as it was not the time to be distracted. After that, every time he swung the blade in his hand, there would be a crunch sound from Baichen's side, and as the crunching sound became faster, his attack speed also increased. His attack frequency was actually continuously increasing along with Baichen's speed of eating shrimp snacks. Time was sweating profusely, panting, and shouted, "Hey, can you stop eating? I'm about to collapse from exhaustion." Baichan stopped eating the shrimp snacks, with a piece still in his mouth, and vaguely gestured, "Hungry? Do you want some too?" Time looked at his smug expression, feeling very annoyed, but he suppressed his anger. After contemplating for a while, Baichan casually said, "I can sell you a pack for 5 gold coins." Time muttered to himself, thinking that this guy was despicable, even thinking about making money at such a critical moment, daring to sell a pack of cheap shrimp snacks for 5 gold coins. Baichan was very satisfied with this price. Time widened his eyes in anger, glaring at Baichan, his anger growing stronger. He couldn't believe that Baichan was so greedy, seizing the opportunity to make money even at a time like this. Although Time had the urge to kill him at that moment, rationality ultimately triumphed over impulse. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. After all, the most crucial task at the moment was to successfully pass the trial. Just then, Baichan nonchalantly started eating shrimp snacks again as if nothing had happened. Even Zhuan Mingzi, who was in charge of monitoring, couldn't help but show a helpless expression and muttered to himself, "This guy is really interesting, he's the first one in history to bring snacks into the exam room." However, just as everyone was speechless about Baichan's behavior, the broadcast suddenly sounded. The third-level trial has ended, with 20 people successfully advancing. Next, the fourth-level advancement is about to begin. As the broadcast ended, the Time on the side was panting, sitting on the ground. He had a hard time passing this level, because the energy consumption of the formation belonging to Baichan had been exhausted as early as the third level, so there was almost nothing for him in the subsequent trials. When the trial on the fourth level was halfway through, suddenly, the entire tower began to shake violently, as if it was about to be torn apart. At the same time, all the formations, like wild horses off the reins, began to operate uncontrollably. In an instant, countless energy gushed out from the ground, pervading the air. The students inside the tower were momentarily at a loss, not knowing what was happening. "Damn, is this an earthquake? What's going on here?" Chaotic shouts echoed inside the tower. The teachers in the control room also noticed the abnormal situation inside the tower at this moment. "What's going on? Why have all the formations failed?" They looked at each other, looking nervous. Xian Mingzi, standing in front of the monitoring screen, also realized the seriousness of the problem. At this moment, the interior of the trial tower was in chaos. The students subconsciously gathered together, trying to find a sense of security. In the crowd, Chen Modong saw Baichan's figure at a glance, and the uneasiness in her heart disappeared instantly. Although she knew that Baichan's strength was enough to easily pass this trial, she secretly rejoiced when she saw Baichan unharmed, grateful that she could go through the previous levels with him. Someone in the tower cursed, "Damn, what's happening? I was just getting into the fight." Just then, a strange light suddenly appeared on the floor, as if a mysterious portal had been opened. Immediately after, the tower began to shake violently, as if it was about to turn the whole world upside down. The light on the ground also tore open a huge crack in an instant, a bottomless chasm that seemed to be a passage to another unknown world. With the shaking of the tower and the appearance of the crack, everyone fell into it unprepared. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a strange place. This place looked like a separate space, but it was full of mystery and danger. "Where is this?" someone asked in fear. "Oh my god, have I entered the underworld of the Yama?" another person said, pale with fear. Just as everyone was panicking, a deep voice came from the front. Everyone looked over and saw a huge statue in front of them. The statue was lifelike, like a real person. Its eyes stared at everyone like a ghost, sending shivers down their spines. However, what was even more terrifying was yet to come. The next moment, the statue's mouth slowly opened, revealing a creepy smile. At the same time, flames shot out from its eyes, like a volcanic eruption. These flames instantly shot out a deep crack in the ground, as if to swallow everything. Faced with such a terrifying sight, everyone was stunned, completely at a loss. "Damn, what level of monster is this? Why have I never seen it before? My god, is this statue alive?" And at that moment, the teachers in the control room exploded. The students had disappeared out of thin air, and they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. There's news! Quick, tell us." One of the teachers gasped and shouted, "Master Xia has sent a message. The students have been swallowed by the Abyss Crack." The Abyss Crack is a passage to the underworld. It will appear in a completely random way in a corner of this world. No one knows where it will appear next, let alone what kind of disaster and danger it will bring. The teacher's mood became heavier at the thought that the students might have already fallen into the bottomless dark abyss. A look of astonishment appeared on Zhuan Mingzi's face, and he secretly pondered, "Lord Xia, could it be that legendary figure? The unique SSS level hunter in the history of the academy, Lord Xiaohoju?" But hasn't he disappeared for many years? Why would he suddenly appear at this moment? Thinking of this, Zuen Mingzi couldn't help but take a cold breath. If the students in the abyss were unfortunate enough to perish, it would undoubtedly become a tragic event in the history of trials, and the academy would also lose several outstanding elite students. At this moment, the statue was indiscriminately attacking everyone without restraint, its head spinning at an astonishing speed while continuously spewing out raging flames. Accompanied by a series of low and eerie sounds, the statue seemed to possess life, asking a chilling question that seemed to penetrate the soul. What is this place? This sudden turn of events terrified everyone present. The statue actually spoke. Oh my god, are we really going to perish here? And the next moment, a cry of pain rang out as someone's leg was hit by flames, instantly breaking apart. The injured person held onto their severed limb in agony, wailing incessantly. Seeing this, the healer in the group hurried forward to perform healing techniques to stop the bleeding and treat the injury. However, the statue did not stop there. It once again uttered a question that seemed to pierce the soul. What is this place? Everyone looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Faced with such a bizarre scene, Baichin pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and loudly replied, "This place is endless." Before the words had even settled, the next moment, the spinning head of the statue immediately stopped. It ceased its attack on the people. Everyone exclaimed in relief, "It worked! It worked! Brother, you are amazing, how did you know the answer?" Baichin had simply guessed the answer based on his own speculation, not expecting it to be correct. Previously, he had seen a brief report about the Noon Rift. So how do we return to the Tower of Trials? I think we can only defeat this strange statue in front of us to leave. The next moment, clusters of dark blue flames formed a huge circle around the group, and in the darkness, the small statues were once again imagined, slowly surrounding the group. What? What is this thing? What do we do now? Baichin shouted, "Don't panic, everyone, back to back in a circle, mages, cast your spells, we need a protective shield." Everyone quickly complied, forming a large circle back to back, and the mage's shield instantly protected them all. "Hey, brother, why are you still standing outside? Come in quickly." Seeing that the protective shield was in place, Baichin immediately transformed the Valkyrie into a longbow shape. What is he doing? Is he planning to face these statues alone? I think he's gone mad. Chen Madong, seeing this, hurriedly shouted, "Baichin, come in quickly." Baichin understood that relying on these weak protective shields wouldn't last long, so he let them deploy the shield, just worried that he might accidentally harm Chen Madong. The next moment, Baichin quickly moved around the protective shield. With a strong pull on the Valkyrie, over a dozen arrows with black energy flew towards the statues, and black swords from all directions shot towards the statues from the center of the shield. Not enough, Baichin wielded the scythe-shaped Valkyrie, with an unstoppable force, smashing the head of the first statue. He adjusted his posture, raised the giant scythe high, and then swiftly brought it down with tremendous force. The sickle drew a sharp arc in the air, accompanied by a breaking sound, and struck towards the statue like lightning. The moment the sickle made contact with the statue, a crisp impact sound rang out. Baichin exerted all his strength, using the weight and sharp blade of the sickle to fiercely attack the statue time and time again. His movements were smooth and powerful, each strike landing precisely on the statue's head. Under Baichin's fierce attacks, cracks and damages began to appear on the statue. Fragments scattered, as if witnessing his strength and determination. His assault escalated like a storm, relentless and unceasing, until the statue could no longer withstand his attacks and collapsed with a crash. At that moment, a statue wielding a giant axe swung towards Baichin. Baichin wielded the sickle and swiftly sliced the axe in half, then leaped into the air and ruthlessly plunged the sickle into the statue's head. The next moment, a massive arrow flew towards Baichin at high speed. Baichin swiftly turned and cut it into two pieces, then released a stylish spinning kick in midair, kicking the broken arrow towards the statue, piercing its head swiftly. Baichin continued to shuttle between the statues, continuously destroying their bodies with the sickle in hand. Soon, most of the statues were completely destroyed. Is this guy even human? He's cutting down those huge statues like it's nothing. Baichin's explosive style of attack shook everyone. In the next moment, Baichin wildly swung the sickle, numerous light blades spinning rapidly in the air, like a series of cutting machines attacking the statues. Suddenly, Baichin's body jerked as a giant foot stomped towards him, and the largest statue also began to attack. Baichin dodged with an arrow step, swiftly switching to a longbow form, and forcefully shot several light arrows towards the statue's head. The massive arrow only left a fine line on the statue's face, surprising that even the Valkyrie with 100% destructive power only left a scratch. In the next moment, all the statues on the field instantly went into a frenzy, their attacks becoming more and more intense. The most difficult to deal with was the giant statue with eyes that shot flames. Those inside the protective shield couldn't help but sweat for Bai Chen, as it was almost impossible to shatter it with hundreds of times the size difference. Bai Chen activated his stealth skill to quickly approach the statue, leaping to the face of the giant statue. "Since blades couldn't harm you, then I'll defeat you with my fists." Concentrating all his strength in his left hand, Bai Chen's left hand wrapped in bandages emitted a powerful force, black energy seeping from under the bandages. Now, Bai Chen exerted all his strength and delivered a fierce punch to the crack in the statue's eye, followed by a second punch. Huge craters were left where the fists struck, raining blows on every part of the statue's head. Quickly switching the sickle to his left hand, the sickle seemed to be infused with immense power at this moment. Bai Chen's figure flashed, leaping lightly like a bird to the top of the statue's head, the light shimmering in his hand as a huge light blade was swung out fiercely. This light blade contained endless power, its formidable cutting force like a thunderbolt, instantly cleaving the statue in half. The shattered statue fragments fell one after another, crashing to the ground with a deafening roar. After completing all this, Bai Chen's eyes were cold, he hoisted the sickle on his shoulder, slightly bowed his body, and the power within him continued to gather incessantly. The next moment, he swiftly shuttled among the rampaging statues like lightning, and wherever he passed, the statues crumbled and collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. This series of actions caused a great commotion, even the protective shield beside them trembled violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. However, he tightly grasped the sickle and walked steadily towards the only remaining statue in the center of the field. At this moment, the originally gloomy and terrifying face opened its mouth again and said in a contemptuous tone, "Tiny humans, dare to defy the gods." Bai Chen's dim eyes were filled with endless killing intent, his eyes full of disdain and indifference towards life. In the next moment, countless chains suddenly emerged continuously from his back, these chains shimmering with cold light, as if possessing infinite power. At this moment, he seemed to have grown a pair of huge and magnificent wings, each chain dancing like feathers, shining with a mysterious light, making him look like a god descending to earth. "Gods are nothing but ants." Bai Chen's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a trace of disdainful smile. His voice was cold and deep, like a roar from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. A strong sense of pain came from his chest, as if it would burst in the next second. Bai Chen was surprised to find that the attributes on the panel had undergone a huge change. "Your attributes are about to reach the limit." Under his gaze, agility, strength, and stamina all merged into a new attribute. Magic 1. At that moment, countless undead emerged from the other end of the chains. Each of them had a fierce face, with azure eyes shining like flames from hell, revealing an extreme desire for slaughter. These undead were like prisoners trapped in darkness, finally gaining liberation and eagerly wanting to unleash a bloody massacre. At this moment, Bai Chen appeared in the eyes of everyone as an invincible demon. The aura emanating from him was powerful and terrifying, making it impossible to look directly at him. The wings on his back and the chains in his hands added to his majesty and mystery, sending chills down one's spine. The next moment, the statue began to vibrate all over, and 6 arms grew out of its back, instantly absorbing the weapons of the other statues on the field. With force, it swung towards Bai Chen, who dodged to the side, continuously evading the weapons swung by the statues. Bai Chen seemed to awaken some kind of ability, his speed getting faster and faster. The statues were astonished as one arm was cut off by the Valkyrie. The statue showed a surprised expression, as it could actually harm itself. Bai Chen quickly attacked the statue, which, in surprise, punched him into the ground. Lowly humans, daring to slay the gods. The next moment, all the damage was transferred to the undead, and Bai Chen slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and moving his arms. "What? This guy actually has no injuries at all? How is this possible?" The statue widened its eyes, showing a terrified expression on its face. However, just the next moment, something shocking happened. The previously shattered statue began to reassemble. The broken stones quickly pieced together, restoring their original appearance. Then, all the statues began to move, marching towards Bai Chen with determined steps, launching an attack together. Faced with the siege of numerous statues once again, Bai Chen showed no fear. He tightly held the Valkyrie in his hand, flashed his figure, and leaped lightly into the air like a bird. At the same time, the weapon in his hand began to emit a dazzling light, a huge and incomparable light blade spinning rapidly in the air. This light blade was like a burning sun, releasing endless pressure and energy. Bai Chen swung the Valkyrie without hesitation, splitting the light blade towards the group of statues below. With a dull roar, all the statues were chopped into pieces wherever the light blade passed, falling to the ground one after another. At this moment, Chen Modong inside the protective shield suddenly ignited flames in his hands. She widened her eyes, looking anxiously at Bai Chen, who was battling the statue outside. A strong impulse surged in her heart, wanting to rush out of the protective shield to assist Bai Chen in the fight. However, just as she was about to take that step, her gaze was unconsciously drawn to the expression on the statue's face. The eerie expression bred fear in her heart, and Chen Modong's steps came to a sudden halt. Her foot that was about to step out of the shield slowly retracted. On the other side, before the statue could recover from its surprise, Baichen seized the opportunity, once again swinging the weapon in his hand, fiercely chopping at the statue's arms. In an instant, two crisp cracking sounds echoed around, and the statue's two arms fell to the ground. It was only then that the statue finally realized that the seemingly ordinary human in front of it possessed extraordinary strength, and seemed to have an immortal body, able to quickly recover no matter what kind of attack it suffered. Faced with such a powerful statue, it began to feel an unprecedented fear and helplessness. Every injury caused by its attack seemed to be transferred in an incredible way to those unidentified objects behind it. Baichen moved at an extremely fast speed, rushing towards the statue. The statue's huge feet kept stomping beside Baichen, but miraculously never hit him once. Seeing this, the statue immediately shot out countless sharp stone arrows at Baichen. However, the Valkyrian shield form was like an indestructible fortress, blocking the arrows that came at her like a torrential rain. Baichen braved the arrow rain, moving at an astonishing speed towards the top of the statue. At that moment, the statue's eyes once again gathered bright spots of light, followed by two huge and incomparable pillars of fire shooting out from its eyes. Faced with such a fierce attack, Baichen did not choose to dodge. Surprisingly, the raging flames all avoided him, causing him no harm. In an instant, a huge scythe appeared, with the force of thunder, cutting off the statue's two sturdy arms. Before it could react, Baichen's scythe, shimmering with cold light, was already close to its head. "Human, what do you want to do?" Baichen's eyes were ice cold, with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, revealing an undisguised contempt, as if the statue in front of him was a negligible existence. "What is this place?" Baichen's voice was calm and ruthless, yet carried an undeniable majesty. The statue's body trembled suddenly, apparently not expecting this tiny human to dare to provoke the gods so boldly. However, as it prepared to answer, Baichen's scythe suddenly swung out like lightning, instantly severing the statue's last arm. "What is this place?" Baichen's tone remained unchanged, but each word contained endless coldness. The statue remained silent. The next moment, Baichen mercilessly swung his scythe again, cutting the statue's torso in half. Then, Baichen sternly said, "What is this place? Speak." "This place is endless," the statue replied weakly. However, Baichen did not stop there, his scythe still firmly held at the statue's neck, continuing to question as if from the depths of the soul. "What is this place?" The statue gasped for breath, and finally said in an almost inaudible voice, "This place is endless." "Wrong, wrong, ha ha ha." Baichen suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter filled with mockery and disdain. "This place is the mortal world." His voice echoed like thunder in the air, making the entire space tremble. Baichen's laughter thundered through the entire space, deafening. The crazy laughter seemed to carry an uncontrollable force, impacting the hearts of everyone present, making them involuntarily feel fear. However, just as everyone was still immersed in the terrifying laughter, Baichen suddenly moved. He saw his huge scythe instantly chop off the statue's head. Then, he lifted his foot and stomped fiercely on the statue's head. With a loud crack sound, the extremely hard head of the statue was actually crushed by Baichen's foot, turning into countless pieces scattered on the ground. Baichen stood in place, coldly looking at everything in front of him, a hint of satisfaction on his face. Outside the crack, an hour had passed since the students went missing. How could such a thing happen within the academy? Why didn't the academy's formation detect the ritual? Several people anxiously watched the trial tower. The academy's formation detected a strong vitality. That meant the students were all still alive. The next moment, an unusual light emanated from the trial tower again. "It's the abyss of no return." Everyone showed joy as the abyss of no return opened again. Xiaohoju, in the distance, looked extremely haggard at this moment, his face devoid of color, his eyes full of disbelief. Indeed, in the next moment, everyone returned to the trial tower. "Look, the students are all back. That's great." Xian Ningxi's tense nerves finally relaxed. The students in the tower looked at each other, each showing the joy of surviving a disaster on their faces. Only Baichen was different, his expression unusually calm, as if everything he had just experienced was nothing out of the ordinary. "Brother, we really owe it to you this time. If it weren't for you, we would probably have been wiped out long ago. Seriously, you are the true strong one." The surrounding students expressed gratitude and admiration towards Baichen, but in these words, there was actually more fear of Baichen's strength. After all, the amazing abilities Baichen displayed in this incident were truly awe-inspiring. At this moment, Chen Modong finally couldn't contain her inner anxiety and quietly asked Baichen, "Baichen, are you okay?" Her voice carried a hint of guilt because in the intense battle just now, she had wanted to step forward but ultimately did not. At this moment, she was filled with remorse and self-blame towards Bai Chen. However, faced with Chen Modong's question, Bai Chen did not respond. He just silently gazed into the distance, seemingly pondering something important. A broadcast sounded in the trial tower. The trial is over, all students must immediately exit the exam. Ah, it's over already? We haven't finished the exam yet. Due to this sudden situation, the exam had to be ended. After counting the number of people, Xian Mingzi, in charge of this trial, spoke, "The results of this exam will be announced later, so students need not worry." At the exit of the trial tower, there was a clamor. Some examinees had pale faces, terrified expressions, as if they had just experienced a terrible nightmare. They whispered to each other about the strange events that had just occurred. "You may not believe it, but I actually encountered a god." One examinee gestured excitedly. "Yes, it's so good to come out alive." Another person sighed deeply. A man in a suit slowly walked through the crowd, limping towards Bai Chen. His figure seemed lonely and weary. "Is that Lord Xiahou?" Suddenly, a teacher exclaimed in surprise. "It's really Lord Xiahou." Others also echoed. Xiahou's voice was unusually hoarse, and his low voice seemed to reveal a hint of pain. He walked up to Bai Chen, stopped, stared at him, and asked, "You are Bai Chen, right?" Bai Chen looked at the mysterious and dignified man in front of him with some surprise and nodded. He wondered why this man knew him. Calmly assessing Xiahou's appearance, he could sense an indescribable strange feeling in his expression, and his breathing seemed unusually erratic. This figure, known as the strongest hunter, exuded a mysterious and unpredictable aura. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Chen decided to bow to Xiahou and said, "Yes, I have met Lord Xiahou." Xiahou smiled slightly, chuckled, and responded, "It seems like we have never met before. How did you recognize me?" Bai Chen calmly replied, "Lord, your extraordinary abilities make it easy to find out some things." Xiahou's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration, then said, "I have been paying quite a bit of attention to you. Your talent is remarkable. Have you heard of the Godslayer Academy? I will be waiting for you there." This statement was like a giant rock thrown into a calm lake, causing a stir among the crowd. People began speculating about the relationship between Bai Chen and Xiahou. Some thought Bai Chen might be a disciple secretly trained by Xiahou, while others speculated that he might have a special background. Various rumors spread throughout the venue, making Bai Chen, who was already the center of attention, even more of a focus. "Bai Chen, you actually know Lord Xiahou, that's amazing, brother." Being chosen by Lord Xiahou to enter the Godslayer Academy is definitely a sure thing. If only I could get in too. Stop dreaming, do you have the same strength as him? I have to admit that his profession is rare and powerful. In the Abyssal Rift, Bai Chen's display of immense strength left everyone in awe. His astonishing combat power was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, unforgettable. Several people couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration towards him, and also envy that Bai Chen could be acquainted with Lord Xiahou. People discussed Bai Chen's future with envy, believing that with his strength and Lord Xiahou's favor, he would surely shine in the Godslayer Academy and become a top hunter. The results of the branch were announced. Bai Chen's results ranked first. "Wow, my brother actually made it into the Godslayer Academy." In front of the flickering screen, Jiang Hao looked at the name at the top of the list in shock, unable to help but shout in the crowd. People couldn't help but cast strange glances at Jiang Hao, who seemed a bit odd, as if he thought he was the one in first place. Jiang Hao was genuinely happy for Bai Chen. As his roommate, he could bask in his glory to some extent. At this moment, Bai Chen was alone in his room, slowly unwrapping the bandages on his left hand. The chilling pair of eyes were staring directly at Bai Chen, occasionally scanning the surroundings as if someone was spying. Bai Chen slowly opened a drawer and calmly took out a bottle of alcohol and a scalpel. He was going to remove the eyes in his arm, and to avoid suspicion, he had Jiang Hao check the rankings for him. In the next moment, Bai Chen wiped the surgical knife with alcohol. There was no expression on his face, showing extreme composure. If it were someone else, just the sight of their left hand might scare them away, let alone skipping anesthesia. It's not that Bai Chen didn't want to use anesthesia, it's just completely unnecessary. If it weren't for his strong cleanliness obsession, he wouldn't even want to use alcohol. A chain slowly extended from behind to the body of the undead. The blade emitted a cold light. Bai Chen slowly cut open the skin around the eyes. The eyes seemed to sense danger, and at this moment, they began to shake violently, as if they also had life. After cutting open the last eye, Bai Chen took a deep breath as if he had just completed a difficult surgery. There was no panic on his face. He calmly extended his finger and pulled the eye out from the wrist, along with some flesh. But strangely, there was no blood flowing from the wound on his wrist. Bai Chen's movements were quick. In the next moment, he quickly disinfected the wound and then wrapped his arm with a bandage. After doing all this, Bai Chen quickly walked towards the bathroom, threw the removed eyeball into the toilet, and then flushed it. He then put the alcohol and surgical knife back into the drawer. He slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and thought to himself, this should be enough, right? There was a noisy sound outside the door. Bai Chen subconsciously pulled down the sleeve of his clothes to cover his wrist. Let me tell you some good news. You are the first on the leaderboard. Everyone is going crazy about the accident in the trial tower. This kind of expected event made Bai Chen appear very indifferent, while Jiang Hao seemed even happier than himself. You talk as if you were the first. Bai Chen joked. Hey, it's all the same, who's with who? Jiang Hao replied with a smile. However, Bai Chen did not forget the task he had entrusted to Jiang Hao. He asked, how did the task I gave you go? Upon hearing this question, a sly smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Hao's face. He proudly said, please call me the sales genius. Bai Chen looked at Jiang Hao with some confusion. After some inquiry, he learned that almost all the secret medicines in that warehouse had been sold out by Jiang Hao. Bai Chen widened his eyes, looking at Jiang Hao in disbelief. He had thought that these secret medicines might take some time to sell out, but he didn't expect Jiang Hao to sell them all so quickly. How did you manage to do that? Bai Chen asked curiously. Jiang Hao chuckled and said that with so many young people in the academy, coupled with his boasting, sales gradually increased. In addition, Bai Chen's secret medicine was very effective, and cheaper than the Alchemy Guild and the exchange, so buyers rushed to purchase. Bai Chen was very puzzled why the Golden Spear Unbreakable was so popular. So many high-efficiency recovery potions were not selling. How much did you sell them for? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, immediately crossing two fingers together, excitedly shouting, 100,000 gold coins. He was so excited that his face turned red, as if he saw countless wealth beckoning to him. This is really a good way to make money. Jiang Hao could not hide his joy and urged Bai Chen to increase the amount of goods quickly, determined to make a big profit this time. Jiang Hao suddenly stared at the mountain of pills in front of Bai Chen, and asked in confusion, with so many pills, are you smuggling them? Are you really a god of medicine? Bai Chen smiled and shook his head, explaining that these pills were all made by himself. Jiang Hao was shocked to hear this, widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, oh my god, you can actually make medicine? How many hidden skills do you still have, kid? After receiving his generous reward, Jiang Hao expressed his satisfaction and said he wanted to go out and have a deep conversation with his sister. As Jiang Hao left, the dormitory returned to tranquility. Bai Chen took a deep breath and decided to enter his own mind space to continue exploring its mysteries. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and gradually fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a strange tower in front of him. The dimensional space had completely changed. The floating building debris that was once scattered in the air had disappeared without a trace. Looking into the distance, a uniquely shaped building suddenly appeared in front of him. The air was filled with wisps of smoke, and a strange smell lingered, as if someone was refining some kind of potion inside the building. At that moment, a figure stumbled out of the building. Bai Chen realized it was unnamed. She gestured excitedly towards Bai Chen. Following her pointing finger, Bai Chen was filled with confusion, not understanding what these buildings were all about. Seeing Bai Chen's puzzled expression, Unnamed became even more excited. She raised her dirty little hand, rubbed it on her clothes, and eagerly reached out to Bai Chen. Bai Chen helplessly smiled, took out a precious potion from his pocket, and placed it in her hand. The next moment, the headless girl let out a crisp and pleasant giggle. This is all thanks to Unnamed. Her words were filled with pride, as if she had accomplished something great. During Bai Chen's absence, Unnamed had been collecting floating building debris in the space. She carefully picked up these pieces as if they were precious treasures. Then, she began an seemingly impossible task to build a tall tower with these fragments. Unnamed's technique was like a child playing with building blocks, carefully selecting and trying to piece together each fragment. Over time, the tower gradually took shape. It was as high as 7 floors, but each floor appeared somewhat twisted and unstable, as if it could be blown down by a gust of wind at any moment. Despite its chaotic appearance, the tower exuded a unique beauty. Bai Chen once again handed a large amount of monster fur to Unnamed, indicating it was a new task, and if she completed it well, he would give her an endless supply of potions. Unnamed immediately spun around the stove in excitement. To further study this bizarre space, Bai Chen climbed to the top floor of the tower. Around the tower were countless undead troops, guarding it like an army. Bai Chen suddenly remembered the 3 crystal quartz ingots. After the previous failure, Bai Chen thought that the key problem in the failed alchemy might be the insufficient number of ingots. The ingots were extremely rare, and if obtained through the exchange, it would take too long, and no one knew when the next ingot would appear. The fastest way to obtain them was to defeat the boss by attacking the tower. Back in reality, Baichin opened his eyes and subconsciously checked the time. An hour had passed since he entered the space. At that moment, Jiang Hao's email came in. "Stranger, do you still have potions? I want to buy a large quantity." Baichin pondered for a moment, then quickly typed on the keyboard and pressed send. Yes, unexpectedly, the person's tone changed instantly the next second. "Stranger, I know you are from the academy. I advise you not to oppose the alchemy department." Baichin looked at the screen and chose not to reply. He was 100% sure that this person was definitely the crazy woman from the alchemy department. It seemed her name was Lin Mohan. It seems that selling medicine has seriously threatened the interests of the alchemy department. The cost of accommodation, almost 400 gold coins a month, plus the usual meals, buying materials, and various other expenses, the total monthly expenses are close to 3,000 gold coins. Baichin carefully calculated every expense. At this time, there were almost 3 to 500,000 gold coins in his account, plus the 70,000 from selling medicine, of which he gave 20,000 to Jiang Hao. Not enough. Far from enough. Dong 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 dong, there was a man standing outside the door in a white shirt. Baichin recognized the familiar suit and knew who the person was. He stabilized his emotions, then gently pushed open the door. Xiahou Ju stood outside the room, with a gentle smile on his face. He held an envelope and handed it to Baichin. "This is the admission permission. You will have access to the Zhanshan Academy." Xiahou Ju's voice was deep and magnetic, as if it could penetrate the heart. Baichin subconsciously reached out his left hand to take the envelope. However, when he saw his left hand wrapped in bandages, his movement paused slightly, then quickly pulled down his sleeve to cover his wrist. Xiahou Ju keenly caught this detail. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Despite this, his subtle change did not escape Baichin's eyes. "Is your hand injured?" Xiahou Ju asked with concern. Baichin shook his head slightly and replied in a flat tone, "It's nothing, just got a little hurt while practicing skills." Xiahou Ju nodded in understanding. He didn't ask anything more, just gave a few simple instructions before leaving the room. "Then I won't disturb you. Farewell, Lord Xiahou." As the door slowly closed, Baichin pondered to himself, why would someone as prominent as Xiahou Ju personally come and hand over the admission permission to me? As he puzzled over this, he quickly opened the envelope in his hand. Inside the envelope was a card with Baichin's personal information printed on it, as well as a storage voucher in a receipt-like style. These two thin pieces of paper seemed to carry endless secrets, causing Baichin to sink into deeper contemplation. Attached at the bottom were these small words, "Reward from the Zhanshan Academy." What is this? Those numbers instantly caught his eye, a voucher worth 10,000 gold coins. It seems to be a reward from the academy. Baichin raised the voucher high and carefully examined each piece under the light. It seemed to be a normal voucher, but he still felt that something was off, from his expression when he saw his left hand bandaged earlier, to the effort Xiahou Ju made to deliver the envelope. This person seemed very suspicious all over. Baichin slowly immersed himself in memories, the conversation with Xiahou Ju just now playing like a movie in his mind. He carefully recalled Xiahou Ju's expressions and actions, trying to find some clues. When he saw Xiahou Ju's breathing, his heart couldn't help but stir. That breathing seemed much calmer than the last time they were in the trial tower, as if a person had gradually regained calm after experiencing a fierce battle. Baichin squinted his eyes slightly, starting to ponder the reason behind this. Could it be that Xiahou Ju really was injured as he suspected? This idea became more firm in his mind. And this also happened to prove that his initial judgment was correct. Xiahou Ju did indeed suffer an attack and was injured at some point. The Transcendence Academy is located deep within the Imperial Academy, like a mysterious and ancient castle, hiding endless secrets. Baichin took out the card symbolizing his identity from his pocket and carefully entered his information into the machine at the entrance. As his fingers lightly touched the screen, he could clearly feel a powerful and mysterious force surging above the academy. This force, like an invisible large net, tightly enveloped the entire Transcendence Academy. Baichin secretly marveled at this magical technique, which perhaps only the top magicians could perform. It was precisely because of this that one must have the corresponding authorization to enter the academy. Name Baichin, identity being entered. The machine emitted a cold voice, indicating the progress of information entry. Baichin patiently waited while looking around. At that moment, his gaze suddenly fell on a detestable figure. Baichin furrowed his brows slightly, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this guy to be a student at the Transcendence Academy. He was filled with disgust towards that figure, but at the same time, he felt a hint of curiosity. After all, those who could enter the Transcendence Academy were not ordinary people. What special qualities did this guy, whom he disliked, possess?
Perhaps, in the days to come, Baichen would slowly uncover this mystery and experience many unexpected challenges and adventures at the Transcendence Academy. All of this would be a valuable experience for him to grow into a true strong warrior. At that moment, his gaze met Lin Mohan, whose eyes were sharp, exuding an air of arrogance.
The last time at the Alchemy division, Baichen had left a deep impression on her.
This person actually boasted that she could concoct her own potions.
She walked over slowly. Mockingly, she said, "Have you concocted the secret potion?"
Her words were full of sarcasm and ridicule as her gaze slowly fell on the screen of the machine. The next moment, a hint of shock appeared on her face.
"You are from the Transcendence Academy?" Baichen pulled out his card and slowly said, "Is there something?"
Seeing that Baichen ignored her question, Lin Mohan coldly snorted, "Truly impolite." A gap in the technique opened, and Baichen was about to enter when Lin Mohan unexpectedly rushed in ahead of him.
The warlock did not detect any heresy.
This suffocating Alchemy division envoy was also a member of the Transcendence Academy.
She turned her head and urged impatiently, "Can you hurry up?
After showing you around the academy, I still need to return to the Alchemy division."
Lin Mohan had only received a notice to receive new arrivals into the academy,
but no one had told her that the legendary newcomer was Baichen.
Battlefields were visible everywhere in the academy, and vast libraries were abundant.
The facilities were complete, but strangely, after walking for such a long time, the people he encountered along the way were few.
Baichen couldn't help but wonder to himself, were the students of the Transcendence Academy all shut-ins?
Don't look like you just came from the countryside. It's simply laughable. Lin Mohan's aggressive attitude made Baichen very uncomfortable. In a quiet and beautiful Chinese-style garden, Xiaohojuzwa sat quietly on a stone pedestal, with several young students standing beside him. Suddenly, a report broke the silence. "Principal, I have brought the person." Baichen looked up, following the direction of the voice, and saw that standing next to Xiaohojuzwa was Wei Wudao.
"Good, now that everyone is here, let us welcome Baichen's joining together."
Xiaohojuzwa smiled and gestured to everyone. Then, his expression became serious, and his tone more solemn. "Everyone, you are all elite hunters of our academy. You must conquer the 100th floor of the Black Tower.
This battle is a life and death game between humans and the Black Tower.
Currently, the Zhanshan Academy has only 4 students, but they bear a great mission. As a reserve force to conquer the Black Tower, they continuously train and send top hunters to conquer the Black Tower, which is the purpose of the Zhanshan Academy's existence."
As the strongest hunter of the SSS level, Xiaohoju could not take another step forward after conquering the 99th floor.
After disappearing for a while, he unexpectedly appeared at the branch trial meeting this time.
No one knows what he has experienced. You can use all the resources in the academy. If you have any questions, you can ask Wei Wudao. After explaining a few words, Xiaohoju left.
Wei Wudao squinted his eyes, with a slight smile on his face, and said, "Junior, we meet again."
Baichen politely responded, "Nice to meet you."
At this moment, Lin Mohan interjected, "Hey, don't sneakily join the Golden Dawn." Hearing this, Baichen felt a bit displeased. He felt that this woman always intentionally or unintentionally tried to get close to him, which made him feel very repulsed. Wei Wudao smiled and then said to Baichen, "Junior, soon you will know which guild you should join."
Baichen was puzzled. He seemed to have never indicated that he wanted to join either of them.
"Wait for Ning Hongye to arrive, and you will see who is the weakest tonight." He was then warmly invited to join the raid team tonight. As night fell, the sky was gradually shrouded in darkness.
At this moment, the Black Tower officially opened, its tightly closed gates slowly opening to reveal the deep passages inside. As teleportation channels lit up one by one, a tense and exciting atmosphere filled the air. These teleportation channels would lead the hunters into a world full of unknowns and dangers, where they would showcase their courage and skills. "Junior, make sure to stick close to senior sister later," Ning Hongye said with a charming expression. "Don't underestimate her.
She has defeated 2 hidden bosses in a short time." Ning Hongye taunted, "You should worry about yourself, don't let a newcomer break your record."
Wei Wudao was not worried at all.
Even though Baichen was talented, he could not conquer the 75th floor in such a short time.
After all, he was the record holder besides Xiaohoju.
Lin Mohan and Baichen arrived at the 3rd floor together, while Wei Wudao entered the 76th floor, and Ning Hongye stayed on the 50th floor. As night fell, the hunting operation officially began.
"Hey, don't be scared to the point of peeing your pants later,"
Lin Mohan provocatively taunted. The 3rd floor was filled with a strange atmosphere, inhabited by evil shadow demons. They lurked in the darkness, waiting to ambush the hunters participating in the night hunt. Baichen quickly used his skills to summon 3 agile spirits.
"Is this what you call skill?
They look like ghosts." Lin Mohan continued to mock.
However, Bai Chen ignored him and decisively gave orders for the 3 undead to advance as his vanguard. The dilapidated hospital exuded a strange atmosphere everywhere. In the darkness, Bai Chen groped through the ruins. Behind him, Lin Mohan was holding a bottle of potion, quickly drinking it. Bai Chen glanced over, and her body was emitting a faint light, covering her surface. It seemed to be a potion that concealed her aura. A hint of a smile flashed across his lips. The arrogant guy was actually afraid. Lin Mohan was just good at alchemy. If you asked her to kill monsters, she probably couldn't even hold a knife. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in the ruins, and Lin Mohan reflexively moved closer to Bai Chen. She was extremely nervous, her palms were sweaty, and even the bottle in her hand was almost twisted into a pretzel. "Can you stop following me?" Bai Chen's tone was full of impatience and annoyance, as if he could no longer tolerate Lin Mohan. "Hey, who's following you? This road isn't owned by you. I'll walk however I want." Lin Mohan also refused to back down, immediately retorting. Her expression looked very angry, and for a moment, she really wanted to smash the bottle in her hand on Bai Chen's head. However, at that moment, a scream echoed through the entire ruins. Lin Mohan was so scared that she immediately hid behind Bai Chen, not daring to peek out for a long time. It turned out that a brick fell from the ceiling, shattering on the ground with a crisp sound. "Scared me." Lin Mohan took a deep breath, trying to calm her pounding heart and steady her breathing. At that moment, she suddenly realized that her whole body was almost pressed against Bai Chen's back. This intimate contact made her heart race, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. The next moment, as if shocked, she quickly distanced herself from Bai Chen. "You dare to take advantage of me." Lin Mohan angrily pointed at Bai Chen's nose. Facing Lin Mohan's accusation, Bai Chen quickly interrupted, "Shut up." At that moment, strange shadows began to appear on the dilapidated wall. These shadows seemed to come to life, quickly converging and gradually forming a huge and ferocious monster shape. Assault-type Shadow Demon, level 30, Bai Chen carefully observed the Shadow Demon and whispered, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 Shadow Demons stood on the ceiling, emitting a chilling aura. At the same time, 3 undead warriors launched attacks without hesitation. They rushed towards the Shadow Demon at lightning speed, instantly shattering 3 of them. However, the remaining Shadow Demon agilely moved on the ceiling and quickly pounced towards Lin Mohan. Seeing the situation becoming critical, Lin Mohan decisively sprayed a mysterious potion into the air. In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Demon touched the potion and its body immediately began to evaporate, emitting a painful howl. It struggled desperately, but to no avail, and finally collapsed on the ground. Lin Mohan then crushed its head with her foot. "This guy isn't afraid anymore? At least it's an S rank." After Bai Chen identified the potion in her hand, a meaningful expression appeared on his face the next second. Because he found that the bottle contained not a potion, but menstrual blood. He secretly pondered, "Can this thing really kill a Shadow Demon?" The Shadow Demon's blood stained Lin Mohan's wrist, causing her to frown in pain. "Ouch, it hurts." She quickly took out a bottle of healing potion from her pocket to relieve the pain. On the other hand, Bai Chen took out a bottle of clear-colored potion. Lin Mohan glanced at the bottle in his hand and showed a surprised expression. "How do you have a potent healing potion? This is an advanced potion that can't be bought." Bai Chen drank the potion in one gulp. "I made it myself." Lin Mohan looked at him incredulously. "It's impossible, you haven't awakened the alchemy skill. How could you produce such a high-level secret potion?" Bai Chen then revealed that he had a bunch of such secret potions. "Stop bragging, making this kind of potion not only takes time and effort but also requires a large amount of materials. You got one from who knows where and want to deceive me." The next moment, Bai Chen calmly took out another bottle of potent healing potion from his backpack. His movements were very gentle, as if afraid of waking up something precious. Lin Mohan's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the scene before her. Her hand shot out like lightning and snatched the vial of potion from Bai Chen's hand. She tightly held the bottle of mysterious potion, examining it carefully. "It's actually real," Lin Mohan murmured in a low voice, filled with shock and disbelief. Her gaze never left the potion in her hand, treating it like a treasure. Bai Chen slowly spoke, "If you want it, I can sell it to you." Lin Mohan snapped back to reality and immediately expressed her desire to buy the potion. However, when she heard Bai Chen mention the price of 10,000 gold coins, she was stunned. 10,000 gold coins? Are you robbing me? Lin Mohan's voice carried a hint of anger and helplessness. She never expected Bai Chen to ask for such a high price. Even the Alchemy Guild wouldn't dare to charge that much. "How did you make this?" Bai Chen replied, "Want it? Make it yourself." "You." Lin Mohan's face turned red with anger, recalling Bai Chen's attitude at the Alchemy Guild, realizing that the tables had turned. "Fine, I'll make it myself." I can't even make a simple potion.
In fact, she couldn't make it, as the potion Baichin produced on the assembly line was not something she could easily replicate. Suddenly, there was a commotion from the dark area ahead.
Several people jumped down from the beam. People from the Sakura country? Lin Mohan muttered. Sakura country?
These are international exchange students, Lin Mohan explained.
Hey, this building is off limits now, a person from the Sakura country shouted.
Lin Mohan fiercely threw the bottle in her hand towards the Sakura country person in front.
Why can't we enter? You Sakura country people are too much.
The person's face showed disdain, looking arrogant and uncomfortable, shouting, our leader is here to level up, no one is allowed in. You too, leave quickly before our leader loses his temper. The next moment, the person immediately summoned a Shikigami.
The Sakura country person in front seemed to have summoning skills just like herself.
The Shikigami was instantly killed by the undead.
What's going on? My Shikigami was killed instantly.
Don't panic, deal with this level 1 noob first. Several people released all their Shikigami, and Baichin was surrounded in the next moment.
Kid, there's a price to pay for showing off. Kill him for me.
Black energy instantly surrounded Baichin. Countless eyes through the black mist looked down on everything around.
All summoned creatures were torn apart by Baichin's undead.
The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, permeating everyone's hearts.
What's going on with this kid? What kind of summoning creature does he have?
The faces of several people showed fear and they did not expect this level 1 guy to be so terrifying.
Should we retreat first?
Hearing that several people wanted to escape, Baichin raised the Valkyrie high, pointed the sword at everyone, and said coldly, if you can't match the skills, don't think about escaping.
Do you think this is the Sakura country?
His words were filled with a sense of killing intent. At that moment, the atmosphere in the air dropped to freezing point, and several people from the Sakura country stood still, trembling, not daring to move. This person seemed crazy, but was extremely difficult to provoke.
One of them shouted aggressively, what do you intend to do? We are all warriors of the Sakura country, protected by federal law.
Hearing this, Baichin sneered, this is the Black Tower, where the strong prey on the weak. Survival of the fittest. The so-called federal law is nothing but useless paper here. With that, Baichin slowly opened his palm. A large fireball ignited in his palm. The raging flames seemed to burn everything in the world to ashes. The crowd stared at the huge fireball in Baichin's hand, feeling fearful. They wondered if this guy was going to burn them to death.
He sneered and said, since this ruin is very important, I will destroy it now.
Baichin tightly held the fireball in his hand and threw it out with all his strength. The fireball streaked across the sky like a meteor, smashing directly into the ruins behind him.
Boom! With a loud noise, the ruins were instantly blown to pieces, shrouded in smoke and dust.
Baichin's amazing operation stunned the Sakura people present, their eyes wide with astonishment.
However, at that moment, the shadow demon hidden in the ruins suddenly appeared and quickly fled.
Spirit Shadow Demon, level 30, skill, possession. In the blink of an eye, several Sakura people were possessed by the Shadow Demon.
Their eyes rolled back, revealing pale and terrifying whites, their mouths gaping wide as if to devour everything.
At the same time, their limbs began to twist uncontrollably, appearing extremely eerie.
What's wrong with them? Lin Mohan's face showed a chill.
Baichin said expressionlessly, they are possessed by the Shadow Demon, they are already dead.
Dealing with the undead was easy for Baichin, after all. It was his profession.
He quickly switched the Valkyrie to bow form and shot several huge light arrows at the Sakura people with lightning speed.
These arrows streaked across the sky like meteors, carrying a sharp momentum and deadly threat.
The arrows rotated rapidly in the air, seemingly driven by a mysterious force, flying straight towards the possessed shadow demons. The shadow demons reached out their hands trying to catch the arrows flying towards them, but they clearly underestimated the power of these arrows. In the moment they reached out, the arrows pierced through their palms like lightning, without any hindrance. Then, they continued to fly forward at an astonishing speed, ruthlessly piercing through the bodies of the shadow demons. The shadow demons were forced out of their bodies, their true forms screaming in pain, their twisted bodies curling on the ground before bursting. Value Devour, congratulations on obtaining the skill, Hand of Dominance, level 1, perceive and generate invisible telekinetic power internally, causing physical damage to its entity without direct contact. In the next moment, Baichin suddenly extended his hand as if to grasp the entire world in his palm. His eyes flickered with coldness and ruthlessness, staring tightly at the bodies of the Sakura people on the ground in the distance. As he exerted all his strength and squeezed hard, an indescribable force surged from his palm. In an instant, the bodies exploded like detonated bombs, creating a shockwave that swept around, lifting smoke and debris. The bodies vanished in the blink of an eye, disappearing without a trace, as if they had never existed in this world. This astonishing scene completely stunned Lin Mohan, who stood dumbfounded, filled with shock and fear. What was happening before his eyes exceeded his understanding. Bai Chen could easily crush people alive. This cruel and powerful method made her shudder, realizing she was facing an extremely dangerous individual. Would he kill her because of the Alchemy Guild matter, and his terrifying summon creature was chilling at all times. The skill of killing invisibly was even more chilling. Bai Chen, are you going to kill me? Lin Mohan asked bluntly. Bai Chen turned around slowly, with a calm expression, saying, I may not kill you, but cutting off one of your arms wouldn't be excessive. What? You actually want to cut off my arm? Lin Mohan heard this and instantly distanced himself, quickly taking out a round object from his waist bag. Upon identification, it was determined to be an advanced flame explosion secret medicine. Angered, he rebuked, if you dare to do this, I will perish with you. Bai Chen calmly remarked, if you have such a powerful item, why didn't you bring it out earlier? Lin Mohan retorted, mind your own business. If you dare to attack me, I will blow you up, and myself as well. Bai Chen found this person truly amusing, as he was just joking around with her, but she took it seriously. At this moment, Lin Mohan no longer displayed his previous arrogance. Bai Chen wanted to tease her further, slowly approaching Lin Mohan. The next moment, Lin Mohan actually threw a ball towards him. Bai Chen swiftly dodged with a step and then kicked the ball away with a spin, causing a loud bang. A huge pit was instantly blasted on the ground in the distance. Damn, you really threw it. Seeing Lin Mohan about to throw another flame explosion bomb, Bai Chen hurriedly stopped her from this reckless behavior. Are you crazy? When did I say I wanted to kill you? Bai Chen widened his eyes, shouting incredulously. Lin Mohan was stunned by his scolding. After all, they were classmates, how could Bai Chen really want to kill her? She secretly thought to herself. The next moment, Lin Mohan's body, which had been trembling due to extreme nervousness, finally calmed down slowly. She slowly put the flame explosion bomb back in place, took a deep breath, and exhaled deeply. As if all the strength in her body had been drained, Lin Mohan sat down on the ground, cursing at Bai Chen, you are really despicable. Clearly, you are so powerful, but you deliberately pretend to be a level 1 noob to deceive us. You are simply playing dumb to deceive others. Fortunately, I didn't fall for it just now, or it would have been disastrous. You are really cunning, almost fooled me. Bai Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly, then confidently said, playing dumb to deceive others? I'm afraid you are better at it than me. She deliberately pretended to look terrified and fearful of the shadow demon, as if she was really scared. However, all of this was just part of her superb acting skills. A sly and triumphant smile appeared on Lin Mohan's face. She murmured softly, boys should bear more responsibility. Besides, which girl wouldn't be afraid of those monsters? Bai Chen rolled his eyes helplessly upon hearing this, but did not respond. She thought to herself, I'm afraid your flame explosion bombs are enough to deal with those guys. It seems like you are not refining pills, but explosives. Lin Mohan highly praised and admired Bai Chen's action of throwing a fireball to blow up the ruins. She said, your art has already passed in my eyes. Bai Chen, upon hearing this evaluation, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Art? Then, Lin Mohan's face showed an excited and thrilled expression, as he eagerly explained, explosions are art. The moment of the fire soaring into the sky, the smoke filling the air, such a spectacular scene, isn't it a unique form of artistic expression? Her eyes sparkled with fanaticism and obsession for the art of explosions, as if describing an extremely wonderful and intoxicating thing. Bai Chen. Bai Chen dispersed the undead in a sweeping manner, starting to clear the shadow demons on the 3rd floor. Explosions could be heard from time to time, as Lin Mohan was frantically bombing the shadow demons with flame explosion bombs. He seemed to understand why everyone called her explosive maniac. Bai Chen secretly pondered, the Slashing God Academy really doesn't have a single normal person. At this moment, Bai Chen keenly sensed that something else had mixed in with the undead. Suddenly, a large number of strange creatures rushed towards them. A fireball exploded in the air, shaking the earth, and many animals were blown to pieces. These are Shikigami. A man dressed in hunting clothes and holding a folding fan emerged from the smoke of the explosion. People from the Sakura country? Identification skill activated. Name, Saimai, S-rank, level, 33, occupation, Onmyoji, classmate. It's not good to break the rules like this. The man said cunningly. How do you plan to settle the score for killing my subordinates? Smack. The next moment, he closed his folding fan and pointed at the two in the distance. Which eye of yours saw that your subordinates are here? Lin Mohan stood up to refute. Although your methods are very clean, you even wiped away the traces of the bodies, but I can still sense their presence. After speaking, he created several Shikigami around him. Bai Chen carefully observed and found that this person's skills were somewhat similar to his own. The next moment, Bai-Chen also summoned several undead, but unlike the man's Shikigami, Bai-Chen's were undead.
Saimai saw that Bai-Chen could also summon similar entities and his gaze fell on Bai-Chen. Only level 1?
This surprised him. To be able to summon such a number of undead at level 1, you are indeed remarkable.
He squinted, smiling at Bai-Chen. Interested in joining our Sunset Academy?
Hearing this, Lin Mohan took out a fireball. How dare the lowly Sunset Academy come to challenge us at the Slashing God Academy? Suddenly, a fireball burst into flames next to Qin Ming, followed by a deafening explosion, creating a huge crater in an instant. Saimai's face changed suddenly, angrily shouting, "You despicable woman, you are simply seeking death." He quickly took out a talisman from his chest, held it tightly between his fingers, and chanted a spell.
The talisman flew into the air like lightning, instantly transforming into dozens of talismans, forming a dense net that flew towards the two. "Prepare to die, you annoying little ghost."
Seeing this, Bai-Chen immediately summoned a row of undead, forming a solid wall in front of her. As soon as the first talisman touched the undead, flames erupted, followed by the explosion of the other talismans. The giant talisman net, as if ignited, released an unparalleled powerful energy, like a volcanic eruption. Fortunately, the undead group had strong defense, acting as an explosion-proof wall, otherwise the shockwave from such an explosion could overturn everything around. Bai-Chen estimated the distance between Saimai and herself, which was already beyond the range of the Dominator's hand. Within 2 meters, she could instantly crush his Shikigami. In the next moment, Bai-Chen's mind moved, and all the undead rushed towards Saimai. The undead, like ghosts, almost instantly shattered the Shikigami. Saimai's face darkened, and he clasped his hands in front of his chest, summoning a huge Shikigami behind him. He slowly opened the folding fan. "Kid, kneel down and beg for mercy now, and I'll leave your body intact." He reached out to touch the Shikigami's fur. Bai-Chen remained calm, his body trembling slightly, as if suppressing something. Suddenly, a surging dark aura gushed out from behind him, forming a thick black mist. This black mist, like billowing smoke, continued to rise, as if trying to break through the sky. At this moment, a deafening roar of a huge dragon came from the black mist. The sound was like thunder, shaking people's hearts and making them shudder. As the sound spread, a huge azure eye emerged from the black mist. The eye was like the flames of hell, flickering with eerie light, exuding endless majesty and fear. This is. Saimai was stunned by the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock. What appeared before him was the undead evil dragon Nidhogg. Its figure was so huge, like a massive building blocking out the sky. In comparison, Saimai's Shikigami seemed insignificant, like a group of flies dancing in front of the dragon. Their existence instantly became small and powerless. This is impossible. How could a lowly hunter like you possess such power, summoning such a huge undead creature? Saimai's voice was filled with disbelief and despair. He couldn't accept the reality before him, his proud Shikigami being so powerless against the mighty power of Byakuren. Byakuren slowly walked towards Saimai, each step carrying a heavy sense of oppression. His eyes were cold and firm, as if declaring his invincibility to the world. When he approached, Byakuren easily took off the hat on Saimai's head, then casually threw it on the ground and stomped on it with his foot. At that moment, not only Saimai's hat, but even his pride as an onmyoji was ruthlessly trampled under Byakuren's feet. "I am the master, you are the inferior. In this tiny land of Sakura country, you are not worthy to stand on equal footing with me. Kneel." Byakuren's voice carried a strong sense of oppression, challenging Saimai's pride at that moment. The next second, his legs uncontrollably knelt down, his gaze dull and lifeless, his body collapsing on the ground like a deflated ball. Spare me." Saimai's trembling voice revealed endless fear towards Byakuren. His body was like a candle in the wind, swaying as if about to fall at any moment. At this moment, he was no longer the once majestic onmyoji, but a pitiful man completely consumed by fear. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat, filled with despair and pleading. His eyes were full of fear of death, as if Byakuren was the most terrifying evil god in the world. Byakuren furrowed his brow tightly, showing discomfort, and tightly covered his left wrist with his hand. A piercing pain came from the bandaged area of his left hand, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his flesh. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, not letting out a sound. Sweat poured down his forehead like a spring, dripping down his cheeks to the ground. Each drop carried the immense pain he endured. His heart was pounding as if it wanted to leap out of his chest, and Byakuren's breathing became unusually rapid. He tried to take deep breaths to calm this abnormal state, but with little effect. At that moment, the eye patch covering his left eye suddenly slipped down, revealing his crimson left eye. This eye emitted a strange and mysterious light, as if it wanted to devour everything. Byakuren slowly raised his head,
his movements somewhat sluggish but exuding an indescribable dignity and oppression. His eyes were cold and merciless, like a demon emerging from hell, bringing endless fear and awe to people. Then, Byakuran slowly raised his right hand and clenched his fist tightly. Saimai, standing beside him, immediately let out a painful groan. He clutched his neck tightly with both hands, his face turning red, looking very uncomfortable. It felt as if someone was squeezing his throat tightly, making it difficult for him to breathe normally, and his face was filled with a flush due to lack of oxygen. Baichen exerted force and Xingming lay on the ground at that moment, lifeless and motionless. His Shikigami also began to disintegrate. Lin Mohan widened her eyes, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. She saw Baichen curled up in pain on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Hey! What's wrong with you? Don't scare me!" She rushed forward, shaking Baichen's body forcefully, trying to wake him up. However, unexpectedly, Baichen suddenly opened his eyes, stood up quickly, and casually said, "Let's go." "Ha?" Lin Mohan was stunned, at a loss for words. This guy suddenly acted as if nothing had happened? She stared at Baichen, filled with doubt and confusion. Before she could react, Baichen had already distanced himself from her. Lin Mohan snapped out of it and hurried to catch up. "Hey, wait for me." Along the way, shadow demons kept emerging from the ruins, but Baichen remained unusually calm. He simply raised his hand lightly, made a shooting gesture towards the demons, and shouted, "Bang!" A miracle happened again, as the demons seemed to be hit by bullets, instantly creating huge holes in their bodies. They fell to the ground weakly, lifeless. Lin Mohan watched in astonishment. Baichen's abilities were beyond imagination. He seemed to possess a magical power that could easily defeat these powerful demons. This guy was terrifyingly strong. Value devouring, the panel kept jumping at an astonishing speed. Lin Mohan watched in disbelief, her jaw almost dropping. He just moved his mouth and fingers, and effortlessly killed the monsters like that. This leveling up is too easy. She changed her arrogant attitude and asked softly, "Can you take me along to grind monsters?" "I promise not to say a word." Baichen remained expressionless and without hesitation, he replied, "No." His resolute answer made Lin Mohan stomp her feet in anger. Why was this guy so petty? "Hey, how about after we go back, I help you refine the secret medicine you wanted before?" Lin Mohan tried to persuade Baichen. However, Baichen remained unmoved and calmly said, "No need, I've already refined it." With that, he turned and continued to kill monsters, leaving Lin Mohan sulking alone. Ahead was an incredibly huge palace, its vast expanse leaving people speechless. The palace presented a scene of utter desolation, with ruins and broken walls everywhere, as if it had experienced a fierce battle. A strange and mysterious aura pervaded the surroundings, sending shivers down one's spine. From afar, a damaged grand hall could be seen with a huge throne in the center, where a decaying corpse lay silently. It seemed to be the former owner of the palace, now lifeless. The air around the palace emitted a stench of decay, making it nauseating. This should be the end of the third level, Baichen speculated to himself. He cautiously observed his surroundings, not daring to relax in the slightest. Apart from faint breathing sounds, there were no other noises, creating an eerily quiet environment. "I can't believe it, we actually managed to almost perfectly conquer the third level," Lin Mohan said with a joyful smile. At this moment, a disturbance could be felt in the air. In the Great Hall, something seemed to be missing as the skeleton that was originally on the throne had disappeared. Baichen summoned a large number of undead to form a circle, protecting himself securely. Eerie hoofbeats could be heard in the darkness, getting closer and closer. The next moment, a shadow demon riding a horse appeared in front of everyone. Shadow King, level 100, strength 10,000, agility 10,070, spirit 10,050, constitution 10,060, skill Shadow Pierce. The attributes of the shadow demon appeared in front of their eyes the next moment. The Shadow King held a long sword, sitting steadily on a shadowy steed, resembling a solemn deity, and his unique kingly aura made people tremble involuntarily. The great hall began to shake violently, and countless shadow demons emerged from the floor of the hall. Countless shadow demons began to attack Baichen. Baichen immediately ordered the undead to attack, and the shadow demons that came to attack were instantly killed. Distant neighs of the steed could be heard, and the next moment, the Shadow King rode a steed, wielding a sharp sword, charging towards them at high speed. Baichen immediately released the chain of life, linking the surrounding undead. Swiftly switching the Valkyrie to scythe form, Baichen swung a huge blade of light towards the Shadow King. The light blade rapidly spun through the air towards the Shadow King. Lin Mohan stared blankly at the exploding scene before her, a level 100 boss, and Baichen was actually exchanging blows with him, even suppressing him. She clenched the pills in her hands tightly, feeling the vast difference between herself and him. The light blade clashed with the long sword, sparks flying instantly. Bai Chen, holding the huge scythe, quickly closed in on the Shadow King. Level 10, Hand of the Dominator. His Hand of the Dominator upgraded in front of his eyes. With a swift step, he charged towards the Shadow King, then swung the massive scythe towards him from above. The long sword instantly caught the scythe, forcefully throwing it upwards. Bai Chen's pupils dilated as he extended his hand to activate the skill. Hand of the Dominator. The next moment, as if receiving a signal, the scythe quickly flew back into Bai Chen's hand. Holding the left hand of the Valkyrie, black energy emerged from beneath the bandages, and the next moment, Bai Chen felt something wildly breaking through his skin at his wrist. Countless chains once again split from Bai Chen's back, resembling luminous wings. Losing patience, he shouted, "Whether you're a king or an emperor, all of you can go to hell." The Hand of the Dominator was activated again, and Bai Chen forcefully killed the steed beneath the Shadow King. The next moment, he gathered an immensely huge fireball in his palm, the flames soaring as if to burn through everything in the world. This time, he didn't throw the fireball as before. Holding the massive fireball, he swiftly charged towards the Shadow King, moving so fast that even Lin Mohan beside him couldn't catch his figure, only hearing a whoosh in the air. A residual image streaked by. The Shadow King couldn't react in time to block Bai Chen's attack. It was too late. Bai Chen, like a ghost, flashed behind him, and the scorching giant fireball instantly struck his body, the high temperature burning through his armor and fiercely impacting his body. His body began to disintegrate slowly like ashes until it completely shattered. Successfully killed the level 100 Shadow King, absorbing values. After all this, Bai Chen slowly stood up, expressionless, and pulled the sword inserted into the ground. Appraisal, broken blade of the fallen king, quality, high. Bai Chen put it into the storage bag, turned slowly, and found Lin Mo standing dumbfounded in place. She had never seen anyone use long-range fireball magic as a melee weapon, almost instantly killing a level 100 shadow demon. She wouldn't know that this only level 1 person's various values had already exceeded a terrifying 5 digits. Lin Mohan pretended to be calm and said, "I can easily kill monsters of this level too. You were just faster, otherwise I would have enjoyed the experience points from this shadow demon alone." Bai Chen ignored her and summoned the panel. Level 30, Hand of the Dominator. His gaze fell on a small stone in the distance. He reached out silently, and the next second the stone quickly adhered to his hand. Since the third level had been conquered and there were still 6 hours until the Black Tower closed, it was time to attack the 4th level. Just finished the battle, expended a lot of energy, and skills needed to cool down. Bai Chen decided to rest for a moment, slowly took out a bottle of high recovery potion from his backpack, opened it and drank it all. In the next moment, all his fatigue disappeared. Lin Mohan looked over with a longing gaze, very puzzled, secretly wondering, how many of these high-level secret potions does this guy have? Bai Chen took out another bottle of high recovery potion, drank it again, and threw the empty bottle aside. Slowly opening the third bottle, he drank 10 bottles of high recovery secret potions in a row, and his condition had returned to its peak. Lin Mohan widened her eyes again, incredulously looking at the pile of empty bottles at Bai Chen's feet, lost in thought. "Hey, are your secret potions free? Such expensive potions, and he drinks them like water." Bai Chen replied indifferently, "I like to drink." "Like to drink? Ah, it's so annoying. Since you have so many secret potions, why can't you give me one?" Bai Chen said coldly, "The Alchemy Guild has so many herbs, why can't they give me a few?" You. Lin Mohan's face turned crimson, unable to answer Bai Chen's question for a moment. After resting for a while, Bai Chen got up and prepared to head towards the 4th level. Seeing Bai Chen about to leave, Lin Mohan quickly stopped him and asked, "Where are you going?" Bai Chen said impatiently, "None of your business. You rude blockhead, I care about you, and you bite back. You don't appreciate kindness." The entrance to the 4th level slowly opened. Bai Chen walked towards the entrance without hesitation. "You're actually going to conquer the 4th level?" Lin Mohan looked at Bai Chen in disbelief, thinking he must be crazy. He actually wanted to conquer 2 levels in one night. Bai Chen ignored her and walked alone towards the entrance of the passage. Lin Mohan shouted from behind, "Blockhead! Don't blame me for not warning you." Her shouts did not stop Bai Chen's steps forward. Based on Lin Mohan's current level, Bai Chen was sure she wouldn't follow, so he could grind monsters without worry. The next second, Bai Chen's body was enveloped in light, the teleportation channel activated, and soon his figure disappeared on the 3rd level. At the 4th level, a town shrouded in smoke appeared before him. Plague, a sense of death lingered in the air. The architectural style that came into view had a strong medieval flavor. The air was filled with the smell of decay, very nauseating. Bai Chen instinctively covered his mouth and nose, although he was immune to the poison gas, but the smell of decaying bodies was still uncomfortable. The figure of a hunter appeared in the distance. There were very few people coming to level up on this level. After all, the fourth level was known as the Hunter's Cemetery, so most hunters choose to team up for raids. Without the support of a big shot in the team, it is almost impossible to tackle the fourth level alone. Several hunters also noticed the figure of Baichen. Brother, it's awesome that you came to clear the plague dungeon alone. Only level 1. Did all your teammates die? Baichen ignored them. Could this guy be a mute? Let's go, it's not safe here. Several hunters quickly left the area and headed towards the depths of the town. Baichen summoned several undead warriors. At that time, the attributes of the undead warriors could almost instantly kill all low-level monsters. Baichen lined up the undead warriors in a row, stood at the end of the team, and advanced forward. What was strange to him was that he hardly encountered any monsters along the way and directly reached the edge of the town. In the central square here, there were a large number of white bones piled up, as high as a small mountain. Next to the bone pile, there were several bodies, which turned out to be the hunters encountered earlier. They had no obvious wounds, just rotting skin, as if infected with some kind of virus. At this moment, a figure dressed as a medieval plague doctor appeared. He wore a thick, long black robe, a bird beak mask made of ceramics, held an oil lamp in his left hand, and carried a black medical bag on his right side. The next moment, he slowly took out 3 medical instruments from the medical bag and roughly performed surgery on the hunters' bodies. Blood splattered, and urgent breathing sounds came from under his mask, as if he enjoyed the feeling. He bent over, and after slowly stitching up the last body's head, he stood up slowly, sensing someone's presence, and turned to look at Baichen. Baichen faced the strange and frightening mask, and the eyes under the mask were looking around. His gaze finally stopped at the bandaged hand of Baichen. Humanoid monster, plague doctor, level 150, strength 16,000, agility 15,999, spirit 16,030, constitution 16,600, skills, dissection, plague infection. A low voice came from under the mask. Sir, you seem to have the plague, you need healing. Baichen thought to himself, this guy can actually speak? He was secretly surprised and became more cautious. As his gaze shifted, Baichen glanced at the bodies that had just been operated on by him, and was shocked. The limbs of those bodies were sewn together in a grotesque manner, as if depicting a nightmare. What was even more eerie was that the hands and feet of these bodies had been swapped, with hands growing where feet should be, and twisted arms attached to where feet should be. Moreover, all the skulls had lost their brains, and the hollow eye sockets revealed a sense of eeriness. However, in the eyes of this plague doctor, these bodies were not without hope. He firmly believed that despite being infected with the plague, these patients could be cured through his efforts. His mission was to fight against the plague and save every life. Just then, something unexpected happened. The next moment, those grotesque bodies suddenly started to surge, as if driven by some force, madly rushing towards Baichen. Baichen was not afraid and instantly activated the power of the hand of the Dominator. He tightly grasped the bodies. Several powerful energy waves suddenly erupted, and several bodies that were close were instantly shattered. Seeing his carefully treated patients being slaughtered by Baichen, the plague doctor's heart was filled with fear and despair. He trembled, unable to suppress the grief in his heart. The voice hidden behind the ceramic mask has now become exceptionally terrifying, as if it were a roar coming from the depths of hell. You killed my patients, Baichen calmly spoke. It was you who killed these hunters. The epidemic doctor's breathing became increasingly rapid. No, it's not like that. I saved them. I saved them. They were sick. I knew they were sick, so I wanted to cure them. I know, but you were all sick, and I can save you. I can save all of you, because I am the antidote. The epidemic doctor's voice began to tremble, as if trying to restrain some emotion within. The next moment, he stared fiercely at the killer of his patients. He grinned sinisterly. Ha, you are also sick, sir, you are sick, only I can cure you. He crazily lunged towards Baichen, who swiftly dodged. His hands were contaminated with countless viruses, and the air around his body was filled with plague viruses, which was also the cause of death for those hunters. Baichen signaled the spirits to help him defeat this monster. The next moment, the spirits attacked together, tightly surrounding the epidemic doctor. The doctor tried to infect the spirits with the plague, but when he found out that the spirits were immune to his virus, he suddenly became terrified. In the end, the epidemic doctor was chopped into a pile of flesh. Just when Baichen thought he had eliminated the epidemic doctor, to his surprise, the doctor's voice came from behind him the next moment. What? Baichen quickly turned to avoid. It's strange, this guy has clearly turned into a pile of flesh. How can he still come back to life? The spirits once again chopped the epidemic doctor into a pile of flesh. However, something eerie happened. The next moment he appeared unscathed behind himself. This seemed beyond reason. Baichen furrowed his brow in contemplation. There seemed to be some kind of medium in the air here, and it was because of this medium that the epidemic doctor was able to revive. Since you like to revive so much, I will grant your wish. The next moment, Baichin conjured 2 huge fireballs in his hands, using the power of the Dominator's hand to control the fireballs. After releasing them from his palms, he could control their direction of movement. He threw the fireballs towards a distant pile of bones. With himself as the center, the 2 fireballs moved rapidly like lead balls following the rotation of his body. They emitted a scorching light, as if burning with endless flames. With each rotation, the fireballs brought a powerful impact, destroying everything in their path. Whether it was grass or buildings, nothing could escape the destructive power of the fireballs. They were like merciless reapers, leveling everything around them. As Baichin continued to distance himself from the target, the radius of the dancing fireballs grew larger and larger. In a short time, within 100 meters, there was no longer any object standing on the ground, only a desolate empty space remained. Baichin's heart stirred, casting a powerful spell, summoning countless spirits. The spirits continued to emerge from the dark mist. Baichin coldly said, "Let's see whether you can revive faster, or I can kill you faster." A thrilling battle unfolded. Every time the epidemic doctor tried to revive himself, Baichin commanded the surging spirits to swiftly attack him. The spirits quickly captured and killed him, each resurrection of the epidemic doctor turning into nothing. He couldn't even survive for half a second, being overwhelmed by the spirits' attacks again, chopped into a puddle of mud. At this moment, the space within a radius of several hundred meters was completely occupied by the spirits. They formed a strong defense line, leaving no room for the epidemic doctor to catch his breath. Baichin stood in the center of the battlefield, calmly observing the situation as it unfolded. The epidemic doctor had nowhere to hide, his every move being closely monitored by Baichin. As time passed, Baichin gradually figured out the pattern of his actions. The plague doctor would only appear within a 1-meter radius of himself. At this moment, Baichin looked around and realized that he was heavily surrounded by the plague doctor's body parts. The next second, he squeezed all the body parts into a small ball. Through the bodies, Baichin discovered that the mask was made of a chitin substance that grew from the facial bones. Baichin was amazed to find that everything on him was a part of his body. Truly a strange monster. Baichin tore off the bird mask, revealing a bloody facial bone structure underneath. Upon closer inspection, this skeleton was very similar to a human skeleton, even retaining vocalization areas, which explained why the plague doctor could speak. "Don't be afraid, I am the antidote." As the plague doctor revived again, a strong pain came from the bandaged left hand. Hiss! With this sharp pain, the muscles under the bandage began to wriggle uncontrollably. Seeing this, Baichin carefully began to slowly unwrap the bandage. When the bandage was completely removed, the sight in front of him shocked him. 2 new eyes had grown in the place where his eyes had been gouged out. At this moment, the plague doctor was so excited that he almost trembled, exclaiming with emotion, "Plague, it's the plague! It has given me the power of rebirth, allowing me the chance to cure you." This monster seemed to be very interested in its own left hand. Baichin couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly, and the next moment, he slowly raised his right hand and then fiercely inserted 2 fingers into his own eyes. Then, with a little force, Baichin ripped the 2 eyes from his arm at the wrist. The 2 eyes wriggled incessantly in his palm, looking like disgusting worms. Baichin then threw them on the ground. Upon seeing this, the plague doctor immediately rushed over as if going mad. He carefully held the 2 eyes in his palm, then extended his long bird beak to sniff them, emitting a strange laughter from deep within his throat. "Ha ha ha! That's right! That's right! It's him! It's him!" Following that, the eerie bird beak slowly opened, and the plague doctor swallowed the 2 still wriggling eyeballs into his throat in one gulp. He seemed to be savoring some delicious delicacy, continuously making a sound of ecstasy from his throat. The next moment, immersed in it, he was instantly split in half by Baichin's sword. He had killed him no less than 100 times. Why could this guy keep coming back to life? Baichin pinched his chin, vigilantly observing the surroundings. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, not missing any detail. Through the eye of appraisal, Baichin carefully scanned the environment again. This time, he was astonished to find a large number of bacteria clinging to the air. These tiny organisms seemed like demons hidden in the dark, silently spreading. Baichin's heart tightened, knowing full well that these bacteria might be related to the plague doctor's resurrection. They might be the key medium that allowed that terrifying entity to be reborn time and time again. Without hesitation, Baichin immediately summoned all the undead, urging them to gather quickly. The undead moved at an astonishing speed, tightly surrounding each other, forming an indestructible barrier, impervious to wind. Then, Baichin quickly conjured a huge fireball in his hand, pulsating with heat and emitting a blazing light. He tightly held the fireball, waiting attentively for the perfect moment. Just as the plague doctor was about to revive, Bai Chen released the high-temperature fireball in his hand without hesitation. The fireball rose like a fire dragon, instantly sweeping through the entire space. The blazing flames burned fiercely, cleansing the air of the plague. Bai Chen nervously stared at the sky, continuously scanning with his discerning eyes. When he confirmed that the virus in the air had completely disappeared, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, he heard a burst of frantic roaring. It turned out that the plague doctor, after his final resurrection, realized that he could no longer be reborn. Despair and anger drove him into madness, emitting a chilling scream. Bai Chen held the Valkyrie in scythe mode. In a flash of blade light, the plague doctor was easily cut down, completely destroyed. With the elimination of the infected doctor, the surrounding atmosphere gradually returned to calm, and the eerie aura that followed disappeared without a trace. Kill humanoid monsters, plague doctors, value consumption, plague doctor's leather log, quality, super rare, in the moment of gluttony, like a black vortex, greedily and ruthlessly devouring all surrounding values. Bai Chen's body trembled slightly as he felt a powerful force continuously surging into his body. His attributes underwent a tremendous change at that moment, and the once calm data panel now shimmered with dazzling light. Although Bai Chen had not yet found the reason why he couldn't level up, as if he were locked in by an invisible force. Fortunately, his various attributes were not restricted and could still be freely improved. At that moment, a deep voice came from the Black Tower. Player Bai Chen has completed the 4th level raid and defeated the boss. Upon hearing this news, the surrounding hunters showed expressions of astonishment. No way, that's the 4th level, someone exclaimed. The hunter's tomb was actually raided like this. It's Bai Chen again. Envy and jealousy could be heard in the crowd. Bai Chen looked at the time and found that only 3 hours had passed. There were still 3 hours until the Black Tower closed. Bai Chen pondered for a moment and calculated in his mind, wasting a lot of time raiding with others before, he would definitely not do such thankless tasks next time. In the next moment, a piece of information flashed through his mind, and Bai Chen suddenly raised his arm. Sure enough, as he had expected, those eerie and inexplicable eyes reappeared from his wrist without anyone noticing. What was even more shocking was that this time, not only did an eye grow on his wrist, but another eye also appeared on the back of his left hand. Thus, 4 identical eyes appeared on Bai Chen's arm. These eyes seemed to be immortal, unable to be completely destroyed no matter what. Even if he ruthlessly dug them out and cut them to pieces, they would reappear on his hands like ghosts in an instant. Bai Chen sighed, unable to unravel this strange phenomenon himself. As the passage to the 5th level slowly descended, Bai Chen quickly left. As the transfer passage activated, Bai Chen slowly descended to the 5th level. The raid speed at the moment was too slow, so he had to resort to blitz tactics. Bai Chen released all the undead at once. At this moment, a dark army of undead appeared behind Bai Chen, countless eerie blue eyes appearing behind him, like a demon army from hell. With a thought, Bai Chen's undead army swarmed out, marching forward with the power to destroy everything. His command was simple: destroy everything. Such a huge army of undead, as soon as it appeared, it caused a sensation among the other hunters hunting in the 5th layer of the night. And at this moment, Bai Chen was walking slowly at the back of the team. Behind him slowly appeared a huge chain. Linked to it was a huge undead dragon. That's the evil dragon Nidhogg. Someone in the crowd recognized it at a glance. What profession is this, so awesome, even the evil dragon is his servant? This guy is a real monster. If the boss is willing to take me monster hunting, even if I have to call him daddy, I'm willing. The undead army at this moment was like a meat grinder, crazily harvesting the lives of monsters. Successfully killed level 30 monster, bandage monster, value devourer, obtained monster's eyes, quality, low. Successfully killed level 40 monster, assault bandage monster, value devourer, obtained monster's teeth, quality, low. Successfully killed level 40 monster, iron bandage monster, value devourer, obtained iron bandage, quality, low. The panel in front of Bai Chen was jumping wildly. The flashing light made him feel a bit dizzy. While the hunters beside him could only helplessly watch the scene before them, the monsters they couldn't defeat were easily killed by Bai Chen as if they were ants. Along the way, almost all the monsters encountered were annihilated in an instant, and even the few monsters that escaped would immediately perish under Bai Chen's powerful dominator. Too cruel, this Death Lord is simply a monstrous existence, someone exclaimed. I'm willing to call it the strongest profession, another person echoed. The human wave tactic is truly a divine strategy, another person marveled. However, when everyone's gaze finally fell on Bai Chen, they were surprised to find that this seemingly powerful figure was only level 1. This fact left everyone speechless, incredulous. Damn, absolutely damn, how could someone at level 1 have such incredible strength? A person from the Sakura country beside them sarcastically said, "What a trash undead, in front of our powerful Sakura country Shikigami, these are all ants. We Onmyoji are the powerful profession." That person actually dared to challenge Baichin. At this moment, Baichin was enjoying the killing, his gluttony had never been so excited. With more and more devouring, his appetite for gluttony grew larger, ordinary low-level mist was no longer enough to satisfy him. At this moment, his gluttony once again showed its desire for slaughter, quickly taking over Baichin's mind. The next moment, Baichin's eyes turned bloodshot, glaring at everything around him. "Hey, kid, dare to challenge me." But when he met Baichin's crimson eyes, an inexplicable sense of fear rose in his heart, and his body involuntarily took a step back. However, he knew he couldn't retreat at this moment, he was a warrior of the Sakura country. So, he took a deep breath, steadied his mind, focused, and launched a skill towards Baichin. As his incantation sounded, a mass of Yin energy slowly emerged from him. This mass of Yin energy gathered more and more, gradually forming an immensely huge Shikigami. The Shikigami was tens of meters high, exuding a terrifying aura. It held a huge magical weapon, as heavy as a mountain, flashing with a cold light, carrying a fierce momentum, and pounced towards Baichin. The Onmyoji shouted, "Die for me!" His voice was full of anger and determination. Although the people around him did not understand the difference between what he was doing and suicide, seeing his bravery and fearlessness, everyone couldn't help but show admiration. Sure enough, Sakura seems to enjoy courting death. However, facing this seemingly fierce attack, Baichin just raised his hand slightly and waved it gently. In that instant, the huge Shikigami was hit by an invisible force, bursting open and turning into countless fragments scattered everywhere. Only faint remnants were left, as if telling the story of the intense battle just now. "It's over." The Yin-Yang master of the Sakura country stood stunned in place, unable to believe what he was seeing. As a level 29 Yin-Yang master, the Shikigami he summoned was easily crushed by the opponent barehanded. At that moment, his heart was filled with despair and helplessness. He involuntarily took a step back, no longer displaying his previous arrogance, and then turned and fled in a panic. The Sakura country, a tiny place, where their people always like to dream unrealistically, but reality often brings them back to earth. In less than an hour, Baichin's army of undead swept through the entire 5th floor like a gust of wind. During this time, the powerful boss of the 5th floor, the Titan Bandage monster, was mercilessly struck down by Baichin's hand of domination as soon as it appeared. Following that, a broadcast came from the Black Tower again. Player Baichin perfectly cleared the 5th floor, defeating the boss. This news was like a bombshell, once again shaking the hearts of every hunter in the Black Tower. How long has it been? The 5th floor is so big, and he completed it in just an hour. At that moment, Wei Wudao on the 76th floor was only halfway through. When he heard that Baichin had consecutively conquered 3 floors in a short time, a meaningful expression appeared on his originally calm face. He furrowed his brow tightly, involuntarily gripping the short knife in his hand. A sudden strong sense of crisis swept over him like a tide. He knew time was running out and he had to speed up his strategy. In the limited time ahead, he had to do his best to conquer this difficult dungeon that he had tried dozens of times but failed to succeed. In front of everyone's eyes, Baichin stepped onto the teleportation channel to the 6th floor. The crowd erupted in astonishment as this person continued his conquest. Is this guy even human? He actually wants to conquer the 6th floor again. Well, his strength speaks for itself. Let's just go monster hunting honestly. We mortals can't catch up with such a godly person. Inside the 6th floor, Baichin used the tactics from the 5th floor. Although the tactics were old-fashioned, they were effective. The speed of monster clearing was evident. The undead warriors decisively slaughtered every monster in the 7th floor. Baichin's side, indeed, the speed of solo conquest is fast. This further confirmed Baichin's belief that he would not team up with anyone in the future. That night, all the monsters in the Black Tower were shrouded in a great fear. They once again recalled the fear of being controlled by that top hunter. Back then, Xiahou Juju alone killed all the monsters in the Black Tower. Now, Baichin's actions made the monsters mistakenly believe that the nightmare-like man would not come back. 6th floor, Lizard Demon Cave. A huge cave appeared in view. This was the 6th floor dungeon. The vast cave was extremely dark, with faint sounds of unknown creatures echoing. Mixed with some intense fighting sounds, the hunter's screams soon followed. Baichin's expression hardened as he slowly extended his palm, a fireball instantly forming in his hand. He summoned a group of undead warriors to advance into the demon cave, a putrid smell hitting them, the air filled with an unpleasant odor that made people nauseous. In the dim environment, one can only rely on the fireball in hand to discern the direction. Baichin threw a fireball forward, and the fire instantly illuminated the cave, revealing numerous small and large pits on the ground of the cave. Next to a distant pit, there was the remains of a hunter. The face of the corpse was missing a large piece, leaving obvious bite marks. Suddenly, the corpse moved. Something in the pit seemed to be pulling the corpse on the ground, and the corpse was instantly dragged into the pit and disappeared before Baichen's eyes. Baichen immediately became alert. There were rustling sounds coming from the pit, and a small head peeked out from the pit. Its eyes alertly scanned the surroundings, sensing Baichen's presence. Seeing only one person, it immediately fully emerged. A huge lizard-like figure appeared in front, with its lizard head and massive body forming a stark contrast, spitting out crimson saliva, with the remains of a freshly eaten hunter corpse in its mouth, and holding a half-eaten arm in one hand. Its gaze fixed on Baichen. After chewing the flesh in its mouth, it made an excited sound. Human food. Excitedly dropping the half-arm in its hand, it raised its claws and rushed towards Baichen. A decaying corpse could never compare to fresh human flesh. The undead warrior stood in front of Baichen in an instant. Assault-type lizardman, level 30, the lizardman, sensing danger, quickly halted its steps and agilely retreated to the side. It widened its eyes, staring intently at the undead, as if seeing the terrifying power that could destroy everything in their hollow eyes. The lizardman involuntarily felt fear, and its body began to move uncontrollably towards the nearest pit. It turned around and ran towards the pit at the fastest speed. Bang! At that moment, Baichen decisively raised his hand and made a shooting gesture towards the distant lizardman. In an instant, a powerful force shot out like lightning, accurately hitting one of the lizardman's legs. The lizardman was terrified, struggling desperately with the injured leg, and eventually fell headfirst into the pit. Baichen calmly raised his hand and gently exerted force towards the pit. Instantly, a mysterious force firmly grabbed the fleeing lizardman and dragged it forcefully into the air. The lizardman fell into extreme panic, struggling with all its might, but the force held it like a vice, rendering it immobile. In the blink of an eye, the lizard's body was crushed into a meatloaf, followed by a loud bang, as if something had burst in the air. Along with this loud noise, a pungent smell of decay filled the air. The lizardman's blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground around the pit red. It seemed that there were a large number of monsters hidden below the pit. Baichen frowned slightly, his large hand suddenly waved, and an incredibly huge fireball fell like a meteor, smashing fiercely into the ground. In an instant, the raging flames spread like a ferocious beast, completely engulfing the pit. The flames ravaged, licking everything around as if to turn the entire cave into ashes. Accompanied by the miserable cries, the lizards surged out of the pit like a bursting flood, desperately fleeing in all directions, trying to escape this terrible disaster. However, a few unlucky lizards, in their panic, rushed directly in front of Baichen. Baichen's eyes turned cold, and the blade in his hand lightly waved. Those few lizards didn't even have time to utter a final cry before they died tragically under the blade. The aura of slaughter spread rapidly like a plague, enveloping the entire lizard tribe. They seemed to finally realize that the terrifying humans in front of them would take their lives. So, without hesitation, they assumed an attacking posture, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Baichen and his undead army. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Baichen's mouth, and he gently waved his arm, commanding the undead around him to launch an attack. These fearless warriors immediately swarmed forward, their weapons gleaming with cold light, each swing taking a lizard's life. Before long, the battlefield was littered with lizard corpses, blood filling the entire cave. At this moment, Baichen transformed into a disaster, sweeping through every corner of the lizard cave. All the pits were opened, a huge deep pit appeared in front of them, and Baichen waved his hand to have all the undead move the bodies to the deep pit. With each movement, the panel in front of Baichen flickered. Value devour, the panel was jumping wildly. After completing this series of operations, Baichen took a deep breath and then concentrated his mental power, releasing a huge and incomparable fireball. This fireball, as hot and dazzling as the sun, rushed towards the deep pit at an astonishing speed and fell into it. With a loud noise, all the lizard corpses in the deep pit were instantly engulfed by the raging flames, burning to ashes. There was a huge change in the attributes on the panel, and under the magic, a new attribute slowly appeared. Divine Power, 0. For a moment, he felt an unbearable headache. Baichen did not stop. He continued to walk firmly along the front of the cave. His steps were steady and powerful, with the massive undead army following him, their actions like an earthquake, making the entire land tremble. At this moment, the hunters on the 6th floor felt a strong tremor. They panicked and looked around, not knowing what was happening. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's an earthquake!" Suddenly, others also echoed, their faces showing fear. Then, someone noticed a dark mass in the distance. They widened their eyes, trying to see what it was. Someone exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Another person, trembling, said, "Is that a god?"
The hunter's gaze was firmly fixed on Baichin. They saw his back covered with densely packed chains, these chains shimmering with a golden light, as if they had attached a pair of golden wings to his back.
From a distance, Baichin looked like a majestic deity, inspiring awe.
The hunters who could conquer the 6th floor were almost as powerful as S-rank, of course. There were also some particularly useless S-rank hunters who only knew how to throw bombs. Everyone stood frozen in place, unable to imagine how this level 1 guy was able to control such a massive army of undead. At that moment, winged lizards appeared densely in the sky.
This is. At the same time, Baichin also noticed the magical creatures in the air. Identification skill activated.
Mutant Lizard, Lizard Dragon King, level 130, Strength 17,000, Agility 17,000, Spirit 17,000, Constitution 17,000, Skill, Venom Spray, Look quickly. A cry of surprise rang out, causing the people around to turn their heads. That's the legendary hidden boss, the Lizard Dragon King.
Someone exclaimed.
As long as we can take it down, I'm sure I'll go down in history. Another person said excitedly, his face flushed.
Don't be foolish, you probably wouldn't even be enough to get stuck in its teeth if you charged up there.
A companion next to him mercilessly poured cold water. After all, this is a super strong boss at level 130. Even if all the hunters present join forces to fight, there is not necessarily a 10% certainty of defeating it, otherwise it will be a total defeat. However, to everyone's surprise, the Lizard Dragon King completely ignored the prepared hunters and rushed straight towards Baichin at an astonishing speed. Baichin had never seen a flying lizard before and couldn't help but think, if he could catch one, he would surely be able to sell it for a good price. Since he wanted to catch one, he naturally had to aim for the biggest one. So, his gaze was firmly locked on the Lizard Dragon King. At this moment, the Lizard Dragon King was hanging high in the air, overlooking the world like a god looking down on ants.
In its eyes, these non-flying hunters and the ground-dwelling chickens were no different, and it could devour them at will.
However, the massive and menacing undead army below still made it feel a slight threat, especially this guy who was indiscriminately slaughtering its people.
However, the Lizard Dragon King could never have imagined that the seemingly ordinary human in front of it would become the ultimate nightmare of its life.
Seeing the appearance of the Lizard Dragon King, some people wanted to take a risk. A group of hunters below were trying to kill a few lizards from the air, but without exception, all attempts ended in failure. Nevertheless, despite the huge gap, they continued to chase the lizard group on the ground without giving up, using their weapons to the fullest. After all, no one could resist the temptation of such a huge fortune in front of them, even though the risk of death was great. Unfortunately, due to the distance being too far, they couldn't even touch a single lizard scale.
Baichin, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. He calmly transformed the Valkyrie from sword form to bow form.
He was fully focused, pulling the bowstring with his backhand, and the loud sound of the bowstring resonated in the hearts of everyone present, as if he had infused it with tremendous power. Swish! The arrow flew rapidly through the air, rubbing violently against the air, making a huge sound that echoed throughout the space, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The sharp arrow instantly pierced the chests of 4 or 5 lizards, and with the activation of the siren poison gland, the poison on the arrow blade was quickly activated. The lizards hit by the arrows immediately died, falling straight down below. Seeing this scene, the hunters below were ecstatic and ran madly towards the falling lizards. After all, lizard skins could fetch a large amount of gold coins in the trading post, undoubtedly a huge fortune for them. When they frantically grabbed a lizard's body, they found that the poison had spread almost throughout the lizard's body, even the skin was filled with deadly toxins.
Some people in the crowd couldn't help but curse. Damn, this is unbelievable.
This kid is too cunning, using poison arrows to attack so we can't get the lizard skin.
What's there to fear? If we can't get the lizard skin, he won't either.
Exactly, I don't believe he's not afraid of the Siren King's poison gland. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Baichin calmly cut off a piece of lizard skin.
Several people laughed and mocked. Ha, what an idiot, daring to take something poisonous.
I bet he'll be dead from poisoning in 3 seconds, and then all his treasures will be ours. They had already discussed how to divide up the equipment on Baichin's body, eagerly waiting for him to collapse from the poison. However, at that moment, Baichin was completely immersed in the thrill of shooting the lizards. The Valkyrie in his hand seemed to turn into the scythe of death, and the poison arrows shot like raindrops towards the lizards in the sky. Seeing this scene, those few people were stunned.
What's going on here? Why hasn't this kid kicked the bucket yet? Wasn't it supposed to be 3 seconds? Could this guy be immune to the poison? I don't believe it. If he's fine, then we definitely won't be in trouble, one person said. As soon as the words fell, he couldn't wait to tightly hold a lizard's skin in his arms, laughing excitedly. I knew I wouldn't. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly died from poisoning. The crowd was stunned, frozen in place, and couldn't help but say, "Phew, luckily I didn't pick it up, or I would have been dead for sure. But why is that kid okay?" At this moment, Baichin was full of energy, showing no signs of poisoning. Who is this kid? At this moment, the lizard dragon king was like a startled bird. Ordinary arrows could not touch him at all, let alone cause fatal injuries. And this guy, he always managed to hit him every time. His arrows flew at an incredible speed in the air. If he hadn't hurriedly used the surrounding troops to block, he would have been hit long ago. He now understood that this hunter was no ordinary hunter. The lizard dragon king opened its mouth and instantly sprayed a large amount of venom. The sky seemed to rain acid. The vegetation on the ground withered instantly. Even the hunter's armor left on the ground was instantly corroded. Some hunters who couldn't escape in time were instantly corroded into a pile of white bones by the venom. The lizard dragon king was very satisfied with its masterpiece. But when the poison mist dissipated, Baichin was still standing there unscathed. He stretched out a hand, and an invisible force appeared in front of him, blocking all the sprayed venom with that unknown force. Baichin slightly moved his lips. Bang! Before the lizard dragon king could react, one of its wings was instantly pierced by a burst of air. Roaring echoed through the heavens and the earth. It wailed in pain. Bang! Before it could finish wailing, Baichin immediately struck its other wing again. This strike was as fast and fierce as lightning, accurately hitting the other side of the lizard dragon king's wing. Instantly, another huge hole appeared in the wing, blood gushing out. The lizard dragon king, which had barely maintained its balance, could no longer support itself, and it plummeted like a runaway meteor. With astonishing speed and impact, it crashed heavily to the ground, causing a huge shockwave. The hunters watching on the side were stunned. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. One hunter rubbed his eyes and muttered, "Am I hallucinating? This guy actually shot the lizard dragon king twice with a gun." Another hunter beside him retorted, "What gun? That's clearly his hand." Shocked, they began to whisper to each other, expressing admiration for Baichin's strength. "This is too incredible. He can actually use his hand as a gun," someone exclaimed. "Yes, with such incredible strength, why is he only a level 1 S-rank hunter?" Someone puzzled. The hunters discussed one after another, feeling amazed and admiring the extraordinary abilities displayed by Baichin. They realized that the seemingly trashy S-rank hunter in front of them actually had unfathomable strength and potential. Baichin slowly walked towards the lizard dragon king. The lizard dragon king was shocked. It could hardly believe that this seemingly fragile human in front of it could easily pierce through its proudest wings in an instant. What was even more unbelievable to it was that its extremely poisonous venom attack had no effect on him at all. It looked around and saw the bodies of its own kind all over the ground. Feeling a raging anger rising in its heart, it roared in anger, bursting out with intense hatred. However, Baichin just watched it roar powerlessly, calmly walked to the front of the lizard dragon king, slowly brought his index finger close to his lips, and made a keep quiet gesture. The lizard dragon king was enraged, and its inner hatred erupted like a volcano. It exerted all its strength, dragging its already disabled wings, opened its huge mouth, and pounced towards Baichin. At the critical moment, the black long sword in Baichin's hand struck like lightning, instantly piercing the mouth of the lizard dragon king, firmly nailing its head to the ground like a nail. Whenever the lizard dragon king tried to struggle, a large amount of black blood would gush out from its mouth. Its mouth was tightly sealed, unable to open again, only able to emit a low, hoarse sound relying on the vibration of its throat. "I said, be quiet." Baichin's icy words pierced its heart like a sharp sword mercilessly. It stared in disbelief at everything happening before its eyes. Just a few minutes ago, it was freely soaring in the sky, but now it was like a helpless lamb, firmly nailed to the cold ground by Baichin. Its eyes sparkled with the pride belonging to a king, as if telling the world that even in the face of death, it would never surrender. However, when it met Baichin's blood-red eyes, all its pride and dignity instantly turned to nothingness. Fear surged through its heart like a tide, making it tremble uncontrollably. It tried to struggle, but its body was firmly bound by Baichin's powerful force, unable to move at all. It felt its strength gradually fading, and the flame of life slowly extinguishing. Baichin's gaze remained cold and firm, as if declaring the outcome of this confrontation was already decided. It was unwilling to die like this, but powerless to change the situation. Why struggle when facing death? In the moment Baichin raised his hand, Devour was activated, instantly extracting its life. Successfully killed level 130 monster mutant lizard dragon king, value devoured, item, crystal quartz ingot, black tower announcement. Player Baichin perfectly conquered the 6th floor, successfully killed the boss. What? This person is Baichin. It's the Baichin who consecutively conquered 3 floors. Oh my god, a great god. I want to worship the great god. Black Tower announcement. The Black Tower is about to close, countdown 10 minutes, all non-evacuated personnel will be wiped out. Current tower assault total ranking, 1. Wei Wudao, current tower assault value, 180,002. Ning Hongye, current tower assault value, 70,503. Luo Chichi, current tower assault value, 53,004. Bai Chen, current tower assault value, 28,000. Everyone quickly evacuated from the Black Tower, the Black Tower closed, and the night hunt ended. The teleportation channel slowly started up, welcoming Bai Chen with the first light of dawn. In the Godslayer Academy, Xiahou Ju looked at the tower assault rankings, showing a meaningful expression. A trace of cunning flashed quickly at the corner of his mouth. Everything was going according to his plan. As I expected, Bai Chen, you will soon know your true face. Bai Chen took out a bottle of healing potion. After all, he had been up all night and needed to recover his strength. An annoying figure entered his sight. To Bai Chen's surprise, Lin Mohan actually persisted until the end. He thought that based on Lin Mohan's character, she should have ended the conquest early or teamed up with someone else. Lin Mohan now had large dark circles under her eyes, her face full of fatigue, looking extremely exhausted. While Bai Chen was attacking the 5th floor, she hesitated for a full half hour on the 3rd floor. After much deliberation, she finally decided to enter the 4th floor for the conquest. However, the plague on the 4th level was too terrifying. She could only live cautiously, struggling for an hour but never mustering the courage to attack. At that moment, she noticed Bai Chen's gaze on her, so she quickly turned her head aside, pretending not to see him. Bai Chen remained silent. Lin Mohan couldn't help but glance at Bai Chen again, but her attention was completely focused on the bottle of highly effective recovery potion in Bai Chen's hand. She licked her dry lips, pursed her mouth, and after thinking for a while, she walked towards Bai Chen. Her cheeks flushed red, somewhat shyly asking, "Can you sell me this bottle of potion?" This response was unexpected to herself. What Bai Chen didn't understand was that someone as proud as Lin Mohan would actually lower her pride for a secret medicine. The Lin family was a prominent family in the Federation, so theoretically, someone like her wanting to buy a bottle of secret medicine wouldn't be easy. I can give you an IOU first, and when I earn enough gold coins, I will pay you back. She puffed her cheeks, tightly closed her eyes, as if she had to muster all her strength to finally say this. Bai Chen didn't even think about it and directly refused. Small business, no credit. You! Lin Mohan widened her eyes, staring at Bai Chen fiercely. The anger in her heart erupted like a volcano, and her hand unconsciously clenched into a fist, wishing to immediately punch Bai Chen's annoying face. Bai Chen, however, seemed indifferent, even a bit provocative. His appearance as if asking for a beating was unbearable. What was even more infuriating was Bai Chen's gaze towards her, full of disdain and indifference, as if she didn't exist at all. This disregard fueled Lin Mohan's anger even more. Aren't you the steward of the Alchemy Guild? Can't you even come up with this little money? Lin Mohan's face turned as red as a ripe apple, never expecting to be in such a predicament. Bai Chen seemed to see through her embarrassment, his lips slightly upturned, showing a meaningful smile, then he briskly walked away without looking back. That annoying ghost. Just wait for me. Lin Mohan stomped her foot angrily, her eyes still fixed on Bai Chen's retreating figure, hands clenched into fists as if to crush the air. She vowed silently to make Bai Chen pay for his actions today. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Lin family, her family seemed indifferent to her. She successfully changed jobs and got into the Imperial Academy, all just to seek approval from others. The restaurant was bustling, and Bai Chen bought a steaming bun and soy milk, sitting quietly in a corner eating. After a night of monster hunting and leveling up, he was already famished. However, compared to physical hunger, he was more concerned about the emptiness in his mind at the moment. The binge eating seemed to have quieted down after devouring the Lizard King, but Bai Chen knew that this might just be temporary calm. Bai Chen took a bite of the bun, but his gaze involuntarily lingered on his left hand holding the bun. Thick bandages were wrapped around the back of that hand, hiding a pair of wriggling eyeballs underneath. Since eyes grew on the back of his hand, Bai Chen had to tightly wrap them to avoid attracting attention. He knew that if anyone discovered this secret, he might be seen as a monster and be expelled. Watching the eyeballs wriggling under the bandages, Bai Chen's face grew darker, his eyes showing increasingly intense coldness. He furrowed his brows, murmuring softly to himself, "Is this also a backlash brought by the binge eating?" He pondered silently, filled with doubt and unease, while eating the bun and sinking into contemplation. He recalled the strange events that had recently taken place, as well as the abnormal changes in his body. These signs made him feel confused and fearful, not knowing how much more of such incidents he could endure, and what was happening to his body. "Excuse me, but are you Bai Chen?" Baichen looked up. In the vast dining hall, which was originally bustling with noise and commotion, but with the sound of a certain sentence, it was as if a shocking thunderbolt suddenly struck from the sky, making the entire dining hall fall silent in an instant. Look! Isn't that Fang Jinming from the Sunset Academy over there? Who is this guy, so bold, actually daring to provoke people from the Sunset Academy? In my opinion, he probably won't leave here unscathed today. Faced with the pointing and whispering of the people around him, Baichen remained very calm and composed. After calmly swallowing the last bite of his bun, he calmly spoke, "Sorry, this seat has already been taken by me." However, Fang Jinming didn't even bother to pay attention to Baichen, showing a disdainful smile on his face, and directly stating his purpose for coming, "Stop wasting time with me. Hand over the crystal stone quartz block." Upon hearing this, a hint of imperceptible coldness flashed in Baichen's eyes. This block was originally obtained by someone from our Sunset Academy, but it was snatched away by a nobody like you. If you know what's good for you, return it to me now. The tense dialogue between the two quickly attracted many onlookers. It is worth noting that the Sunset Academy is notorious throughout the entire Imperial Academy because most of its students come from the Sakura Kingdom, and they often engage in activities such as killing and looting during night hunts. Preparations for hunting and the fruits of night hunting often lead to conflicts. Most people in the academy look down on them, but no one dares to confront them. Fang Jinming, S rank, occupation, Yin-Yang Master, level 59, affiliated guild, assassin sequence. After reading the information, Baichen stood up calmly. His towering height of 1.88 meters made the petite Fang Jinming, who was only 1.5 meters tall, look comically small. At this moment, he looked down on Fang Jinming as if the latter were just an insignificant ant. Fang Jinming's arrogance diminished by half the moment Baichen stood up. What caught Fang Jinming off guard was that Baichen, who appeared to be only about 1.6 meters tall and slender when sitting down, turned out to be much taller than him when standing up. Baichen calmly said, "If you think you can take the block from me, go ahead and try." However, Fang Jinming did not back down and quickly brought up the name of the assassin sequence in an attempt to intimidate Baichen. After all, in his eyes, how powerful could a mere level 1 rookie be? He roared aggressively, "You brat, do you know who I am? I am the illustrious leader of the assassin sequence. If a weakling like you dares to challenge me, you will only end up on a path to death." Faced with such arrogance and a strong sense of self-importance, Baichen felt that the other person might not be thinking straight. "It looks like this Baichen is probably going to get a beating today," someone asserted. "I'm not so sure. This guy conquered 4 levels overnight. His strength is absolutely terrifying. If they really fight, Baichen might not necessarily lose," another person argued. "Stop it. This is not Sunset Academy, let alone Sakura country. If you want to fight, get out." Looking around, everyone saw Luo Qiqi's sharp eyes staring at Fang Jinming, as if she could see through his soul and uncover his deepest secrets. In the next moment, she seemed to be on the verge of completely exposing Fang Jinming. "Luo Qiqi, where did you come from again?" Facing Luo Qiqi's appearance, Fang Jinming showed a disdainful smile and sarcastically questioned. "This person stole a treasure belonging to our assassin sequence. If it is not handed over today, I will not give up." Luo Qiqi stepped forward and said loudly, "Black Tower Night Hunt has its rules, the first of which is, whoever first obtains the hunted item owns it." What absurd rule! We people of Sakura country have always believed in the law of the jungle, where the weak do not deserve to own anything. Fang Jinming's arrogant demeanor ignited the anger of every Imperial student present like a flame. Luo Qiqi said expressionlessly, "If you value strength so much, then let's have a fair fight. Whoever wins this crystal stone belongs to them." Baichen naturally did not want to get entangled with the other party too much, especially in a fight. This crystal stone belonged to him, so why should he compete with him? It violated his principles. "Hey, Baichen, teach this little Sakura a lesson for me." That's right. Too arrogant, thinking of this place as his own home. "Baichen, defeat him, I'll treat you to a big meal." At this moment, almost all the Imperial students in the field stood on Baichen's side. After all, Sakura has long been notorious for its history of burning, killing, and looting, coupled with the historical reasons for Sakura country's invasion of the Federation. The buried genes were awakened instantly, making every Imperial student indignant. In the arena, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Baichen's eyes were sharp, his icy gaze seemed to penetrate everything, staring firmly at Fang Jinming in front of him, as if he wanted to see through his soul. "Kid, it's not too late to beg for mercy now." Fang Jinming's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile, his mocking tone making people very displeased. However, Baichen was not provoked by the other party's words. He slowly reached out his right hand,
making a shooting motion towards the front, aiming accurately at Shifang Jinming. Seeing this, Shifang Jinming couldn't help but frown, filled with doubt and confusion.
Do you think you can defeat me with just one hand? Are you kidding me? He taunted. Just then, a dull bang rang out suddenly. Bang!
An invisible shockwave shot out from Bai Chen's index finger at an astonishing speed, like lightning, heading straight towards Shifang Jinming.
Shifang Jinming's body shook violently. He quickly dodged to the side, a look of surprise on his face. Obviously, he had not expected Bai Chen to launch such a bizarre attack. What kind of trick did this guy use? How could he launch such a silent attack? He pondered silently, feeling a strong sense of vigilance rising within him. Before he could react, Bai Chen swiftly moved his body and fired a dozen shots at him again. These attacks came like a dense rain, overwhelming Tenfang Jinming.
Faced with such a fierce attack, Tenfang Jinming dared not be negligent.
He quickly used his technique to summon his Shikigami.
In the blink of an eye, a huge python appeared in the arena, fierce and intimidating.
The python emitted a powerful aura, opening its large mouth to block the invisible attacks. The arena was filled with turmoil. Advanced Shikigami, Tang Snake, wow! This snake is so cool. Hey, whose side are you on?
Seeing the huge magic circle and the agitated Shikigami under Tenfang Jinming's feet, the person was startled and quickly explained, I was just expressing my admiration. Before he could finish speaking, the Shikigami's huge head split into 9, each looking ferocious and spewing strong poison gas. At that moment, Tenfang Jinming used a strange seal technique, and the 9-headed snake rushed towards Bai Chen like an arrow, releasing a large amount of poison gas. Faced with the fierce enemy, Bai Chen immediately activated his Dominator's hand skill, creating an invisible barrier in front of him to block the poison gas. At the same time, a shining sword slowly emerged from one of the snake heads, and Tenfang Jinming, holding the sword, swiftly charged towards Bai Chen under the cover of the poison gas.
His eyes were full of killing intent as he shouted, "Kid, prepare to die." Bai Chen instantly transformed the Valkyrie into shield form to block his attack.
He withstood Tenfang Jinming's full-force sword strike, the blade flashing with cold light and sharp sword energy as it slashed towards Bai Chen.
Surprisingly, Bai Chen directly took the hit.
Upon the clash of the blade and shield, a powerful counterforce surged, pushing Tenfang Jinming back several meters.
This is impossible.
His shield can absorb my attack and reverse it.
Tenfang Jinming widened his eyes in disbelief.
He had never encountered such a bizarre situation where his full-force attack was easily neutralized and countered.
In a moment of distraction, Bai Chen, wielding the Valkyrie, swiftly moved in front of him like lightning. A black blade, filled with endless killing intent, struck towards Tenfang Jinming's face.
Without much thought, Tenfang Jinming quickly raised his sword to try to block this deadly strike.
Clang!
With a crisp collision sound, countless sparks flew where the two swords met. The tremendous impact made Tenfang Jinming's arm numb, and the sword in his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. He desperately tried to stabilize the sword, but the force was too strong, causing even the blade to shake wildly. Tenfang Jinming gritted his teeth, using all his strength to hold onto the hilt, hoping to resist the force. However, the next moment, he felt the sword in his hand become unusually heavy, as if weighing 1,000 pounds. Then, the sword completely slipped from his control, clang, falling to the ground. Tenfang Jinming looked at his empty hand in disbelief, unable to believe that he had lost his weapon in an instant due to the opponent's strike.
This action instantly made everyone present burst into laughter. Ha, this guy can't even hold a sword steady. It's so funny. Can't believe it. The president of the prestigious killer sequence was actually defeated by a freshman without any resistance. So embarrassing. This kid is quite powerful. What profession is he? Is he a swordsman? Seems like some kind of death lord. Lord? What kind of profession is that? I've never heard of it before.
Various surprised and skeptical voices came from the crowd. Everyone was very curious about this mysterious profession. Some people started whispering and speculating about what special abilities this Deathlord might have, while others showed envy and admiration. No one expected that this level 1 guy could make a level 30 hunter suffer a defeat.
The atmosphere on the field instantly became lively.
Shifang Jinming picked up the long sword on the ground, angrily pointed the blade at Bai Chen. You despicable guy dare to use hidden weapons.
Bai Chen.
What he didn't expect was that this little cherry blossom was so shameless and hypocritical. Without further ado, the shield instantly transformed into a scythe, and with force, he swung it forward, a huge light blade rapidly spinning, speeding towards Shifang Jinming.
Followed by the second, the third.
Bai Chen waved the scythe, countless light blades scattered from his hands.
Damn it!
Shifang Jinming quickly hid behind his Shikigami, all the light blades hitting the 9-headed snake, causing intense pain, almost making it die on the spot.
It was afraid that even if it survived, it would be a useless snake in the future. It made its final sting, wildly dancing its body, spitting out several poisonous thorns, shooting towards the front like a storm. These thorns shimmered with a sinister light, as if containing endless malice and venom. Bai Chen agilely leaped into the air, easily avoiding the thorns' attacks. He made a graceful turn in the air, kicked out, the blow as swift as lightning, accurately kicking all the thorns back onto the nine-headed snake. The snake couldn't react in time and was hit by its own thorns. The thorns deeply pierced its body, the intense pain making it emit a piercing roar. However, Bai Chen's attack did not stop. Like a ghost, he instantly appeared above the nine-headed snake, wielding a huge scythe in his hand, emitting a chilling aura. Bai Chen raised his hand and the blade fell. In one fluid motion, in the blink of an eye, he severed the 8 heads of the nine-headed snake. Blood splattered, the scene was extremely bloody. My Shikigami! Shifang Jinming widened his eyes, incredulously watching the scene before him. He couldn't accept that his carefully cultivated Shikigami was easily defeated by Bai Chen. Anger and despair filled Shifang Jinming's heart. He disregarded everything else and madly charged towards Bai Chen with his sword drawn. At this moment, he had lost his reason, with only one thought in his mind: to kill Bai Chen. Facing Shifang Jinming's frenzied attack, Bai Chen showed no fear. The scythe in his hand spun like a windmill, rotating at an extremely fast speed, creating sharp sounds of wind. Each swing was precise and ruthless, dazzling the onlookers. Shifang Jinming tried his best to resist, but Bai Chen's attacks were too fierce, he couldn't find any openings. Watching the sharp scythe getting closer and closer, Shifang Jinming's breathing became rapid. He knew that at this moment, a slight mistake would likely lead to his demise. Evading the fierce attacks cautiously while seeking a chance to counterattack, but Bai Chen's moves were flawless, leaving no room for opportunity. The next moment, the flying scythe grazed past his ear, then almost impossibly, came back at an angle. This time he couldn't avoid it. Bai Chen's scythe now transformed into a huge pair of scissors, shredding Shifang Jinming's clothes to pieces. At this moment, he was like a chicken stripped of its feathers. After practicing swordsmanship for 2.5 years, he was unable to display any of it under Bai Chen's attack. Bai Chen did not give him a chance to catch his breath, and the next moment, the huge sickle attacked him again in a very dense manner. The intense fighting had already exhausted Shifang Jinming, and at this moment, he was already at the end of his strength. Wait, I surrender. Bai Chen, surrender? That won't do. Shifang Jinming, what? Still fighting. Stop, I surrender. Shifang Jinming gasped for breath, almost pleading as he shouted. Bai Chen, well done. It's so exciting, I've been fed up with this guy for a long time, and today I finally let out a sigh of relief. With cheers ringing out, his body slumped to the ground like a deflated ball. At this moment, he felt extremely exhausted, as if all the strength in his body had been drained, and even the sword in his hand could no longer be held tightly. He looked helplessly at the dying Shikigami on the ground, filled with despair and defeat. He had lost completely. The air was filled with a chilling cold, the huge sickle gleaming with a chilling light, now mercilessly lying across his neck. The cold air emanating from the blade made him shiver involuntarily. Trembling, he raised his head and looked at Bai Chen, his eyes filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Bai Chen's eyes were as cold as ice, exuding a chilling aura of fear. On the side, Luo Qiqi keenly caught the unusual look in Bai Chen's eyes, and her heart tightened involuntarily. She found that there seemed to be a murderous intent hidden in Bai Chen's gaze, as if he had killed before, cold and ruthless. In fact, Bai Chen did have experience in killing. Thinking of this, Luo Qiqi's heartbeat quickened, and she began to worry that Bai Chen might impulsively put Shifang Jinming in mortal danger. After all, killing within the academy was a very serious crime, and offenders would be mercilessly expelled. The next moment, she heard Shifang Jinming's screams, and she immediately came to her senses, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Bai Chen! She exclaimed, her gaze falling on Shifang Jinming on the ground. Shifang Jinming was in a sorry state at the moment, his hands tightly covering his cheeks, blood still flowing from his fingers, dripping onto the ground, forming a shocking pool of blood. His eyes were full of anger and hatred, staring fiercely at Bai Chen, roaring, "You brat! Do you think you're Zoro? How dare you carve a Z on my face?" Bai Chen, however, remained indifferent, a slight smirk on his lips, retorting, "This isn't a Z." Then, he deliberately elongated his tone and said clearly, "This is clearly a 2. His tone was full of mockery and disdain, as if mocking Shifang Jinming's ignorance. Faced with Bai Chen's blunt and merciless humiliation, Shifang Jinming was so angry that he gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Bai Chen to pieces on the spot. But he knew he was at a disadvantage and couldn't confront Bai Chen head-on, so he silently ground his molars, secretly planning to make Bai Chen pay a heavy and extremely painful price in the future to avenge today's humiliation. The humiliation suffered today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Shifang Jinming glared at Baichen. Why are you still here? Waiting for a meal? Get lost.
There was a chorus of curses, and Shifang Jinming had to sneak away.
Today was really satisfying. Baichen, well done. Baichen, you're truly amazing.
In that moment, everyone's admiring gaze turned to Baichen.
However, Baichen, who was in the crowd, appeared very confused. Faced with the praise of the crowd, he was completely at a loss, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, Luo Qiqi standing beside him shook her head slightly, with a hint of a smile on her face, and whispered, "What a fool." Back in the dormitory, Baichen collapsed weakly on the bed.
After experiencing several intense battles in a row, he felt exhausted, as if his body had been drained.
Just then, Jiang Hao rushed in excitedly. You're amazing. Your fantastic videos of the Dragon Tail are all over the school forum.
Jiang Hao exclaimed excitedly. Then, he couldn't wait to add, "Oh, and let me tell you some good news, our secret medicine is selling like crazy."
Baichen, half closing his eyes, weakly asked, "How much did it sell for?"
Jiang Hao cleared his throat and raised his voice, "A whole 1 million.
Baichen couldn't help but be stunned. So much. Just a bit of medicine sold for a whole 1 million.
He could hardly believe what he heard, staring incredulously at Jiang Hao.
Could it be that he was really a genius? With Jiang Hao's relentless efforts and active promotion, the price of the secret medicine was finally successfully lowered.
Nowadays, people in the academy can easily purchase high-quality secret medicines like the Golden Spear Unbreakable at extremely affordable prices.
No one has to spend a fortune to buy from the alchemy department anymore.
Unconsciously, Baichen had actually become the medicine god in the eyes of the people. After listening to Jiang Hao's endless and extravagant commercial praises, the Golden Spear Unbreakable had already become famous, even spreading overseas, with many sellers expressing willingness to make large purchases. However, faced with all this, Baichen's reaction was unusually calm. Although he felt deep down that all this was ridiculous, why not make money when you have the chance? Fatigue rushed over him like a surging tide, quickly engulfing him, and soon, Baichen fell into a deep sleep.
Back in his mind once again. However, the scene before him was completely different from the last time. At this moment, the towering tower had long disappeared without a trace, replaced by flying debris everywhere.
It was as if everything had returned to the way it was when he first arrived in this space.
Could it be that the alternate space would fall into a cycle every once in a while?
Baichen's eyes anxiously searched for the figure of the unknown around him. Finally, on a piece of broken floor, he found the unknown, just like before, lying quietly in a pool of blood. Baichen carefully stepped over the fragments, slowly moving his body. The moment he leaped onto the floor tile, the unknown's body sprang up like a spring.
He. Master, welcome home. The familiar, eerie laughter once again entered Baichen's ears, making his heart tremble involuntarily. She was the one who harmed him. Unknown, tell me what happened here. The unknown trembled and said, "Bad people. Bad people came here and destroyed everything." Baichen asked in confusion, "Can you tell me who the bad people are?"
The unknown remained silent for a while, then shook her head. "I don't remember, unknown's stomach is hungry." It was then that Baichen noticed a huge hole in the unknown's stomach, even being able to see the intestines inside clearly. Baichen stared at the hole carefully. The surrounding edges were full of visible scratch marks. He was sure that these scratch marks were made by someone forcibly digging with their hands. Surprisingly, the unknown seemed to not care at all about having such a big hole in her body. After drinking the potion handed to her by Baichen, a miraculous thing happened. The horrifying blood hole that was originally visible began to slowly heal. Wu Ming, with hands covered in blood, fumbled around Baichen as if searching for something important. Then, she suddenly exclaimed in excitement because she successfully found 4 crystal quartz blocks from Baichen. She was as happy as a child getting a long-awaited toy, dancing with joy, and then eagerly ran to the iron furnace behind her. Baichen, seeing this, felt secretly delighted. Could this time really succeed in refining a treasure? He followed closely behind Wu Ming, eagerly looking at everything in front of him. As expected, when the 4 crystal quartz blocks were placed into the furnace, they immediately emitted a strange light, instantly merging with the furnace. The whole scene was exceptionally spectacular, leaving people in awe. The bottom of the furnace ignited with roaring flames. The sound of iron striking inside the furnace, as if forging a peerless divine weapon. Suddenly, a dazzling red flame spewed out of the furnace mouth, like a fierce fire snake raging and dancing in the air. A tiny object could be vaguely seen in the flame. All the flames seemed to be attracted to it, and it was instantly consumed completely. As the flames gradually dissipated, the mysterious item finally became clear. It was a ring. Baichen's heart stirred, immediately using his identification skill.
A line of information appeared before him. Ring of the Phoenix, quality, rare, can summon the Phoenix. The ring seemed to have a life of its own, floating automatically into Bai Chen's palm. He could clearly feel the immense energy fluctuations contained within the ring, as if it could erupt at any moment. Bai Chen carefully put it on his right hand, and as he did, the ring suddenly flashed with a crimson light, accompanied by a deafening bird cry echoing all around. Bai Chen looked around and found that besides Wu Ming and the silent undead, there was nothing else here. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and then summoned his attribute panel. Sure enough, in the equipment slot, the words Ring of the Phoenix were prominently displayed. Equipment, Ring of the Phoenix, quality, rare, usage restriction, pay 1,000 value to summon the Phoenix once. Bai Chen pondered to himself, the Phoenix? That's a magical creature that only exists in legends. No one has ever seen its true form, let alone summon such a divine summoning beast. Contribution value? This indeed surprised Bai Chen, as he had always relied on gluttony to accumulate value, and the amount was quite substantial. However, this behavior also came with great risks, as whenever he consumed too much value at once, he would clearly feel himself intermittently losing consciousness, as if about to fall into a state of madness. Excessive reliance on gluttony seemed to be showing signs of abnormality. Perhaps, the Ring of the Phoenix could be the key to suppressing gluttony. However, as he was contemplating, he suddenly remembered something important. Bai Chen quickly poured out a large amount of monster fur from his storage bag. The fur piled up like a mountain, scattered on the ground. He stared at these refining materials with wide eyes, feeling a sense of exaggeration in his heart. After all, to produce a large number of elixirs, he still had to rely on Wu Ming. Bai Chen's gaze finally settled on the nearby medicine furnace, silently staring at this familiar tool, his thoughts drifting away. Besides money, he seemed to have nothing now. Although he had wealth, facing the dilemma of his body, he felt somewhat helpless and powerless. It seemed that in the alternate dimension, the eyes on his arm seemed to have calmed down, no longer wriggling frantically. Bai Chen slowly removed the bandage from his left hand, as if only here could he completely let go of all pretenses. Seeing that the time was almost up, Bai Chen slowly closed his eyes. It was time to leave. He was shocked to find that each time he entered the alternate space, the time seemed to be very short. If he stayed here for a long time, he feared that his real self would fall into a long sleep, and he would be forever trapped here. Inside the dormitory, when he opened his eyes again, it was already noon. Ding! The phone next to him received an email. He clicked to view it. It was a friend request. He was surprised to see that the person adding him was Xiaoju. Bai Chen clicked to accept. The next second, Xiaoju's message came through. Come now, to the Academic Affairs Office. Inside the Academic Affairs Office, it was quiet. Xiaoju sat on the sofa, his expression unusually serious, as if the whole world had frozen. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps came from the corridor outside, and Bai Chen's figure gradually appeared. You're here. Xiaoju's voice was calm as water, but it contained an invisible authority. Bai Chen walked up to Xiaoju, slightly bowed, and asked, Lord Xiao, what can I do for you? It's nothing major, Xiaoju replied casually. It's just that the dean of the Sunset Academy came to me today to complain, saying that his disciple was beaten by someone named Bai Chen. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's expression did not change at all. He simply replied, yes, it was me. If there is punishment, I will accept it. However, at that moment, Xiaoju's originally serious expression seemed to undergo a subtle change. Although this change was extremely subtle, it was enough to make people realize that the situation of this incident was probably quite serious. But who could have expected that the next moment, the serious expression on his face would suddenly recede like a tide, replaced by a perplexing smile. He seemed to sense Bai Chen's confusion and cleared his throat. Xiaoyu, well done. To be honest, over the years, I have been very displeased with the actions of those people in the Sunset Academy. You have really given those Sakura people a harsh lesson this time. You did a great job. With that, he gently patted Bai Chen's shoulder. Bai Chen's expression remained indifferent, with a hint of confusion and incomprehension in his eyes. Did you call me here just to say these things? Regarding the fight on campus, the Sakura side strongly demands severe punishment for you. But rest assured, since I have let it go, I will not actually punish you, but we still need to make a show of it. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to the Sunset side. He smiled helplessly and continued. For the future development of the Federation, I can only temporarily inconvenience you. Hearing this, Xiaoju suddenly burst into laughter and patted Bai Chen's shoulder hard. Don't worry, in fact, the so-called punishment is more like an opportunity for you to improve your strength. He bluntly stated, there is a special mine at the border of the Empire, where there is a special instance for you to challenge. Is it that simple? Bai Chen seemed skeptical. At this point, Xiaoju's lips curled slightly, revealing a sly smile. Oh, by the way, bring back the agate stones from inside. But I'll only give you 3 days. Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Oh, and don't forget, the school celebration is in 3 days. Bai Chen waved his hand and left the office without looking back. Looking at Bai Chen's back, Xia Hoju couldn't help but sigh, this kid is really arrogant, but you will soon remember who you are. A hint of cunning flashed across Xia Hoju's mouth. After leaving the Godslayer Academy, Bai Chen went to the exchange. Although he now relies on selling medicine and has a stable income, the exchange can not only exchange items but also exchange information. He had almost no information about the mine dungeon. Previously, it was not only to exchange information but also to cash in on some monster hides and bones harvested during tower raids. Entering his identity information, a human figure slowly appeared on the printout. Authentication successful, Bai Chen. The girl slowly opened her eyes and smiled. Welcome to the trading hall, I am your printer, continuing to serve you. I want to trade all information about the mine dungeon. This transaction requires 1,000 points. Bai Chen immediately paid 1,000 points. After all, he had tens of thousands of points. This amount of points was nothing to him. The mine dungeon requires a level of 25 or higher to enter. Your level is not enough to have access. How to get access? Illegal activity, cannot provide assistance, damn it. Bai Chen cursed. This old thing dares to mess with me. After casually trading 50 million gold coins, he prepared to leave the trading hall. In the spacious and bright hall, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was Chen Xian. He never expected this guy to recover so quickly. Just recently, he had been severely beaten by Bai Chen and hospitalized for a month due to lower body injuries. The news of Chen Xian's impotence quickly spread throughout the school. When he saw Bai Chen again, Chen Xian's body trembled, his gaze immediately avoiding the other person, and sweat beads instantly forming on his forehead. He shrank into a corner, silently praying that Bai Chen hadn't noticed him. However, contrary to his wishes, the next moment Bai Chen walked directly towards him. His body involuntarily trembled, and then Bai Chen's voice rang out, startling him. I have some questions for you. Bai Chen's voice remained as cold and emotionless as usual, as if devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Still unable to shake off the previous shadow, Chen Xian's voice trembled with fear. What do you want? The next moment, Bai Chen slowly placed his arm on his shoulder. Don't be nervous, just asking you some questions. Brother you, please spare me. Chen Xian almost begged. Is there a way to illegally enter the mine dungeon? Chen Xian looked shocked. There is, but illegal access can only be bought on the black market. But brother you, if you are caught by federal investigators for illegally entering the dungeon, you will be killed on the spot. Bai Chen cursed inwardly, old fox, really up to no good. After finding out the location of the black market, Bai Chen used invisibility techniques to conceal his presence. The location of this black market was extremely hidden, and Bai Chen spent a lot of effort to find it in an underground city. The black market looked no different from a regular exchange, but almost everyone was selling illegal access under the guise of trading. As soon as Bai Chen stepped into the black market, he felt the wary gazes of everyone around him. Their eyes were full of vigilance. Hey, kid, this is not a place you should be. Suddenly, a man with scars all over his face, with a low and hoarse voice, exuded a dangerous aura. Facing the man's questioning, Bai Chen's voice sounded slightly immature. I came here naturally because there is something I want. After hearing this, the man first laughed, then spoke. Just a student, not staying in school properly, actually coming to the black market to buy things. Do you think I will easily believe you? Faced with the man's doubt, Bai Chen did not back down, fearlessly meeting the man's gaze. In the next second, the man's speed was as fast as lightning, instantly drawing out a huge and incomparable dagger from his waist. This dagger shimmered with a cold light, sending shivers down one's spine. The man waved the dagger, slashing towards Bai Chen with swift and fierce movements, carrying a strong impact as if to shatter the person in front of him into pieces. Just as the dagger was about to reach Bai Chen, he quickly reacted, displaying astonishing agility and strength as he raised his hand. He accurately grabbed the blade, firmly holding it between his two fingers. This scene shocked Scarface, his eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the seemingly weak teenager easily neutralize his powerful attack. Scarface tried to forcefully pull the dagger from between Bai Chen's fingers, but no matter how hard he tried, the dagger seemed stuck, unmoving. It was as if it had taken root, firmly held between Bai Chen's two fingers. Bai Chen slowly released his grip, and as he did so, Scarface's body suddenly lost its support and leaned backward. He struggled to maintain balance, but it was futile, and he ultimately fell heavily to the ground. Damn! The brat has quite the strength. Before Scarface could finish his words, Bai Chen quickly raised one leg and kicked towards him with force. Scarface hurriedly extended his arms to block, but he clearly underestimated the power of Bai Chen's kick.
In an instant, Scarface was kicked out like a kite with a broken string, landing directly in the nearby trash can. He struggled to climb out of the trash can, looking extremely disheveled, eliciting laughter from those around.
Lao Hu, can you handle it? Can't even beat a little kid. If you can't, go home and take care of your child, ha ha ha. Scarface's face turned extremely ugly, feeling that he had lost all face.
A nameless anger surged in him, his eyes widened in anger, exuding a powerful aura like a raging beast, charging straight towards Bai Chen, shouting, "Kid, I won't let you off today."
Bai Chen agilely dodged Scarface's attack, effortlessly avoiding it.
Then, he quickly grabbed the man's collar and with a strong shake, threw the man's entire body into the air.
Then, Bai Chen kicked him heavily in the body. Scarface immediately let out a cry, "Stop! Stop!"
Seeing this, Bai Chen slowly let him down and calmly said, "I just wanted to buy something, nothing else." Scarface quickly spoke, all right, you can buy whatever you want, as long as you're not an undercover agent for the Federation."
"Kid, you're quite skilled, so what do you want to buy?"
Scarface instantly changed his attitude, no longer as sinister as before.
"Access to the mine dungeon."
Upon hearing that Bai Chen wanted to go to the mine dungeon, Scarface was surprised, wondering why this kid wanted to go to that place. "Kid, there are only desperados there." Bai Chen replied seriously, "My level is not enough to enter, so I need illegal access." Scarface was astonished to hear that Bai Chen's level was only 1, feeling even more humiliated. He couldn't even defeat a level 1 kid. How would he survive in the black market in the future? He cleared his throat and said, "Kid, let me kindly remind you, never let the federal inspectors discover your illegal identity. The authority will temporarily create a false identity level to cover your original level, helping you enter the mine, but the effect only lasts for an hour and a half. Naturally, the price is not cheap. 100,000 gold coins should be enough," Bai Chen said lightly. When Scarface heard the word 100,000, his eyes instantly lit up, and he quickly bent over to show a smile. "Enough.
Enough. This is completely enough."
He carefully observed Bai Chen in front of him. This kid at such a young age can actually come up with 100,000 gold coins in one go. Could it be that he is a young master from a prestigious family? The next moment, he playfully approached. "I still don't know the young master's name." Bai Chen coldly squeezed out 2 words from his throat, "Bai Yu."
"What? Bai Yu?"
Scarface couldn't help but ponder to himself, this child's parents are too casual in naming. "What Bai Yu? I'm even Blackfish."
"I mean Blackfish."
"Oh no, Bai Yu young master, whatever you need in the future, just tell me, the previous misunderstanding was my fault." Scarface apologized with a smile.
Bai Chen was no longer willing to waste words with him. After obtaining the permission, he immediately turned around to leave.
However, at that moment, he suddenly bumped into a woman.
Following that was the woman's curse, "Hey, don't you have eyes?" That hurt. Their eyes met. "Bai Chen, what are you doing here?" Lin Mohan's face showed an expression of disbelief. "It's actually this guy."
Bai Chen's face became somewhat unpleasant. He really didn't want to waste any more words with her, so he decided to leave this place quickly. But unexpectedly, she reached out and grabbed him tightly.
You bumped into me and didn't even say sorry,"
Lin Mohan said coldly.
"Stop it."
Seeing this, Scarface rushed forward without hesitation, blocking Lin Mohan's way and loudly scolding, "You ignorant girl, how dare you be so rude to our esteemed guest?
This is simply unreasonable."
Lin Mohan felt wronged, tears welling up in her eyes. She pointed at Bai Chen, complaining to Scarface, "Uncle, this despicable guy completely disregards me. The way he treated me before was too much." Thinking of Bai Chen's previous actions, her anger was hard to quell. Now, Bai Chen dared to come to her territory, which made her secretly pleased. Let me see how I'll deal with you." So, she put on a pitiful and innocent look, continuing to act cute and coquettish towards Scarface. "Uncle, this guy has been bullying me all along. Please help me out." Seeing this, Scarface quickly intervened, smiling and saying, "Oh, so you're Mohan's classmate.
Ha, it's like a family not recognizing each other after a big flood."
However, Lin Mohan looked at Scarface coldly, full of anger and dissatisfaction, and retorted, "Uncle, why are you helping an outsider speak?"
"I don't care about that, you quickly teach this guy a lesson." Scarface's face instantly turned very ugly. He absolutely couldn't let this kid spread the word about how he had just been beaten up. So, he quickly scolded, "This is outrageous. We are out here in the world, how can we randomly resort to violence? Let me tell you, you should learn from your classmate. Young girl, don't be idle all day long." Bai Chen saw the scene and couldn't help but feel annoyed. He really didn't want to listen to these people ramble on anymore, so he said lightly, "You guys chat, I have things to take care of." Seeing this, Lin Mohan hurried to catch up with him, while still shouting, "Hey, stop for me." If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I will never give up. And so, Lin Mohan followed closely behind Bai Chun, muttering non-stop. Bai Chen, annoyed by her, couldn't take it anymore and suddenly activated his invisibility skill in the next second. His body gradually became transparent and eventually disappeared into the air. Lin Mohan was shocked, standing there dumbfounded, unable to believe what had just happened. This annoying guy just disappeared like that, and she didn't even realize how he did it. She pouted in anger, stomped her foot fiercely, cursing Bai Chen in her heart. The more she thought about it, the angrier Lin Mohan became, determined to find Bai Chen and make him explain. After getting rid of Lin Mohan, Bai Chen arrived at the entrance of the mine dungeon. Need support? Anyone want to team up? Guaranteed win, need a mage. The entrance of the dungeon was crowded with people, gathering in small groups, looking for suitable teammates. Bai Chen's lonely figure stood out in the bustling crowd. He slowly opened his palm, with a puzzled look in his eyes. The so-called permission in his hand turned out to be a black crystal. According to Scarface, as long as he had this black crystal, the dungeon wouldn't be able to detect his true level. Despite his doubts, Bai Chen secretly made up his mind that if Scarface dared to deceive him, he would stir up a huge storm and completely overturn the entire black market. Bai Chen tightly held the black crystal, and in the next moment, the crystal suddenly emitted a strange aura, quickly enveloping him. At that moment, a person in the crowd noticed Bai Chen standing alone and sent him a team invitation. Brother, want to join our team? We have a pro leading, even a newbie can win. However, Bai Chen decisively rejected his invitation, firmly stating that he didn't need to team up. He knew that relying on his own strength was the most reliable choice. Sword God Guild? Bai Chen pondered to himself, and when his gaze fell on these people, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with their equipment. It wasn't until he saw the unique sword emblem exclusive to the Sword God Guild that he realized. Thoughts rushed into his mind, and information about that man flooded in. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, the ghost really doesn't give up. The Sword God Guild was once one of the top hunter guilds in the Federation, founded by the top hunter of the Federation, Bai Suocheng. However, since Bai Suocheng's defection, the Sword God Guild had been under the jurisdiction of the Federation. In a strict sense, the Sword God Guild could be considered their own property. Unfortunately, times had changed, and the guild was no longer what it used to be, so no one recognized Bai Chen anymore. Everyone! Today, our Venom Dragon Guild is going to challenge the record of the mine dungeon. At this moment, a man in silver armor shouted loudly in the crowd. His voice immediately attracted the attention of the people around, who gathered around curiously, observing this hunter organization called the Venom Dragon Guild. Who do they think they are, boasting like that here? Venom Dragon Guild? Isn't that just a lowly organization? Yeah, nowadays everyone and their dog come to the mine to seek attention. The highest record in the mine dungeon had been monopolized by the Sword God Guild for years, and no one had been able to challenge it. Laughter echoed through the crowd. As the entrance to the dungeon slowly opened, all the teams preparing to enter the dungeon began inputting their information. One team after another entered the dungeon, and Bai Chen stepped forward to input his own information. Information verified, by you, team size 1, a crisp voice rang out, like a thunderclap in the crowd, instantly capturing everyone's attention. People whispered and discussed among themselves. Who is this guy? How dare he challenge the mine dungeon alone? He must be a madman, otherwise why would he do such a crazy thing? He's just asking for trouble. Did he receive some super tough mission? But I've never heard of a master named Baiyu. For a moment, various skeptical and mocking voices filled the entire space, as if trying to drown Baiyu. However, in the face of everyone's ridicule, Baiyu remained indifferent and walked confidently towards the interior of the mine. His figure gradually receded and eventually disappeared at the entrance. At that moment, a burst of astonishment suddenly erupted from the crowd. Oh my god, he actually went in. People widened their eyes, incredulously watching the scene before them. Who is this hunter named Baiyu? Why did he choose to enter the dangerous mine dungeon alone? At this moment, the atmosphere in the crowd became exceptionally heated. Some scoffed at Bai Chen's actions, considering him an ignorant fool who would surely encounter misfortune in the mine, while others began to be curious about Bai Chen, speculating that he might be a top hunter hiding his true abilities. After all, facing the challenge of the mine dungeon so calmly is not something an ordinary person can do. Current dungeon record, 10 hours 10 minutes 10 seconds. At this moment, every team entering the dungeon was secretly competing, trying to break this record. Because as long as they can stand out in the mine dungeon, they can earn a place among the top teams in the Federation. Inside the dungeon, an incredibly vast mine appeared before them. Countless crisscrossing paths were spread like a spider web above the mine, while below was a bottomless abyss. Bai Chen stepped onto one of the paths,
which branched out in all directions, leading to unknown destinations.
Perhaps at the next moment, a group of monsters would emerge from the darkness. Halfway through, a huge tentacle suddenly emerged from the darkness. Bai Chen wielded the sword of the Valkyrie and cut it off with one stroke. His eye technique activated, swiftly identifying the Wanderer's eye. Mutant Centipede, level 50, Strength 5000, Agility 3000, Spirit 4000, Constitution 6000, Skill, Venom Release. Suddenly, a gigantic centipede beyond imagination appeared before Bai Chen. Its countless tentacles writhed incessantly, as if displaying its terror and ferocity to the onlookers. Just now, Bai Chen had already severed one of its tentacles, but at this moment, the centipede's mouthparts began to wriggle frantically, as if trying to devour the human in front of it completely. However, Bai Chen would not give it that chance. For him, this level of monster was simply no match. He slowly extended his right hand, tightly clenched his fist. The next moment, an invisible force surged out like a tide, firmly enveloping the mutant centipede, rendering it completely immobile. Then, with a loud bang, the centipede was instantly crushed into pieces, its green liquid splattering everywhere like a fountain, emitting a nauseating stench. Later, Bai Chen quickly summoned hundreds of undead, letting them spread out like a large net to search for the whereabouts of the agate stone. These undead moved silently through any part of the mine. Then a group of hunters appeared in front of them. Damn, how was this mutated centipede killed by someone? We've been chasing it all the way, and we were about to kill it. Who the hell did it? The hunters cursed while locking their fierce eyes on Bai Chen. Kid, did you see clearly for me? Who killed my prey? Faced with the hunters' questioning, Bai Chen casually replied, I killed it. Hearing this, several people couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful, starting to question this seemingly weak guy in front of them. After all, it was hard to believe that he could single-handedly kill a level 50 mutated centipede. Kid, stop boasting here. Otherwise, be careful, I'll kill you. Do you believe I can kill you like killing a dog? One of the hunters threatened. However, Bai Chen ignored his threat, even sneered and mocked, your mouth is really foul. Before the words fell, Bai Chen suddenly rushed forward with an arrow step, instantly appearing in front of the hunter. His eyes revealed a hint of sharpness, as if telling the other party that he was not to be trifled with. Without hesitation, Bai Chen threw a punch, solidly hitting the hunter's cheek. The force of this punch was immense, sending the hunter flying several meters away, with 3 or 4 teeth flying out of his mouth. Damn it! Kill him for me! The man roared madly, determined to make Bai Chen die here. Bai Chen moved his arm a bit and quickly knocked down the group of people. He stepped on the crotch of the leader, saying, I ask, you answer. If you hide a word, I guarantee you won't be able to be a man again in this life.